We sure have looked at many pseudoscientific claims and theories thus far, but this next one has to be one of the best. It is located on a website called stopabductions.com. And let me explain before you get the idea, this is about human-on-human abduction. Nope, this is about finally putting a stop to alien abductions. And this isn't just crazy talk, because the admin of the site, a Michael Minkin, has actually come up with a way to stop it, and it's called the Thought Screen Helmet. You see, Michael designs these helmets that actually prevent alien abductions. Now before you jump the gun and think this guy's a grifter, he's not. He's actually not making any money. He simply provides the instructions on how to build the helmet, and he even offers to make and send them to alien abductees absolutely free of charge, which is awful nice cause it takes nearly 4 hours to construct. He explains that even though these aliens are more technically and mentally advanced than us, they are still subject to the physical laws of the universe, and Michael, having worked with abductees for more than 25 years, was able to come up with a way to stop it. But he warns, an alien will try to stop you from wearing the helmet, and they will know if you're about to try because they can read your mind. And even if you put on this helmet, they will still harass you. They may even threaten to kill your pet in retaliation. Michael was also quick to point out that they may manipulate your spouse into having a conflict with you about wearing the helmet, which you have to admit is pretty clever. But if you do take it off, it may be over, because the aliens can then physically harm you. He also cautioned if you're not wearing the hat, they will go through your house and look for it, except they cannot get into a locked cabinet, so make sure to hide it there, or perhaps a locked trunk. It's because in a society where everyone is a telepath, locks are unnecessary, so it's like a foreign concept to them. Mike also warns, once you start making the hat, do it quick, because once the aliens find out what you're up to, they will try to stop you. After finishing it, make sure you tape it to your head so the aliens can't remove it. Also, don't let them lure you out of the home if you think they are nearby. They may try to spook you by banging on the walls or using lights outside to try and entice you. Next, if you live in a hot climate, over 80 degrees Fahrenheit, make sure to poke holes in the helmet. Finally, the most important instruction. Make sure you wear it frequently as possible, because abductees can even be taken when driving cars. If you're worried about how it looks, you can also take a baseball cap and put 8 sheets of Velostat, a packaging material made of polymeric foil, and put it into the hat, which looks a little less conspicuous. Some of the abductees Michael has worked with have worn their hats 24 hours a day for 20 plus years, and have not been abducted the whole time. And how exactly does this work? I know you're dying to know. Mike suggests it doesn't act as a shield. Instead, it simulates another brain activity which stops alien telepathy from being processed internally, which means it prevents the abductee's brain from converting alien telepathy into human thoughts. I think I'm just going to stop here and go to the next one. When it comes to haunted locations that have some kind of strange paranormal activity, maybe none are bigger than Skinwalker Ranch. However, did you know that there is a location in Wales that was subjected to similar activity? The story begins in 1979 at a location known as Ripperstone Farm, which was owned by the Coombs family. The activity started strange enough and only got progressively more bizarre. The first record of unexplained phenomenon would be encountered by the wife named Pauline, and it happened as she was driving home one night when she would suddenly see a football-sized object behind her that seemed to be pursuing the vehicle. That would be followed up days later when her and her husband Billy were watching TV when they seen a silvery glow outside, which began to interfere with the television. Billy got out of his chair and walked over to the window to see a huge spacesuited individual a few feet from the window. The man was described as being over 7 foot tall and wearing a one-piece silver aluminum suit, capped by a square solid-looking helmet with a black square visor. It didn't end there though, as they later seen a UFO in a field about 400 to 500 yards away. But we don't need to recap every one of these encounters. Instead, we are going to focus on the one that landed on this iceberg. As we move forward into this mystery, there were now 2 fields the Coombs family would not visit, along with their livestock, due to 2 different UFOs being sighted there. Because of this, their milk yield was down some 15%, so it was starting to hurt the farm. But something even crazier would happen. Billy was tending to the cattle in the milking complex when he decided to step out go back in the house and grab a cup of tea. So it was about midnight as he walked out and locked the shed and secured the bolted gate and walked in. As soon as he entered the living room, the phone rang and Billy answered it, and it was his irate neighbor who told Billy to get down to his house quick because his cattle were eating his crops. Billy was kind of stunned, but informed his neighbor that those could not be his cows because he had just locked them up in the shed less than a minute ago. His neighbor was insistent though, so Billy, trying to satisfy his angry neighbor, told him to wait while he walked out back to the shed and checked on them. And when he got there, all 158 cattle he had left in the shed, eating their hay, were gone. Billy couldn't understand it. How did they go from there all the way to their neighbor's farm in the amount of time it took him to walk back to the house? Not to mention, the gate was locked, and the neighbor's farm was a mile away. Billy had no choice but to apologize, and with his sons, went and herded up the cattle and took them back. Strange things would continue to happen over the years, but nothing quite as strange as the teleported cows incident. And it's really hard to come up with a theory as to what really happened, because of the short amount of time between Billy locking them up and walking back indoors. So let's tackle that first. If that's what really happened, then the cattle had to have been teleported by something. There's just no other way. But let's say Billy maybe lost track of time, then that really opens up the door to a prank. People in the area presumably knew Billy already thought the farm was haunted, and it's possible they could have decided to play a joke on him. Or the cattle may have escaped on their own if Billy did not really lock up like he thought he did. Either of those will work if Billy simply lost track of time. Otherwise, it had to be teleportation, or some kind of time slip, or a reality glitch, or something like that. Can a video game be conscious? That's what our next fringe theory sets out to answer, which argues Super Mario Bros. From 1985 is conscious. Now before I get started, I have to state ahead of time, I'm drawing heavily from the video of another creator's channel simply named Harold, which I will link in the description below, because it's his video that is actually linked on the Iceberg, but it's this video that explores this strange theory. If you have played the original Super Mario, you will no doubt remember the secret area that players could access in World 1-2 by using the game's mechanics. If you remember, you can hitch a ride on one of those moving platforms, jump up on the bricks, run forward where it would appear nothing should be, then you drop down into an area with 3 pipes, allowing you to transport to further ahead in the game, even bypassing half the levels. Like I said, almost everyone knows that one, but you may not know about World -1, which comes by the result of a glitch. It's basically the spot where the game's collision detection fails to load the correct area, and it sends players to an endless looping underwater level, which is a bit eerie because there's no exit, outside of Mario dying, that is. And since this was something that happened outside the developer's control, and they didn't even know about it until the game came out, it makes it a little bit more unpredictable, like it's not fully under the control of a human, suggesting that World -1 is an example of a game seemingly having some control of itself. And that's where we get to the point. Is it possible that glitches are sort of like the game's subconscious? Just as we have a subconscious that generates ideas and imagery without conscious control, aka dreaming. A video game might be capable of generating new content via glitches without any input from the game's designer. So yeah, pretty interesting concept, but I'm not really sure if video games have a conscious, or electronics in general, but check out the video on Harold's channel for a better explanation. October 10th, 1927, New Zealand. The Otago Daily Times would release an article detailing some very odd ghostly encounters happening around the town of Waihi, and these stories were actually creepy enough that most of the town's residents started going inside their homes before dark and locking their doors, afraid of what was lurking outside. And at one point, it led to around 35 men armed with clubs patrolling the town looking for these ghastly spirits. So suffice to say, the town was on edge. But what was causing such alarm? Well, for that, there were numerous stories. One of the earlier ones told of a doctor driving to a patient's house late one night, since this was at the time when doctors would make house calls, and on his way, he saw a figure dressed as a ghost, just like you may have seen in the movies, and it was standing right there in the middle of the road. sorta in a dramatic kind of pose, like he was trying to make himself scarier. The doctor pulled his car up to where he stood, but the ghost darted off the side of the road into the bush. So the doctor got out and began looking for him, but whatever it was no longer in the bush. And actually, he was nowhere near at all, as the doctor could not find one sign that anyone had even been standing there. During that same week, a youth going home from a dance he had attended suddenly would see a white-robed figure running down a park, which he found odd since it was around 2 a.m. when this occurred. This kid ended up running home in fear and never got close enough to get a good description. A few days later, very early in the morning, at about 3:30 a.m., a woman would look outside to see the street lights being turned off for the day, and it was a few minutes after these lights were turned off that she noticed something on her porch. She got quiet and began watching this silhouette that she could not quite make out. That's when she seen the flash of an electric torch, which was followed by a hissing noise. All of a sudden, the door to her home was blown open by the wind, and an apparition came in and stood at her bedroom door for a few moments, just staring. She reported he was wearing a skull cap with white streaks and was wearing a dark suit. She knew she was not dreaming or suffering from sleep paralysis because she was awake when she heard the heavy wind blow the front door open. There were other occupants in the home at the time, but she was so afraid she couldn't even speak to alert them. There is no conclusion in this one, but I assume this ghostly figure just left her be. And that's pretty much it. Police did actually search around when all this was going on, but they stated they did not believe it was anything supernatural at all. And as far as theories go, there's basically only two. We'll start with the one from the police first. It was almost certainly nothing paranormal, and instead, the work of a prankster, or maybe multiple pranksters, using theatrical props like phosphorescent clothing, mask, and of course on the last one, using a blowtorch and or something else to make the mechanical hissing sound. The other theory, of course, is, well, it was something paranormal. The only real evidence for that is, the sightings kept popping up pretty persistently over this little time period, and in the case of the doctor, when he got out to search for this being, there was not one piece of evidence that anyone had even been in the area. So how did this person, presumably wearing a ghost costume, escape into the night so easily just by running into a bush? The Flat Earth conspiracy is well known among conspiracy theorists as one of the more laughable ones, but it is taken quite seriously by a sizable minority. But what if I told you there is an even crazier take on the Flat Earth conspiracy? That brings us to our next topic, the Great Iceball Earth Theory, where basically Earth is part of a ginormous planet that just happens to be completely frozen, and Earth, because of the sun's rays, is thawed out, leaving us in this very tiny corner of this uninhabited ball of ice. It also confirms the Flat Earth Theory, because what we see as our Earth takes up such a tiny portion of this planet that there is no curve. It's a little bit more difficult to explain, so this visual will help a lot. But this would also explain the theory that flat earthers use, that the Earth is completely surrounded by ice, because, well, in this scenario, we would be. Think of it as a massive ball of ice with a sun-melted pond where life exists. The sun moves in a circle above that spot in the pond, which explains our day and night cycles. And there are other ponds that exist on this ice globe, but due to the distance and extreme cold temperatures, we just can't reach them. And in some variations of this theory, the government or powers that be are trying to hide these other ponds. This theory, I believe, is more of a meme theory to make fun of flat earthers by taking it to extreme lengths. Although some flat earthers do believe it, which means they actually believe the Earth is round, just much larger and made of ice. Regardless, it would make a good setting for a D&D campaign. August 7th, 1947, Buenos Aires, Argentina. An air flight known as the Stardust would disembark with 11 people, 5 crew, and 6 passengers, headed for Santiago, Chile. The plane actually belonged to British South American Airways, and thus was captained by former Royal Air Force pilot Reginald Cook, who saw combat experience in World War II, as did a few members of the crew. The passengers were made up of 1 woman and 5 men, 1 from Palestine, 1 from Switzerland, one from Germany, and the rest were all from Britain. Now, one of these British passengers in particular was special, as he was a diplomatic courier known as the King's Messenger, someone that takes secret important documents to British embassies around the world. It was 1:46 p.m. when this leg of the flight began, and was in all ways uneventful. But that would change at 5:41 p.m. when a Morse code was sent to the airport in Santiago announcing their expected arrival in 4 minutes at 5:45 p.m. But as that time came and went, the plane never arrived, and with no more radio transmissions or responses from the crew, a search was started immediately, which found nothing, as this was pretty rough mountainous terrain. The intense search carried on for the next 5 days, and at one point, they became excited when an amateur radio operator came forward and claimed he had received a faint SOS signal from the stardust, which of course meant it was possible they all survived. But they could never verify that this operator really heard this signal, nor could they find the aircraft. This of course started to lead to theories on what had actually happened, which ranged from sabotage, or that maybe the aircraft was blown up to destroy whatever diplomatic documents was being carried by the King's Messenger. There were also the more fanciful theories that it had been destroyed by a UFO. However, the most likely theory came out about 50 years later, when 2 mountaineers climbing Mount Tupangado, about 50 miles east of Santiago, found the aircraft engine along with twisted pieces of metal and shreds of clothing. A year later, an army expedition found the propeller and wheels, and 2 years after that, remains began being recovered and were identified through DNA. An investigation on the ground revealed that the crash was very localized, which meant that the plane had a head-on impact with the ground, thus ruling out a mid-air explosion. In addition, the propeller showed that the engine had been running at a near cruising speed at the time of the impact, and the wheels proved that the undercarriage was retracted, suggesting it was not an attempt at an emergency landing, and more likely a controlled flight into the terrain. So flight crash investigators soon put together a theory. They believed during the final portion of the descent, the heavy clouds blocked visibility on the ground, which would have made it more difficult to navigate, but it was also possible that the aircraft flew through a jet stream, something not understood in 1947. And in those, high altitude winds can blow in different directions constantly, and would have put the aircraft flying directly into the headwind, dramatically decreasing the speed. And if the captain thought they were going faster than they really were and began their descent, while they also couldn't see because of the clouds, then you can see how this might lead to a disaster, crashing right into the mountain. However, that theory is hotly debated, as some pilots have pointed out that Captain Cook would have never began his descent without having some kind of idea that he for sure made it across the mountains. They instead believed the strong winds actually brought the craft down, as one pilot that has flew in that area stated that they had been told not to enter the clouds over the mountains because the turbulence and ice was too risky. As far as to why the debris wasn't found for a long time, that would be because it flew into a glacier, which then caused an avalanche, burying the craft. And by 2000, the Argentinian Air Force declared that the craft crashed because of a heavy snowstorm and cloudy weather, which led to the crew being unable to correct their position. So I know you're thinking, well, this one isn't much of a mystery. We pretty much know what happens. But that is not the mystery on this one. Instead, it's the weird message the Santiago airport received before all this happened. As mentioned, the last message from Stardust to ground control was stating they would be there at 5:45 p.m. However, I left out a key part earlier. The original message sent by Morse code actually said ETA Santiago 5:45 STENDEC. This STENDEC, spelled STENDEC, was not understood, and at first, the radio operator thought he heard a mistake since it came in very fast, although he did hear them loud and clear, but he would call out to Stardust again and ask them to clarify the last word, to which the Stardust replied twice, STENDEC, STENDEC, and that was the last message they ever sent. And to this day, no one knows what was meant by that message, and there's been many theories proposed over the decades. In fact, for the longest time, this STENDEC message is why the UFO theory was proposed, although to me, I don't know why STENDEC would absolutely mean UFO. But anyways, after the discovery of the craft in the late 90s, new theories began to emerge, such as the crew may have been suffering from hypoxia from being too high up in the air, and the operator was not thinking clearly and was trying to send the word descent, but instead sent STENDEC. Another theory suggested that STENDEC may have been some obscure phrase that the Chilean radio operator had just never heard before, like STENDEC standing for Santiago Tower Message Now Entering Cloud, or some variation of that, while others think the operator had simply misheard STENDEC. However, all three of these were basically ruled out, since the crew did send it 3 times in a row without correcting it. Likewise, acronyms would have been highly unusual and convoluted. Investigators have stated it was possible there was some misunderstanding on the Morse code, but it was very doubtful. This led to what is considered the most likely theory today. If the operator did not misunderstand them, it's most likely he was just sent incorrectly. In Morse code, you can't just rely on dots and dashes, you also have to put spaces in between them. It tells you when one letter ends and the next begins, and if this is off slightly, the message can be misinterpreted. And STENDEC happens to use the same combination of dots and dashes as the following: SCTI-AR. The SCTI is the airport code Los Cerrillos in Santiago, while the AR is Morse code for over. But here's the catch: although the two words STENDEC and SCTI-AR share the same combination of dots and dashes, they use different spacing, which if not done properly can turn one word into the other. Likewise, STENDEC is just one character off from the spelling VALP, which is the call sign for the airport at Valparaiso, about 70 miles north of Santiago. Or possibly, they meant to send the word FTA late, a common Royal Air Force method for signaling a late arrival, and is similar to STENDEC. So whoever sent the message sent it in a hurry, or they were being lazy about it, and or never realized they even did it. Regardless, it does appear that they did not expect the crash. Berrien County, Michigan, a location rich with folklore and an urban legend that may have became real. It started sometime around the late 19th century, when stories began being shared around town about a demonic phantom skater that lurked around Hickory Creek in the wintertime. Of course, it was more of a way for parents to just tell their children, "You better come home before dark, or the phantom skater will get you." But what makes this one interesting is something that would happen on January 30th, 1963, when a local newspaper writer, Ben Nottingham, would do an interview with local resident, 84-year-old Harvey Seasongood, which detailed his real encounter with the phantom skater when he was a young boy. Harvey actually spent most of his time like most boys in rural areas. He fished and swam at Hickory Creek, and even skated when it was froze over in the winter, as he only lived about a half a mile from it. But it was what happened in 1888 that got a lot of curious readers' attention. According to Harvey, on that night, him and some other kids in the neighborhood went skating on the frozen creek, laughing and playing and just having fun in general, but they began to lose track of time, and before they even realized it, it was dark. It was then sometime downstream, they heard a weird noise. It was an eerie scraping noise that echoed through the frozen air. Harvey would go on to describe it as the sounds of skates on ice. The children, who had been told this story of the phantom skater their whole childhood, now panicked. They began running up the knee-deep snowbank and made it to the top, where it was fenced off by barbed wire. Some of the children scaled the fence, while the younger ones crawled under it. Harvey was of the latter group. Unfortunately, he became entangled in the fence and began trying to wiggle free. By this time, the other children had ran home, while poor Harvey lay there struggling. Hearing the noise get closer, Harvey would then twist around in his jacket, which was still caught in the fence, and stared down at the river bend. There it came into view, the phantom skater. It was close to 20 feet tall, wore black tights and a black skull cap, and although the moon was out bright, this figure cast no shadow. The skater's enormous blade sparked green and blue flames as it moved. Harvey remained silent and crouched down as he watched the entity approach an old timber bridge, where it then leaped into the air, clearing the bridge in a single jump. The blades, which were bonded to cloven hooves, landed and a bunch of sparks melted the surrounding snow. It then continued down Hickory Creek with its massive strides, leaving an eerie glow of green sparks and blue flames before it disappeared around the bend. Harvey then escaped and made it home, and talked to the other children about it the next day, and they all claimed they did hear the scraping of the skates go by. And that's pretty much it. And we go to theories. So suffice to say, you probably know what the main theory is. Yep, Harvey was known locally as a good storyteller, and he wasn't shy about embellishing an event. He would even later on claim that he had also seen a giant bird here at one point. So knowing all of that, more than likely he took a town urban legend and made his own version of it. Or maybe he just hallucinated the whole thing due to the fear of being left behind in the dark at this creek where the locals had told this story for so long. Or maybe he just seen a real animal go by and again, due to the anxiety and the darkness, exaggerated many of the details. Others wonder if he really did see some kind of supernatural entity, possibly a demonic spirit or a ghost. In the mid-1980s, a man living on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, named Joe Matheson, had fell asleep listening to the storm outside, along with his girlfriend Melody and her 2 children. It was sometime around midnight when Joe would awaken, but not from the storm. Actually, he didn't know what had woke him up, but he sat up in bed and just happened to look out the window towards the garden, and that's when he noticed the yard was lit up by the motion light. So now he was curious as to what was moving around out there, but what he seen next, no one could have prepared him for. About 10 feet from the window, going from right to left, was a group of about 4 to 5 goblin-type beardless men that stood around 3.5 foot tall. They were very skinny and had oversized narrow faces with big ears, large noses, and strange eyes. Their clothes were plain, but he remarked that it looked like something from one of the Robin Hood movies in the 1950s. He went on to describe them looking like they were made of felt and being different shades of green and brown. They were also wearing triangular hats, but carried no weapons or tools. They also wore sock-like booties with pointed toes, which curled upwards. But that's not even the oddest part. The beings walked in an unnatural way, like they moved way too slowly, or at points they leaned way too forward to such an extent that it didn't even seem possible. But then again, none of this did. But these beings seemed to have a leader, which the rest of the group followed as they made their way to a creek, and that leader turned around and made eye contact with Joe and smiled, like he was saying, "I know a secret that you don't." Joe immediately shook Melody awake and told her there were leprechauns outside, but by the time Melody had spun around to see, they had already vanished. She told Joe to go back to sleep, assuming he had been dreaming, but Joe could not sleep. He laid there for a couple minutes, and he started to concede that maybe it was his imagination playing tricks on him. But just as he thought that, he heard an awful scream coming from the horse corral in the direction that those beings had been walking towards. Joe got up, threw his water boots on, grabbed a flashlight, and ran outside into the pouring rain. But as he was leaving, he was joined by a neighbor named Sherry, who also kept a horse in that barn with Joe and Melody's. She was also wearing her rain gear and had heard all the commotion. When they got to the barn, it was Sherry's horse, which was pregnant at that time, that was very upset. She was kicking and snorting, which Joe and Sherry could see because of the lamp. As they were there trying to calm the horse down, another neighbor, a Mr. Bell, burst in irate, with rain dripping from his cowboy hat and denim jacket. He demanded to know what was going on, presumably upset because it had woken him up. Sherry explained that the horse was pregnant and might be about to give birth. Mr. Bell inspected the horse and told her that horse is far away from being due. After this, things calmed down for a second, and the three stood around talking in the barn, watching the rain get blown around by the wind. Mr. Bell then left, and after the horse calmed down, Joe and Sherry left the barn. But that's when they spotted something lit up by the lamp. A tiny pure white newborn male horse was laying dead, drowned in the only puddle in the corral. Sherry screamed and cried, and Joe was very confused. How did that foal get out of the barn? He couldn't have. Someone would have had to lifted it. Joe would remark after this, he began research and found that leprechauns, according to Judaic traditions of the ancient Celts, pure white male newborn livestock, were perfect sacrificial victims. He also found in his research the sightings of little folk are omens for the death of livestock and failure of crops. Joe concluded his email to the channel that covered this story, Hammerson Peters. The little folk love running water, the dark, and horses. Where to even begin with theories on this one? We'll start with the obvious one. Joe made up the whole account and sent it to the popular YouTube channel, Hammerson Peters, and he himself most likely got the idea for the tale researching books on folklore. If it wasn't that, Joe could have been experiencing a hypnopompic hallucination, which is a vivid dream-like experience occurring upon awaking, sorta like sleep paralysis. Of course, this doesn't explain the rest of the story of him getting to the barn, the horses scream, etc., etc. The real mystery is with Sherry's account of all this. She did not write into the channel, so it's hard to say if she witnessed the same thing or not. I mean, hypothetically, all she would have seen was the dead horse. She would have never seen the goblin creatures anyways, but it would be nice to know her account, because it's just as likely a wild animal got into the shed, got a hold of the foal, and dragged it outside, and then heard Joe come out, and the animal ran off. But unfortunately, the horse had been dropped into a mud puddle, which it then drowned in, because no one noticed until it was too late. Okay, I know these are the theories you're really waiting for. What if Joe actually had a paranormal experience? The unnatural movements he's seen, along with the leader turning around to smile at Joe, suggest they were aware of his presence. Were they from another realm or dimension? Were they fairies or goblins or leprechauns like Joe suggested? And finally, it may not be any of those. It could have just been an alien encounter, as this account matches up with the modern tales of aliens mutilating cows and horses. Sometime in the 740s AD, Ireland, we would get one of the stranger tales in history. The story comes to us from the Book of Leinster, an Irish manuscript compiled between the 12th and 13th centuries that detailed the weirdness that played out at the Telltown Assembly. According to the source, as the men were celebrating at this festival-type atmosphere, they looked out on the horizon and couldn't believe their eyes, because up in the air above them were 3 ships, apparently on a voyage in the air. Now we both know this is actually pretty strange, and you would think that it would have been written about in much more details. However, that was practically all that was said in this very first account, and it was simply forgotten about. However, in the Irish annals that would come after this, sometimes, many years later, the story would be told again and elaborated on in much more detail, sometimes changing dates. For example, it is sometimes told as 743 AD, sometimes as 744, and then sometimes you get 748 or 749, while other times it takes place in a different century altogether. The second account we have would do just that, because in the Book of Ballymote, a 14th century text, we would get the description that only one ship came sailing through over the assembly. However, this time, it was right in front of the Irish king. In this version, someone on the ship throws out a dart and hits a salmon. He then jumps off the ship and goes down to retrieve it from the ground right in front of the people of this assembly. When one of the men on the ground held on to the fish and refused to let the stranger take it, he screamed, "I am being drowned." It was then that the king stepped in and said, "Leave him alone," to which this strange individual swam through the air back to his ship. This would then be followed up by another account that basically kept all those details, except they took out the part about the king and the man on the ground. Then if we move forward a few more centuries, the story would evolve again. This time, it was said to have happened in Telltown, at a church in Clonmacnoise, and that part of the story has remained until this day. Another detail they changed in this telling was instead of someone throwing a dart or fishing spear, the ship is now reported to have dropped an anchor, and upon seeing this, the priest ran out and grabbed it. But then, a man would jump from the ship up above and swim down, and when he sees the priest holding it, he protests and signals that he is drowning, and they let go of the anchor and he swims back with it up to the ship. And it's this version of the story that would go on to be famous, and it spread quickly throughout Europe, and would even have similar sightings throughout Britain, with at least one account in London in 1122 AD, then another account on a Sunday somewhere in Britain in the 12th century, when parishioners were leaving a local church and walked outside to see a dark and cloudy day, and stumbled upon a ship anchor embedded in a heap of stones in the churchyard, and a rope leading down to it from above. According to the manuscript, the people were amazed and stood around looking and talking about it. Then the rope moved, almost as if the crew were trying to free the anchor, but it would not budge. They then heard a voice from above, which sounded like the sailors were struggling to retrieve it. Finally, one of the sailors went down to get it. He lowered with the rope in one hand and began trying to shake the anchor free with the other, but the citizens all jumped in and began pulling him down to the ground. They held on to him and he began grasping for air, and then he suffocated and died. The men above assumed that their comrade had drowned, so they cut the anchored rope and then waited an hour and sailed away, leaving the anchor behind. The townsfolk, apparently proud of this deed, took the anchor and melted it down and made fittings for the church door. The final telling would come from a Norse document in the mid-13th century. Again, it's cited as taking place at this church in Clonmacnoise. On this Sunday, the people were at church attending Mass when all of a sudden, from the air dropped an anchor on a rope. That anchor got hooked onto the arch of the church door, which startled the people, and they ran outside to see what was going on. Above, they seen a ship floating around with the rope running to it, and on the ship, men were moving about. One man leaped overboard and dove down to loosen the anchor, and while he did so, it looked like he was swimming in the air. He then began trying to loosen the anchor when some of the men in church grabbed him. However, the bishop, who was there just by chance, ordered the men to let him go, saying he would drown as if he was in water. So they did as they were told, and the man quickly swam back to the ship, and soon the rope was cut and the ship sailed away. And ever since then, the anchor has remained there as evidence for this event. So regardless of which version is true, it's an absolutely crazy story that seemed to get crazier as the years wore on. And what's even crazier is practically all the accounts came from second and third hand witnesses, which definitely adds doubts to the claims. Regardless, something most likely happened, and then folklore and myth added to it over the years and made it more fanciful than what it really was. The sighting was viewed as a one-off for over 1,000 years before more reports started popping up in the US and Canada in 1896 and 1897. And if you have watched any of the regional series on this channel, like the Southern or Midwest, you will probably be familiar with the airship phenomenon, which dominated the American continent for 2 years. And yes, in some of those accounts, anchors were dropped down. Although many of these stories were straight up hoaxes, some were deemed pretty reputable at the time. One of the more famous ones happened in Merkel, Texas, when churchgoers were leaving one Sunday night, and allegedly they came across a rope and anchor being dragged across the countryside until it snagged on a railroad track. They then looked up to see an airship with lights shining from their windows. While they were there staring at this marvel, a man climbed down the rope, cut it away from the anchor, and the ship flew on away, where it was reported later to have been seen above a local blacksmith shop. While another famous sighting happened in Nova Scotia in 1796, but this time there was a fleet of 15 ships that were said to be sailing over the Bay of Fundy. But what really happened in the case of the original one? That will probably never be explained, although there are theories. For one, it could have just been an unusual cloud formation that gave the illusion that it was a ship. In fact, ship-shaped clouds were recorded by monks in the 13th century, so it wouldn't be that odd. Another theory is they just happened to see the northern lights, something they had no idea about, and the colorful display of shapes and patterns just really surprised them, and then was embellished over the years. I have to point out too, a lot of these stories have religious themes, as you may have noticed, which probably added a layer to the story. And of course, I have to throw out the paranormal theory that it was aliens. But now, the most plausible explanation is that of an ocean mirage, which is a phenomenon that makes it look like ships at sea are well above the horizon. Lake Okeechobee of South Florida covers about 730 square miles, which makes it the 10th largest body of fresh water in the US. But it's also one of the most shallow in the country, averaging around 9 foot deep. It's had a long connection to the weird and unexplained phenomena going back for decades, and that might be why many of the Native Americans never really settled in large numbers near the lake. It's actually the early settlers that would first call this place home, and it's these settlers that would first give accounts of our next mystery, because prior to 1910, the earliest pioneers would report finding human skeletons in the shallows around the southern end of the lake. Fishermen would often report pulling skulls up in their nets, claiming that there were so many that during the low water, it was like looking down at a pumpkin patch. By the early 1900s, a surveyor was sent in to clear land on Grassy Island, where he documented finding more than 50 skeletons covered with just a couple inches of sand. And this was not a case of burials either, because this spot he was standing used to be a lake bottom, but the water level was dropped by a drainage canal. By 1918 though, the water level in the lake would drop to an all-time low due to a drought, and revealed hundreds of human remains laying at the silt bottom. They had not been placed there in an orderly fashion either, like in a burial. No, they were scattered, and the bones belonged to adults and children alike. So where in the world are all these remains coming from? Well, the first theory was an obvious one, an ancient hurricane. However, one problem with this is the fact that prior to 1900, very few people lived around Lake Okeechobee, which seemingly ruled out mass casualties from a flood or a storm. The next theory that's often brought up is the Seminole Wars, which was actually a set of 3 conflicts taking place between 1816 and 1858, and involved the United States fledgling government and the Seminoles and their allies. But only one skirmish took place near the lake, and that was the 1837 Battle of Okeechobee, which resulted in 30 dead total, thus ruling that out. Interestingly, there are no Spanish accounts on the bones, and historians believe that the remains have actually been around for thousands of years, while some speculate that it's the remains of a huge Indian village that was wiped out by warfare or disease. But that opens up another question. Where are the artifacts and pottery of this huge village? There are none found in the area, suggesting there's never been a village here. Some have suggested that a local tribe traveling through the area disposed of their dead over a period of years as part of a ritual and anchored them to the bottom of the lake. But this contradicts the bones being found scattered. After this, the theories get a little bit more wild, with one suggesting that 200 Seminole warriors slit their own throats and launched themselves into the water to avoid capture by the American forces. But this story is by most accounts a legend, and it's not even sure that the story was supposed to have happened at this lake. Others cite a legendary lost tribe that are referenced to by other Native Americans, and then you get the paranormal ones like refugees from Atlantis or aliens. May 1981, Neutraubling in southern Germany. A dentist named Dr. Kurt Backseitz was at work in his clinic when the telephone began to ring. When he answered it, he heard only a low guttural voice screaming obscenities at him. Kurt hung up, being a little confused, and if it had been a one-time thing, it would be no big deal. But this was just the beginning, because these calls would continue to come in, following the same pattern, a deep voice hurling insults. But it wasn't just Kurt that got this abuse. His wife, Margot, and 16-year-old assistant, Claudia, both of whom helped at the office, would also be subjected to this abuse. Kurt and Margot were always insulted, but Claudia was talked to in perverse ways before the man began telling her that he loved her. It would be sometime after this point, he would begin referring to himself as Chopper, and over the following weeks, the calls began to increase, which of course put the doctor in a bad spot, and he would go on to report the harassment. Technicians were sent to the office where they set up an intercept circuit on the lines in hopes of tracing the calls. For a time, they stopped, but reporting this would soon blow up in the face of the dentist, because this caused the harassment to escalate in a strange way. Now, instead of calling the office directly, anytime the doctor called out, Chopper would interrupt the call and began screaming obscenities again. He had somehow been able to tap into the lines. This escalated the issue, and more time and money was spent trying to run down this Chopper and figure out how he was doing this. Soon, the phone cables and phones were all replaced at the clinic, but the very first call made on this equipment was interrupted by Chopper, who informed the dentist that he still had a clear line. This continued for the following months, and his behavior got even weirder. He began making comments about what 16-year-old Claudia was doing outside the office, like he had been stalking her, and he soon threatened that he would kill her. Now law enforcement became very interested, especially since there had been a string of murders that had targeted younger girls. 4 months prior to this, in July, a 13-year-old, Sonia Hurler, was abducted and then found deceased 3 months later. She had been strangled and assaulted. Then, Ursula Herrmann, as you may remember, we covered that one in the Unsolved mega-series here recently, was also abducted and murdered. And in that case, you might recall the strange phone calls with the recording of the radio jingle that her parents received. It was because of all this that law enforcement in Germany was no longer screwing around when it came to Chopper. They began searching the neighborhood surrounding Dr. Backsight's home, and they soon found a ham radio enthusiast whose raspy voice really made him look like a suspect. Police then began intercepting his calls and soon found it was not him. 3 months later, in February 1982, it got even stranger when Dr. Backsights and Claudia told police they now heard Chopper's voice coming from the clinic's plumbing. They stated it happened multiple times throughout the day, often coming from the sink drain, electrical outlets, and light fixture. And at least on one occasion, a lady using the restroom would be terrified when a voice began shouting, and the voice sounded like it was coming from the toilet. And of course, he was hurling obscenities again. Now the story was being spread all over Germany, and this brought out the more supernatural types, who insisted the thing was actually a ghost, and that the office was haunted. Soon, paranormal investigators arrived on site and witnessed the phenomena, and it was around this time that Chopper began to fixate on Claudia alone. She was his center of attention, and because of this, she was invited to appear on talk shows and even recorded a pop song about him. The police were still not taking it lightly though, as they continued on with their investigation, and they were at the clinic and began seeing this poltergeist-type activity, such as furniture moving by itself or Chopper talking, and it was then that they noticed something. Every time Chopper appeared, Claudia's back was turned, and at one point, an officer even caught Claudia's reflection in a mirror and noticed her lips moving in sync with Chopper's voice. After this, they were all taken in for interrogation, where Claudia admitted to faking some of it, but claimed a real Chopper had initially began harassing them. Dr. Kurt Backsights also confessed to participating too, although he claimed he did it subconsciously. How they pulled off the phenomena is still unknown, but it is believed they went as far as hiding speakers to pull off some of the tricks, as well as using ventriloquism. As far as the plumbing went, it is believed they used a tape recorder or tubes that connected to the pipes where they could then transmit the sound, but there was no evidence of this found. In the end, they were all fined and the case was closed. The clinic shut its doors after this, and the stress from the case caused Dr. Kurt and his wife to admit themselves to a mental hospital. Claudia would also change her name to get away from the notoriety. This story was taken from the Shrouded Hand YouTube channel, and it's pretty crazy. As far as theories go, it sounds pretty much like it's already concluded, but from what I could gather, Claudia claimed to originally have gotten anonymous calls from someone using a disguised voice, which led to her starting the Chopper phenomena. And that's where our mystery comes in. Folie à deux, a weird phenomenon where delusions can affect a group of people. It's just possible that the doctor and his wife became so overwhelmed by the original calls that they subconsciously joined Claudia in keeping it going, possibly due from mental exhaustion themselves. Of course, this doesn't explain how the furniture and objects at the office were reportedly moving by themselves, and that has left the door open to a poltergeist being involved. In the time that we have made our journey across the world of the unexplained, we have covered numerous bizarre and weird humanoid encounters, but one that we have never covered that is pretty obscure is the Glimmer Man, and it's so obscure that I can't even find a page for it on the Cryptid Wiki or any of those paranormal wikis, although it does have a Reddit to pull stories from, as well as a few isolated stories from around the web, so we'll take a look at one of those. This one comes from a woman who gave her story to the phantomsandmonsters.com website in 2021. In the story, she would recall her childhood growing up at 5 years old in Illinois when this story takes place. She was at her grandmother's playing along the edge of the yard where their property met the forest. Her grandmother sat inside of the house and kept an eye on her from the huge window in the kitchen, which faced the woods, and every now and then she would walk out and check on her. The woman would recall that she was digging in the dirt, looking for unusual rocks and arrowheads, since they were all over the place because this woman grew up not far from the Cahokia Mounds. After she had dug a decent-sized hole, something caught her eye up in the tree next to her. She described it as sorta looking like a heat wave coming off the branch of the tree. She continued to stare and realized that this heat wave was in the shape of a human. She began to wonder why an invisible man was sitting in the tree. She got scared but was unsure what to do. It's then that it began moving and making a faint clicking sound. This was enough to send the young child running back to her grandmother, whom she would tell she had just seen an angel. Her grandmother, of course, chalked it up to a child's imagination. But it would be 7 years later, when she was 12, that her father rented a movie called Predator, and she watched it with him. And it was there she seen the predator turn invisible, or cloak itself, and the memory flashed back to her, which led to her asking her dad if there was any animal that really had that ability, and her father told her no. Fast forward until she was an adult in 2004, and she now had children of her own, and one night she would step outside to smoke a cigarette. It was there while she was relaxing that she heard the faint clicking sound again, and a slight shift of movement near the porch. She turned to see again a distorted humanoid shape. She panicked and ran in and slammed the door and locked it, checked on her kids, and then looked out the window, but she could not see it. Although the neighbor's dog did come over and bark at the limb this thing had been sitting on, and this dog was usually not aggressive, but whatever was in this tree sure set him off. But it finally stopped, and she has never seen the creature again. This report is just one of many similar ones. Basically, it's always reported that it is covered in some kind of invisibility cloak that mirrors the predator. So what are people seeing? We'll start with the more supernatural theories first. One of the most offered suggestions is that this entity is interdimensional or an alien that has the technology to manipulate light or cloak themselves, which allows them to be mostly invisible. The next line of thought in the more paranormal realm of things is that of a ghost or shadow person, because in the accounts of the shadow people, they are often described as appearing to flicker or distort before they vanish completely. They're also said to be curious beings, which might explain why the so-called Glimmer man does nothing more than observe. Next, we go to the cryptid realm, where like the others, it's just some kind of humanoid-like cryptid that can cloak itself. Another one that's a little crazy, but not too paranormal, is these events were all orchestrated by humans, and that they have came into the possession or are testing out an invisibility cloak. It's actually a concept that's been in research for many years, so it's not too far out of the realm of possibility. Now, we finish with the most likely scenario. Was it something psychological? Maybe these people hallucinated, or in some cases, fell asleep and had a vivid dream, or sleep paralysis. The brain can do tricky things when one is stressed, tired, and or is suffering from high emotions or anxiety. And like our story with this woman, when she seen the being the second time as an adult, she did state she had been going through a separation with her husband at that time. Add into the fact that your eyes can play tricks on you in the night, especially in forested areas, and conditions like humidity and temperature can make things appear to glimmer, which might make you see something appearing and then disappearing. Alright guys, we are now at the Small Mystery Roundup, and if you have watched long enough, you know what that is. So let's jump right into it. Memories of the Statue of Liberty moving. This one is more of a meme theory that was found on X, the paranormal board on 4chan, which references a YouTuber by the name of Zero Fats Returns, who claimed that the Statue of Liberty moved, and was another symptom of the Mandela effect. Basically, he went on to claim that the Statue of Liberty is now on Liberty Island, but when he was a child and in school, they were taught that it was on Ellis Island. He also stated, not long ago, you could take tours through the arm and torch of the Statue of Liberty. But that's not been the case for decades. After a German sabotage attack on a munitions plant on New York City's Black Tom Island caused fragments to slam into the Statue of Liberty, causing damage to the rivets that connect the arm and torch, making it too dangerous to go up into the arm and torch. I wasn't able to find if he was the one that originally came up with this theory, or if it had been online before, but regardless, according to the naysayers, this is just another instance of false memory, or perhaps geographic ignorance, and they're just unwilling to admit they were wrong, and thus fall back on the Mandela effect. The next one is another meme conspiracy theory called 9/11 happens every year. This one I couldn't find much about, but according to the obscure Iceberg, it's a reference to a meme entry on an old conspiracy iceberg that was posted on the paranormal board of 4chan. From what I can find, it's more of a play on words than anything else, like 9/11 happens every year obviously, but not every year does an event like what happened in 2001 happens. That's basically it. And that's all for the Small Mystery Roundup. But before we get back to the video, if you would like to support the channel, I do have a Patreon at Insomnia TV. Now let's get back to it. When it comes to tales of alien abductions, we all have an image of these taking place in the modern day, as the term itself didn't become widespread until the 1960s, but it's prompted some UFO researchers to wonder, did this not ever happen before? Which then led to looking back through time to try to find some instances of this. The ones uncovered and documented would then be termed by UFO researcher Jerome Clark as Paleoabductions. It's these cases we're going to take a look at. The first goes all the way back to November 1896 in Stockton, California, when a newspaper would cover the story of a Colonel H.G. Shaw who stated he and a friend were being harassed by 3 tall, slender humanoids whose bodies were covered in a fine, soft hair, and these beings were apparently trying to abduct them. After this, it would be another half a century before we have anything similar to it, when in October 1953, an article penned in the Man to Man magazine would ask, "Are the flying saucers kidnapping humans?" Inside the article, it was speculated that a few unlucky people were being captured like butterflies with a net, perhaps to be studied or dissected, or maybe even killed. 2 years later in 1955, a publication entitled Flying Saucers Uncensored brought up 2 men already known in the UFO community, A. Carl Hunrath and Wilbur Wilkinson. Both men were known for their crazy claim that they had been contacted by aliens, but strangely enough, they completely vanished under weird circumstances, and in this publication, it was alleged that they had been abducted. Of course, when it comes to abduction stories, the biggest early story was that of Betty and Barney Hill, a story of 1961, but there was at least one other huge abduction case that predates this one, and it's not well known in America, that of Antonio Vilas Boas, who in 1957 was a Brazilian farmer working during the night to stay out of the smothering summer heat. One night, as he was plowing his fields, he seen a red star in the sky which approached his position, and it became recognizable as an egg-shaped aircraft. He went on to claim that it began to land, extending 3 legs to the ground. Antonio fled the scene on his tractor when suddenly it died a short few feet away, causing him to jump off and flee on foot. But he was soon captured by a 5-foot-tall humanoid wearing gray overalls and a helmet. He claimed it had small blue eyes and made noises like barks and yelps. On board, 3 similar beings began to subdue him. Once inside, he was stripped and covered with a strange gel, taken back to a semicircular room through a doorway with strange red symbols. They then took blood from his chin and put him in another room where they left him alone for half an hour, where a gas was pumped into the room, making him very sick. After this, he was joined by another humanoid. This one was a female, very attractive and very naked. And if you think this story has been bizarre thus far, strap in, because this female humanoid had a small pointed chin and large blue cat-like eyes, which was set off by her long white, sorta platinum blonde hair, which Antonio thought weird because her underarm and pubic hair were bright red. Antonio was so smitten with her that he couldn't resist his biological urges, and the two went at it right there, but he was disappointed she did not kiss him, instead softly biting him on the chin. When it was over, she gestured to her belly as if she was pregnant, and he strangely noted she seemed relieved that the dirty job was over. He was then given his clothing and given a tour of the ship, and then escorted off and watched it fly away and discovered that 4 hours had passed. I don't even know what to say about this one, other than this makes the alien abduction sound fun, minus the violently ill part. Anyways, I don't know what the mystery is now, but it is worth pointing out, this case, and the Hill case, would go on to basically be the template for all alien abduction stories afterwards, which made it easy for skeptics to poke holes in it, considering the stories rarely deviate from this format. On a winter morning in 1936, in Pavlodar, Kazakhstan, a 15-year-old girl named Losnaya was walking to school along an isolated path when she would encounter something truly unexplainable. In the sky, she would notice a strange-looking, medium-sized man dressed in black overalls flying. The man, who had his face obscured by a helmet, was wearing an oval-shaped apparatus on his back that looked like a rucksack, but emitted a low rumbling noise. While she marveled at who this man was and how exactly he was flying, he suddenly shifted directions and started flying towards her. Unfortunately, she could not run in the snow, and she began trying to find a place to hide instead. She would look up again to see how close he was, and that's when she realized he had vanished. Now the problem with this little mystery here is the obvious. The first working prototype of a jetpack wouldn't pop up until the 60s, almost 30 years after this account, although designs for a jetpack had been made as early as 1919, but it's not likely that a jetpack could have been created by 1936, and if it had been, it would have most likely been a secret military prototype, which begs the question, why was this man flying around in the open? Which has led to the question, what exactly did this girl see that day? There's not a lot of theories on this little known mystery, but some theories suggest it was actually an alien humanoid of some sort exploring the planet, while other conjecture cites the young girl somehow fell into a time slip where she saw into the future. Others, of course, cite the whole story is a hoax. 1982, Titusville, Florida. Excavation would begin on a road in a new housing development which sat right across from a muck pond. As the backhoe operator was moving dirt away, something caught his eye. Right in the bucket were several skulls. He immediately stopped, and soon the sheriff, along with the medical examiner, were called in. It was probably an unsettling feeling, waiting to see how long these people had been buried here, and was it the work of a serial killer? However, the tension soon fell when it was discovered these were not recent burials. Actually, they were very old, dating back to around 7000 BC, meaning it was built before the Great Pyramids of Egypt even began their construction. The developers of this project deserve credit here too, because they totally changed their plans so they could preserve the pond and even donated $60,000 worth of equipment for archaeologists to continue their research. When it was carried out by the professors from Florida State University, the location would become known after this as the Windover Pond Archaeological Site, and it would become a very rare discovery for a few reasons. For one, these remains were very, very old. Secondly, it's not often you find underwater burials where everything is preserved so well, which has to do with it being buried in the peat itself, which is basically an accumulation of partially decayed vegetation or organic matter. The most significant find was there were 168 individuals buried here, ranging from infants to 60-year-olds. There's even been brain matter recovered, which has led to DNA testing, and that revealed they were very similar to the indigenous populations in South America. Even stranger is that the testing revealed that out of the 168 people, all but one seemed to be connected by blood. Along with that, they found evidence that one of these was an elderly woman who had been receiving long-term care, which suggests the group had a very strong bond. I'm not sure what the mystery is on this one, but I think it's supposed to be exactly how these people got here and who they were, because they don't actually fit into the overall broader picture of early human migration to the Americas. In fact, this site is much older than a lot of the traditional Clovis sites, which are supposed to be some of the earliest people to come to the Americas. So did these people of Windover come over the Bering Land Bridge in one single migration wave, or did they come with multiple groups at different times? And why did some of them end up in South America and these ended up in Florida? Likewise, the belief was that these early populations were nomadic, but from everything found at this archaeological site, it appears as if they had something similar to civilization. 1992. Yorkey's Knob, Queensland, Australia. An unnamed 60-year-old woman would have quite the shock when she looked out her window to see something she could have never expected. There, near a paddock just lumbering around like an elephant, was some kind of creature that resembled a giant bee, one that was about the size of an adult man. But that wasn't the only odd thing this lady seen, because right above it in the sky in the background, she could make out another object. She got up and went to the window and looked, and spotted a flat white square within a square that she believed seemed to be in telepathic communication with this bee for a lengthy period. Then, about that time, 2 jets flew nearby the square. That's pretty much it on this one. It's super obscure, partially due to the fact that the woman only relayed this story to her children and a few UFO researchers under the agreement she would remain anonymous, as she did not want to ruin her reputation in the community. For theories, we have the obvious ones. This could have been a vivid dream, or sleep paralysis, since the woman did mention that she had been in bed watching the events play out. Or, it's possible, she really did see something in the sky, maybe an experimental aircraft, possibly even a very early drone, since this was 1992. And of course, that doesn't really explain the giant bee. Finally, let's take a paranormal stab at this and say this was a legit UFO sighting that also involved an encounter with an unknown entity, and the two were somehow communicating. 1969, Buttercup Lane, Dunstable, England, would play host to our very next obscure paranormal mystery. The details are scarce, but basically, all I could find was a story from 2 witnesses, both men walking down a road called Buttercup Lane, when they suddenly seen one of the most bizarre entities we have covered yet. There, walking down the road, was a legless and armless shape wearing a large hat just drifting along. This being was about 6.5 foot tall and changed color from white to black, and like a lot of these cases thus far, there's very little info about it. The account comes from paranormaldatabase.com, where very few details are kept about the case, so it leaves much to the imagination. Although, I was able to find at least one more account of the weird humanoid, which changed some of the details. In this version, it states there have been several reportings over the years, and it's described as being close to 10 foot tall and floats about 1.5 feet off the ground. It wears a big wide-brimmed hat and is shrouded in a glowing mist, which changes color from white to black and disguises any outline of arms or legs as it glides along. And that's pretty much it, so we'll get right to theories. As far as the more sensible ones go, there's not a lot here. Of course, the 2 original men could have just shared a hallucination, or it could be whatever they did see was just a normal animal, but because of the trees and the darkness, or something like that, it could have just been an illusion. Of course, the whole story may be nothing more than a local urban legend. In fact, there's supposed to be a bunch of reported sightings, yet I could not find any detailed accounts. Next, we have the theory that it was a supernatural being. Since it had no legs or arms, it sounds very similar to a ghost. That could also explain its fluid movement, as it was described as gliding down the road. Of course, the question then becomes, why is this ghost tied to this one certain road? Next would be the alien theory. The description is clear about this thing being tall, somewhere between 6.5 to 10 feet tall, and that could match up with the humanoid type of description of some aliens, while the hat may have been some piece of technology it was using. Prophecy is a strange game. Most say predicting the future is impossible, and anyone intending to do so are just grifters. But we do occasionally get prophets that become famous for those predictions, notably Nostradamus, who is said to have made several accurate ones, although his detractors point out that his claims are very vague, which allowed them to be applied to just about anything. But in the modern day, anyone with an internet connection can be a prophet, or at least attempt to be, and that's what our next mystery is about. And it revolves around a series of posts made on Usenet at alt.prophecies.nostradamus by a poster named Xinoehpoel. On August 31st, 2001, he would make a new post with the subject line 9/11, and in this post, which is a little convoluted and full of hate, he would claim that something would happen on the following day of September 1st, which he then proceeded to call the news group liars and told them he hated them. and then further stated they were going to get him killed for telling the truth. Well, that sounds like just a bunch of gibberish. He finished with something quite interesting. He would state, "I am not going to tell you what is going to happen until it does, because an evil and adulterous generation seeks for a sign." But the following day, on September 1st, nothing would happen. So he would follow up on this 3 days later, on September 4th, by replying to another poster saying, "Wait 7 days, and then maybe I'll answer this post. You see, I am going away in 7 days, and you will not hear from me again." And, of course, 7 days later would be the terror attacks of 9/11, and this Usenet group was freaked out by his post, with some claiming he had predicted 9/11, while others speculated darker possibilities, like he knew it was coming because he was made aware of the plans, or basically that he was a terrorist. He would return to the sub later that evening, where he continued to speak in cryptic messages, claiming he was innocent, but this was God's punishment for America. Although, later on he corrected this and stated that it was the United States that was actually behind the attacks. In the weeks that followed, his posts were analyzed and spread all over the internet, and it kinda went viral. But, many pointed out, his posts were very vague, and they could be applied to anything. And as mentioned previously, this is something that prophets typically do, because they know people will go back and try to connect the dots and make them fit any number of events. That's a phenomenon known as retrofitting, and that's still pretty much the main theory to this day. Not to mention, his first prediction said it would occur on September 1st, not September 11th. Although, some claim him coming back a few days later and stating that he would disappear on the 11th was supposed to be him clarifying his prediction, and that he was totally right. 1959, author Harold T. Wilkins would have a book published called Mysteries, Solved, and Unsolved, which you guessed, covered numerous well-known and not so well-known unsolved mysteries. But it's one of these in particular that Harold would speak on from a more personal experience, which involved his help on a search for 3 missing children. According to Harold, it all began in June of 1906, when 3 kids, who he never names, a 10-year-old boy, and his 2 sisters, 3 and 5 years old, simply vanished near a remote area known locally as 40 Acres, which sat near some locomotive engine sheds outside Gloucester, southwest England. The area was rural, of course, and there's not a lot of explanation from Wilkins as to where the children were last seen, or really much anything about them at all. But what he does record is the search. He would state that the area known as 40 Acres was combed extensively in a 3-day search by dozens of volunteers, which included some of the local railroad workers. They were particularly focused on the northeast corner of the acreage, which was bordered by tall elm trees, a thick hedgerow of thorns and brambles, and a deep ditch which separated the field from an adjacent cornfield. The searchers walked up and down this ditch line, inspecting very thoroughly, and checked any nearby place that could have been used to hide, or to hide a body. But in spite of this massive search, not one trace of the children were found. Before long, the story made headlines in all the major newspapers. This in turn caused donations to start pouring into the family's home. The father, who worked for the railway station as a guard, reportedly received so much money that additional staff had to be brought into the post office just to manage all of the mail coming in. But on the 4th day of the search, a huge break would come. And just at the time when everything seemed pretty dire, around 6 a.m. that morning, a man using a plow in a nearby cornfield noticed something unusual. He would go over and look over a hedge into a ditch, and there were the 3 children alive and sleeping. The farmer immediately alerted the police, and shortly after they made it there, he would go to the local newspaper, who had been promising a reward for anyone who could point investigators to where the children might be. But according to the police, this man did not deserve the reward, and told the newspaper not to give it to him, which they were happy not to do. According to the superintendent of the city police, a Nehemiah Philpott, not only did the farmer not deserve the money, but he couldn't prove that he didn't kidnap the children himself, only to try and claim the reward, one that he didn't know would be coming. However, this was a pretty tight community, and the plowman had a pretty good reputation. Plus, his employer, a local farmer, stated that the plowman had never been gone long enough to pull off such a crime. Regardless, he never got the reward money. But that's not exactly the mystery here. That is, what happened in those 3 days the kids had vanished? We don't know, because the case was largely forgotten about. That is, until shortly after World War II, when the boy who had vanished was now an adult, and he was actually tracked down by someone who was doing research on the strange case. And when they finally found the man and asked him, "What happened to you and your sisters during that time that you vanished and were found asleep in the ditch?" his reply was almost too difficult to believe. He stated he had no memory of what had happened. Now, was this a man trying to forget an awful experience? Or did he really just forget it? Or was he not aware of what even happened? And what about his sisters? Their accounts were never followed up on. Actually, that's a big problem with this story. Wilkins leaves everything so vague. But I did my due diligence and began digging through old English newspaper archives, and I found the case. Let me first say, Wilkins' memory was not that great. First off, he was not an older brother and 2 sisters. He was 2 brothers, a Jack and Charlie Vaughn. Secondly, it was not 1906, it was 1908. Likewise, the newspaper story also confirmed that a Charlie Faulkner, the plowman, did find them and did not get the reward. While finally the rest of the story is confirmed by the paper, in which it's recorded that the only explanation the 2 boys had was they had spent 2 or 3 nights in the field, and that was it. The 2 children never elaborated on what actually happened, but the official police detective's view was the boys got lost themselves and got so scared they collapsed, and then they just lay there without making an effort to find their way home. Although Wilkins pushed for a more supernatural theory, like teleportation, which Wilkins reasoned was why the brothers couldn't remember anything, because according to Wilkins, amnesia sometimes accompanies unexplained phenomena. As far as the other theories go, it is possible once the boys got lost, they found a shed or barn nearby where they hid, and then later on, they found the spot in the ditch where they laid down. That would explain why the searchers missed them. Although, it doesn't really make sense why the boys would do that. In fact, it's almost impossible for these boys to have been anywhere near 40 acres due to the large search. So maybe Wilkins is right, and this one we can chalk up to unexplained phenomena. Gustav Batyany, a Hungarian nobleman, best known for immigrating to England as a young man and becoming a well-known owner and breeder of several thoroughbred racehorses, would donate his entire library to the Hungarian Academy of Sciences before leaving to England in 1838. And it's in this library our next mystery begins, because there is a very strange manuscript located here called Rohonc Codex. Much like the Voynich manuscript, this codex is full of text from an unknown language and writing system, as well as illustrations, whom no one has ever figured out the point of. The origin itself is even mysterious, although on Gustav's catalog of the library, there is a line which reads Hungarian prayers in 1 volume, size duodecimo, and the codex is actually that size. But that is the only information given in the catalog, so it's impossible to say for sure that this is the prayer book. However, taking a look at the codex itself, you wouldn't think it was a prayer book. It's 448 pages, which are 4.7 inches by 3.9 inches in size, with each page having 9 to 14 rows of symbols, which may include letters. Along with it is 87 illustrations, many of which show religious and military scenes. Some of the illustrations appear to show an environment where Christian, pagan, and Muslim religions all coexist. The number of symbols used is astoundingly high, with it being almost 10 times higher than any known alphabet, although most of the symbols are used with very little repetition, which suggests it's not even an alphabet. As far as the paper goes, tests have shown it was probably Venetian paper made in the early 16th century, but that doesn't tell us when this was written, and it's even possible that this paper was used to copy all this information from an original document that has since been lost. However, judging by the illustrations, most speculate that it was created sometime between 1500 and 1700, and that's pretty much it. And now we come to the mystery. What is the language, and what is it for? Well, none of that has been proven yet, although some have suggested that it is a very old Hungarian script, while others have suggested that it is a Dacian dialect of Vulgar Latin. Others, especially scholars in Hungary, think the whole thing is nothing more than a hoax. Modern day researchers have fared no better, as some believe it's a really complicated cipher that is yet to be cracked, while others believe it is a constructed language, meaning it didn't evolve naturally and was created specifically for this document. But if it's not a hoax, it could be a legit religious text, which would explain all the illustrations, or it could be a legit lost language. Have you ever woken up on a cold morning, still snuggled under the warmth of your blanket, and thought, I'm going to hit the snooze button and sleep 15 more minutes? I'm sure we all have, but what if you could get away with sleeping a little bit longer, like 3 months worth? Well, this next fringe theory might be right up your alley then. 2020, northern Spain. In a cave, which translates to pit of bones, scientists would begin excavating one of the most important fossil sites in the world, and they came across a very interesting find. When going over some of the fossils, which included our earliest ancestors, scientists would find signs of damage in the fossilized bones that caught their attention, because they had seen them before. The marks left on them were the same ones seen in bones of animals that hibernate, specifically bears, which suggests the possibility that the earliest humans coped with the freezing winters by slowing their metabolism and sleeping for months. And it wasn't just a one-off. In the 30-plus years of searching what is essentially a 400,000-year-old mass grave, there's been thousands of teeth and pieces of bones found that were deliberately dumped here, and it probably goes back to the early Neanderthals. But the interesting part is that the fossils showed that bone growth was disrupted for several months each year, and that these early humans were able to survive long periods of time in these frigid conditions with limited supplies of food and body fat. And while the researchers admitted it sounded like pseudoscience, they were quick to point out many mammals do this, not only bears, but other primates, which could mean we still have the physiology to hibernate. Of course, this would be disputed by many other scientists who pointed to the Inuit peoples as a perfect example. They live in equally harsh, if not worse, cold conditions and do not need to hibernate. But the counter argument to that is the Inuit have access to fatty fish and reindeer fat, which takes away the need to hibernate, whereas the Neanderthal would have not had that luxury. So, would you like to hibernate? Let me know in the comments section below. 1965, author/reporter Jess Stern would write a book called Yoga, Youth, and Reincarnation, which detailed his experience along a 3-month study session of Hatha Yoga, one in which he went into with extreme skepticism and came out as a true believer. Hatha Yoga primarily focuses on posture and breath control to prepare your body and mind for deeper meditation practices. It's often seen as a type of beginner's yoga, and it's said to be able to help with problems of tension, weight control, sexuality, and various other issues. The book was a success and is still studied by many who are looking to get into yoga. But it's this book where our mystery begins, because in it, he would detail a woman named Marcia Moore, a 37-year-old writer, astrologer, and yoga teacher. In 1947, she married a man named Simon's Roof, and the two would divorce in 1961 after having 3 children, but not before the family would take a 2-year trip to India where they studied Hindu and other esoteric religions and had a great effect on Marcia. After her divorce from Simon's, she would marry an additional 3 times before finally marrying an anesthesiologist in the late 70s named Howard Altunian. And this is where things become interesting, because along with her husband, she became a huge proponent of the drug ketamine, even publishing a book with her husband called Journey into the Bright World, which focused on the mind-expanding effects of ketamine. And if you don't know what that is, it's mostly used as an anesthetic, but it can also be used to treat pain and, in some cases, depression. It also makes a person feel detached from their body and surroundings, and of course, some people take it for that very reason, just so they can feel the hallucinogenic and dissociative effects. And in this book specifically, the two are writing about the possibilities of using ketamine in conjunction with psychotherapy to improve one's being and mental health. And I should note here that Howard was the one supplying them with ketamine that he got from his medical office. But after publishing the book and traveling around the country giving lectures on metaphysics, the two found a home in the Seattle suburbs surrounded by farmland, lakes, and forest. It's here she became a practitioner of past life regressions, a way of using hypnosis to recover memories from previous lifetimes, which could explain your current traits and talents. She had also claimed to have discovered a so-called portal that served to unlock future lives, alternate dimensions, and supernatural entities. She called this the Bright World, and the only way to get to it was, of course, using ketamine. And in January of 1979, coming off of writing the book that had taken so many years to finish, she got excited about a trip to a conference in Southern California that discussed past life regression. So around the new year, she made all her travel arrangements, prepared her speech, and loaded up her bags. And just as she was about to depart, she vanished. The call to police from her husband would actually go in at 4:38 a.m. on the following morning of January 15th, and the official report would read that she had left the home several hours prior to go to the movies and never came back, possibly suffering from amnesia or other mental disorder from the use of ketamine. He also let police know that she had threatened suicide before. The sheriff's department responded and began a search, finding nothing. Although they did think it was odd, she would walk alone at night in freezing conditions, and her friends would later tell police that's something she would never do. Regardless, the sheriff's department did an extensive search over the following month, never finding a thing. The media ate it up too. Here is someone whose father was extremely rich and she was an heiress. See, her dad was Robert Moore, the founder of the Sheraton hotel chain, so that made many question, could she have been kidnapped? Or was this something to do with the occult, which is what her brother suggested? What made things worse was her husband Howard's public meltdown, along with the fact he took over Marcia's New Age newsletter, and he penned several over-the-top entries, many involving his meetings with psychics, but there's one in particular that would start a crazy theory. Howard would claim after visiting these psychics, he was contacted by a third party with a message from Marcia. In it, she stated, and get ready for this one, she was in the fourth dimension, a different form of lifestyle. She had dematerialized her physical matter by changing into the energy of light and transcended to a different level of being. Since there was no time there, she was not aware of how long she had been gone, but she was putting all this in her memory so she could write about it when she returned. She closed by saying, "Tell Howard I love him." Now I couldn't find out who the third party was that delivered this message to him, or if this was even a physical being, but after the message did reach him, his mental health began to decline, as he had been very much in love with Marcia. Unfortunately, the case went cold. There was just no sign of her, and the media circus didn't help, especially considering her family, who were very conservative and were put off by her obsession with New Age philosophies, kept their distance from the whole thing. But it would take 2 years to at least get somewhat of an answer, cause in a swamp behind a barn about 2 miles from their home, a skull was found. A skull that belonged to Marcia. Law enforcement was soon called, and a county search and rescue team came out and did one huge search, but they never found any additional body parts or bones. Soon, all they had to focus on was that skull, and interestingly, it did have a hole in it, but detectives determined that it was not a bullet hole because there was no bullet in the area, and instead just came from natural deterioration. Of course, Marcia's loved ones didn't really go for this. As mentioned previously, her brother, author Robin Moore, who thought the occult had something to do with it, only saw those beliefs reconfirmed, and he now believed she had been killed by witches or possibly a satanic cult. But the police never bought it, and over the years, the general belief is that Marcia died as the result of ketamine misadventure. One line of thought specifically claimed that she climbed a tree on this very cold winter night and shot herself up with all the ketamine she could find. She then either succumbed to the elements or even came down and was eventually killed by a bear or something like that. Regardless, there was no foul play and it was not mysterious, but instead a horrible accident. However, in spite of her husband Howard's claims that he was madly in love with her, he had started dating almost immediately after she vanished, and, according to some sources, he was the lead suspect. In fact, he was already being investigated for a series of sexual assaults before she had vanished, but police could never find any proof that he was involved with Marcia's death. Even after thoroughly searching the home and interrogating Howard many hours, they never come up with anything. Of course, for this one to be on here, we have to have a little bit of strangeness. On the Obscure series, there are no regular deaths or regular disappearances, so that brings us to one of the really bizarre theories in this case, which Howard claimed he received in a message, that she had dematerialized. Some of the New Age community believed, using all of her studies of the metaphysical world, she truly figured out a way to dematerialize and disappeared into the ether. Of course, that doesn't explain the partial skull she left behind, but apparently, this was not just some weak excuse by Howard to just try and throw people off, as Marcia had told people she was working on a way to dematerialize. It was also found in her writings on past life regression that she fantasized about jumping out in front of a truck just to see what existed on the other side. So I'll wrap this one up here. You guys tell me down below, what happened? Terrible accident brought on by way too much ketamine? Was she murdered? Or did she really dematerialize? This next one has very little info available, but I find it pretty interesting. It actually comes from a small article from the New Zealander, a very old newspaper, and this one is in 1852, dated September 29th, and it's here. We are greeted with a letter between the British government official, a Herman Merivale, senior official of the Colonial Office, and Edgar Bowring, a British civil servant. The correspondence between these two men concerned claims by the crew of a ship called Renovation. See, Renovation had reported seeing two vessels trapped on a field of ice attached to an iceberg in April 1851. And because this was just 4 years after the ships from Sir John Franklin's Arctic expedition disappeared, the Crown, along with its citizens, were very curious as to if what the Renovation seen were these ships. So the British government, using its colonial office, would reach out to the official in Newfoundland to investigate the claim. Specifically, if there were any reports that might confirm these ships were essentially stuck on an iceberg. The authorities there would begin their own investigation, which quickly found that it was highly unlikely the vessels atop an iceberg would go unnoticed by all these ships in the region out hunting seals and fishing, and instead suggested the crew seen an optical illusion which can be caused by atmospheric effects on icebergs. Furthermore, the investigation revealed that in 1851, the year before, that no ships from the fleet had been reported missing, further casting doubt. The Crown officially closed the case and published its findings in formal reports to the Empire's newspapers to quell any rumors about finding Franklin's ships, basically showing that they looked into it, and what the crew of the Renovation really seen is open to conjecture, but it was most likely an optical illusion like the investigation found. But it's also possible that there were some ships caught in the ice, since many did fish in the region, but it probably wasn't Franklin's ships. And just because the 1851 report showed no vessels had been lost, doesn't mean they couldn't have drifted into the area from somewhere else. It's also possible that the iceberg itself was just shaped like parts of a ship, since they take on many weird shapes due to melting and refreezing. And of course, the crew of the Renovation may have made the entire story up. June 1996. A woman named Lynn Johnson was driving along a freeway near Cottage Grove, Oregon, when she would come upon something she simply couldn't believe. Up ahead, a creature suddenly jumped into view. She at first thought it was a deer, which is not uncommon in Oregon, but upon getting closer, she soon found this thing was not a deer, and it was moving quickly. She estimated about 70 miles per hour, and it went right across the freeway in what seemed like little effort. This was only made more odd by the fact that this deer was not your normal four-legged deer. Instead, it sprinted on two hind legs, while the front two limbs I assume were close to the body. As she slowed her car down, the creature made this crazy movement, a sharp pivot, and turned to an angle far too tight for most animals, but with a great velocity, and spread a small pair of wings, which Lynn noted seemed to be too small to actually be functional, and leaped up into the sky and flew off, disappearing into the night. Lynn stated she felt that this thing was supernatural in nature. This story comes to us via a book called Monster, The A to Z of Zoo Form Phenomena, written in 2007 by Neil Arnold, and it's basically about strange cryptid encounters like this. But what exactly did Lynn see? Well, the first explanation was actually offered up by the author himself, who jokingly stated it could be the Jersey Devil on tour, and while that's most certainly not the case, it could be a Jersey Devil-like cryptid. But a more realistic take is, Lynn actually seen an injured or deformed deer, which may have shown erratic movements that she may have misinterpreted. Of course, this doesn't explain the bat wings or the flying. Next, you get the optical illusion or hallucination theories, Depending on how long she had been driving, she could have been fatigued, and the trees and everything just played a trick on her eyes. Then it's possible she was the victim of a hoax, or more than likely, she was just trying to feed the author a fictional account. But maybe, just maybe, she really did see a cryptid that could be called a deer dragon. Have you ever wanted to be someone else? Then good news, there may be a way, and it's due to some unexplained phenomena known as a fairy blast. You see, a fairy blast is a concept where a person can temporarily become someone else due to supernatural influence, although the person usually ends up becoming a friend or a relative. And while this is largely considered a silly superstition, according to some newspaper accounts from the late 19th century, there were at least 2 confirmed instances of it, although I use the word confirmed loosely. First came the story of a woman from Limerick, Ireland, who had a servant named Mary. According to the article, one morning when this woman ran into Mary, she noticed her dialect had changed to a very distinct American accent, or Yankee, as it was noted in the article. Mary herself seemed to know something was wrong, and asked the woman, "Didn't you hear about it, ma'am?" And the woman, seemingly confused, replied back, "Hear what?" Then Mary replied, "Didn't you hear I've got the fairy blast? I'm not Mary anymore. I'm my sister Ellen." Ellen, for what it's worth, was her sister who had been living in America for some time now, but now she was living in Mary's body in Ireland. The woman was obviously confused and had no idea what she was talking about. So Mary/Ellen calmly said, "I'll be back to myself in a few days, ma'am, but for now, I'm Ellen, not Mary." And over the next few days, she did remain Ellen, or at least acted like it. Everyone began wondering if she should be taken to a mental hospital, but a few days later, she returned to normal and said that the blast had worn off. But this is nothing compared to the second account, that of Lorancy Venom, or Rancy for short, who had begun having these convulsions, including healed head contortions that were characteristic of demon possession. But before this had happened, she had told her family that people had came into her room from the previous night, calling to her and breathing onto her face. These people were allegedly fairies, seeking to blast Rancy. Around this same time, she had reported seeing her 2 dead siblings, and even went into trances where she saw angels. Her seizures became so bad that her parents eventually put her in an insane asylum. That's when a Dr. E.W. Stevens, a spiritualist, was brought in by a man named Mr. Roth to investigate. And why he was here to begin with, I could not find. But it was here that Stevens began talking with the spirits that were possessing Rancy, one he referred to as an old hag, Katrina Hogan, and a Willie Canning. He then put Rancy under a, quote, magnetic influence, and from here suggested that the evil spirits be banished in favor of a good one. And Rancy would state, "The one the angels long for is meant to come, and she wants to be here." When the doctor asked her who that was, she said her name was Mary Roth. And that, of course, caused Mr. Roth to say, "That is my daughter. Mary Roth is my girl. She has been in heaven 12 years. Yes, let her come. We'd be happy to welcome her." As you can tell, things were now getting crazy. But it would get crazier. Mr. Roth would tell Dr. Stevens and Rancy that Mary, too, had been subject to trances, seizures, and violent mania, and often cut herself in throes of madness. But he believed it would be a mutual benefit if his deceased daughter could inhabit Rancy's body, and that's what she did, for close to 4 months. Mary, living in Rancy's body, would then move in with the Roth family, and they swore that her voice, mannerisms, and knowledge of the family's intimate stories definitely proved it was Mary. Mary even told them she had not died, although after a few months, she would tell them she would be leaving her borrowed body about 11 o'clock, and Rancy would return. Mary then directed her father to write Dr. Stevens and tell him she was going back to heaven and Rancy will be all well when she returns. Now the craziest part of this story comes now, because when Rancy returned home, she was fine. Her health stabilized and she never had any more crazy issues like this. She even got married and lived a very normal life, although there is that one small detail that Mary supposedly took over Rancy's body during labor of her first child to spare her from the pain, and she left right after. But really, Mary kinda owed her that much at least. Now we come to the theories, and I really don't want to do them on this one cause I really want to believe Mary inhabited Rancey's body, but that's not what we do here. The first theory is that both of these women in these stories had a mental illness known as multiple personality disorder, a condition which a person shows 2 or more distinct identities and personalities, which could totally explain the sudden shift in behavior and speech in both cases. The shift can be a coping mechanism for trauma or stress, especially in the case of Rancey, who had a history of seizures. There's also conversion disorder, which is a neurological disorder in which a psychiatric condition can cause physical symptoms due to stress, and can often result in dramatic changes in behavior, speech, and yes, identity. Again, in Rancey's story, the convulsions and identity changes could be this conversion disorder, considering all the stress she was under. Likewise, Mary in the first story could have been the same exact thing. There's also the obvious one that seizures themselves can cause similar issues, like memory loss or unusual behaviors, like hallucinations and changes in personality. There's also a possibility that in both cases, the girls made the whole thing up and were attention-seeking, but in Rancey's case at least, there was more to it than that. Finally, maybe in both cases, the women were hit with the fairy blast, which caused them to switch places with someone else. January 28, 1967, Dunstable, England, at a place called Studham Common. 6 young boys, or 7 in some accounts, aged 10 and 11, would go out to play, and little did they know this day would go down as one of the weirdest mysteries in the history of England. While the boys were running about and playing, seemingly out of nowhere, a blue lightning bolt crashed down in front of them. Startled, the boys looked over the wide open area of grass and seen a little blue man standing about 20 yards away next to some bushes. This man was about 3 foot tall and had a blue beard and was wearing a one-piece suit with a brim derby-type hat and a black belt which carried a black box on the front. The boys also noted he seemed to have a faint grayish-blue glow shining all around him. The boys, like a lot of young boys, were not scared, but instead were curious, so they wanted to get closer and ran towards him, at which point he vanished into a puff of smoke. Then, about 20 yards away, they seen him reappear, and they walked towards him again, and again, he disappeared in a cloud of smoke, reappearing about 20 yards away. The boys soon got an idea. Instead of chasing him all over the place, they would hide behind some bushes and just kinda watch him. So looking through the little bushes, the boys would be surprised when they became aware of some voices, which they described as being continuous babble that they could not understand, and appeared to be coming from inside the bushes closer to them, and down the slope to the right side. They began to suspect that this being had friends that had came with him, and were now communicating, although the boys would state they never actually seen any movement from the bushes if that was the case. But after this, they decided they should not try to approach the man again. Instead, they would walk out and look down at where he was one last time, and he was still standing in the same spot they had last seen him. And the boys left, and the story would soon be heard by their teacher, a Miss Newcomb, who of course didn't believe it, but she did have them write down separate accounts by themselves so she could see if they matched up. And surprisingly, they did, and when she questioned them more, they seemed truthful. But once the story got out, local newspapers ate it up, along with UFO enthusiasts who took it a little more seriously, and it soon became known as the Little Blue Man on Studham Common. And that's pretty much it, other than the theories. Of course, ufologists have studied the case quite closely, and many have suggested that the Blue Man was an alien, and that the black box on his belt was actually a receiver, and the so-called blue beard was actually a breathing apparatus, while others take the whole thing in a different direction and suggest a goblin or a fairy. But the most likely theory is simple childhood imagination. Children are particularly prone to vivid imagination, and the Blue Man was probably dreamed up, maybe after being shocked by a surprise lightning bolt, but of course, maybe they really seen something of the supernatural. Alright guys, you know what time it is. Small Mystery Roundup. A segment for mysteries that just don't have a lot of info, or are just not very interesting. We start with the giant dock spider. This account is very obscure, and hardly any info is available. In fact, it comes from a webpage that accumulates reports of miscellaneous Canadian cryptids, where there's not enough data to do full reports on. Basically, The story comes to us from the Barons River First Nation in Manitoba, from a man who was setting an otter trap. When he got to the place where he was going to put it out, he saw an enormous hairy black spider. Its legs were as thick as a man's thumb, and its eyes were about the size of coins. The body itself was about a foot in diameter, and when the spider lifted off of its resting position, it stood about a foot tall. The craziest part is he thought it had a tail. Of course, giant dock spiders, also known as fishing spiders, are a very real species located in the area, but despite their name, they don't get anywhere near this big. So with that, the most likely theory is that he saw an unusually large giant dock spider, but he exaggerated on exactly how big it was, overestimating its proportions, whereas the tail he thought he seen was just the spider's spinnerets. While another theory is he saw a different species of spider that hasn't been documented yet, or maybe some different type of animal altogether, which means cryptid. Next, we look at eye burn. When it comes to UFOs and aliens, and even unexplained phenomena as a whole, one thing that's often reported by people who witness it is a painful or a burning sensation in their eyes. But what causes this? It's long been thought that this happens due to intense ultraviolet or infrared light, which might emulate from a UFO. In fact, famous UFO investigator John Keel suggested that the effects on the eyes is akin to that caused by extreme sunlight or other forms of radiation, which can cause swelling of the eyelids, itching, and watering. Okay, but knowing that part, it still doesn't explain why the UFOs are actually causing it. And that's the mystery itself. While UV and infrared can cause eye issues, the damage caused by UFO sightings seems to suggest that the crafts are somehow emitting a form of radiation or light that actually causes more damage, which could suggest that these lights are formed of some advanced technology that did intend to cause the said eye damage, or it could totally be unintentional. Others have taken it a step further and suggested that it might not all be from radiation. Instead, it could be a result of just overwhelming your senses, and then your mind, under the stress afterwards, over-exaggerates the effects, leading to the said eye burn sensation. And that wraps it up for this tiny edition of the Small Mystery Roundup. But before we get back to the show, if you all are interested in supporting the channel, check out the Patreon linked in the description below. Now, let's get back to the video. When it comes to religions of the world, we often think about the big two, Christianity and Islam. But what's lost upon many is that of Hindu, the world's third largest religion, with an estimated 1.2 billion followers, or about 15% of the population, which is just behind Islam at 23% and Christianity around 32%. Most of these reside in India, where more than 80% of their population identify as Hindu, and it is also often branded as the oldest religion in the world. And although that has become its moniker, it definitely is not the oldest religion, although the very beliefs and practices that would eventually become Hinduism did start around 1900 BC. The Hinduism we know of today, though, got its start around the same time as Christianity, or did it? That's what our first fringe theory takes a look at, a very crazy claim that the world's oldest religion was actually created fairly recently by none other than the British Empire, as a way to control India. This comes from a 2005 book by a man named Brian K. Pennington, who researched a lot of records and literature from the time, including official documents from the Church Missionary Society and several Bengali newspapers. The book, despite its clickbait title of "Was Hinduism Invented? Britons, Indians, and the Colonial Construction of Religion," doesn't actually claim that the Brits invented the religion. Rather, it claims that once colonization began, Hinduism started to change due to colonial pressures and needing to adapt to the modern age demands of education, urbanization, etc., etc. This, of course, is largely due to the practitioners themselves who would make small changes along the way. And the theory basically postulates that in the 300 years the Brits were there, first as the East India Company in 1612, and up to the British Raj when India was actually under the crown, Hinduism transformed so much that it wasn't even remotely close to the belief system before British contact, because in that time, they took a set of very diverse beliefs and practices and began to mold it into one coherent faith, which was then followed by a majority of the population. And of course, which makes it easier to control them. In fact, when the Brits first arrived, notes from the time show that they frequently compared Christianity to all of these Indian faiths and practices that were so widespread. This allegedly allowed them to influence the development of Hinduism and present it in a more palatable or more Western way. Our next story comes from Pravda.ru, which is a Russian news site / propaganda site that emerged from the newspaper of the same name in 1999. Not only has it been known to stretch the truth, or straight up lie, like most Russian news sources, it has also come up with some unbelievable tales, like headlines discussing a time machine being built in Europe, or alien skulls found on Mars, etc., etc. But the one that brings us to our next mystery is the headline, Boriska Boy from Mars says that all humans live eternally. This story comes from 2004 and was written by a journalist, if that's what you want to call him, Andrei Mikhailov, who relays a story that he was told about a boy named Boriska, or for short, Boris. According to him, he had friends on an expedition to the Volgograd region, and while they were out camping one night, sitting by the fire, a little boy about 7 years old suddenly asked to have everyone's attention. He doesn't clarify here if the boy just showed up or if he was part of this expedition, but I take it that he was part of the group. Anyways, after the young boy had their attention, he told them he wanted to talk about life on Mars, about its inhabitants and how they make flights to Earth. This, of course, was met with silence, but he continued on, where he discussed their civilization, the huge cities of Mars, their spaceships, and their regular travels to other planets. He also brought up Lemuria, the lost continent on Earth, which Boris claimed he actually descended there from Mars, and still had friends there. The boy went on to talk about an hour and a half, and one guy sitting at the fire allegedly recorded the whole thing, which was important, because this didn't seem like a boy with an overactive imagination. First, he seemed very smart, way smarter than a typical 7-year-old. Even people who have studied the legend of Lemuria knew less about it than this kid. A lot of it wasn't even in books or online. He spoke like he had been there. Most surprisingly, he spoke like a scholar. He was just so knowledgeable. Of course, it was very possible that he made the whole thing up, right? Not according to the people that were present at this expedition. They claimed that he really came off like he was talking about personal memories, maybe from past lives. The story then takes a turn here as the journalist, after hearing this account, would track down the boy's parents to interview them. This is where he found out that he was born in January 1996, which made him almost 9 years old by the time this account was released. Here's where the story got even crazier. According to his parents, after he was born, he was able to hold his head up in only 15 days, which typically takes a month or two, and he spoke his first word in 4 months and soon began fully talking, forming his first sentence at 7 months old, saying he wanted a nail after noticing one stuck in the wall. By the time he was 1.5, he began reading newspapers and learned all the colors and shades, and by 2, he began painting. Once they began taking him to daycare, teachers there began telling the parents that he had an exceptional memory and unbelievable ability to grasp new information, and sometimes this information came from unknown places. According to his parents, he would begin sitting in the lotus position and started talking about Mars, distant civilizations, and other planetary systems. He started doing this almost daily ever since the age of 2. He told tales of his previous life on Mars, where the planet had once been inhabited but lost its atmosphere due to a catastrophe brought on by nuclear war, forcing the inhabitants to build cities underground. It was around the same time that he flew to Earth frequently for research purposes. Of course, he stayed at Lemuria during all this, the lost continent under the sea, which according to Boris, the continent was consumed by the water after being hit by a massive rock, I assume a meteor, and the island sunk, taking one of the boys that was his close friend with it. Of course, this journalist didn't just want to take this at face value, so he pushed harder. He stated to Boris that Lemuria was said to have disappeared 800,000 years ago, and the land was supposed to be inhabited by 30-foot giants. Was any of this true? And just how did he remember all this? The boy replied, "I do remember." And I guess this was enough for the journalist, because he didn't push back on it. Boris then began talking about a book called In Search of the City of Gods, which mainly deals with the ancient tombs and pyramids. He cited that under one of the pyramids could be found knowledge, something that had not been discovered yet. He also claimed the Sphinx has an opening mechanism behind its ear, where exactly he could not remember, but that it would change life on Earth once it was discovered. He also veered off into how great the Mayan civilization was and its people, citing that we know very little about them. Most interestingly though, Boris claimed now is the time for the special ones to be born on Earth, and Earth's rebirth was approaching, and new knowledge will be in demand. He would even go on to make crazier claims, like other gifted kids similar to him are around the world, but he hasn't met any of them yet, but they are super important to the future, because Earth is going to start changing, with the first major catastrophe hitting a continent in 2009, then in 2013, which of course never happened, although he did specify he was not afraid because he had already lived through the destruction of Mars. He also made other false claims like Mars would shoot down any approaching Earth vehicles, which I find odd since 7 years prior to this interview, the robotic Sojourner rover had already touched down on Mars. But it would get stranger. When asked about multiple dimensions, Boris jumped to his feet and began spouting all the facts he knew about UFOs, which he would then begin drawing on a blackboard, breaking the unidentified aircrafts into 6 different layers. He would then ask Boris if he had a special mission to fulfill, and if he was aware of what it was. Boris replied he could guess, saying he knew something about the future of Earth, and that information will play the most important role. When asked how he knew this, he simply replied, "It's inside of me." Somewhat strangely, he would close up the interview by asking why people got sick. Boris replied, "The sickness comes from the people's inability to live properly and be happy." He claimed you should never get involved and mess up other people's destinies, and you should also not suffer because of your past mistakes. Instead, get in touch with what's predestined for you and try to reach those heights and conquer your dreams. Be more warm-hearted, hug your enemy, love those that hate you, and ask for forgiveness and be humble, before finally stating the Lemurians died because they did not develop spiritually anymore, going astray from their predestined path. And of course the journalist would ask one more time, "How do you know?" And Boris simply said, "I know," before saying Kalis, which means hello in the language of his planet. So, crazy story, right? And the theories are pretty self-explanatory. The first being, the whole thing is a hoax. The family was behind the whole ordeal, along with the campers from the expedition, and even the journalist who wrote the account. With the interview, there's a good possibility that a lot of what the kid said was coming directly from his parents, who heavily influenced the narrative. Of course, it could be very true that the kid was a prodigy. Maybe he did have advanced intellectual abilities, which would mean it would be a lot easier to carry out the hoax. Of course, the more unconventional theories is that Boris was recalling memories from a past life where he lived as a Martian or Lemurian, or he was a star child, meaning he was sent to Earth from somewhere in the galaxy to help people here. 2016, Tarzali, Queensland, Australia. A woman named Jackie Liversidge, along with her family, would begin to have some very strange encounters after they began renting a home from a man named Paul Russell. According to Jackie, the strangeness began shortly after they moved in. They at first got the weird feeling of being watched by someone, and that someone could never be located. Chalking it up to just being unfamiliar with the new home, they didn't think much else about it. But the first sign that things were going to get stranger was when they began to hear thumps on the roof, which they eventually figured out came from someone throwing gravel on top of the home. She knew this because the tenant had just laid down rock for the driveway, and when she went out the next morning after hearing sounds on the roof, she found the gravel in the garden next to the house where they had bounced off. It didn't take long after this that her son, outside one night, heard a very loud demonic animal growl, causing him to run inside and tell his mom something was out there. Strangely enough, she had heard the noise prior to this and told herself it was just her imagination. She would relay that, after this, she was in the yard when she heard a big bang, followed by an animal growl, like something was angry that she was getting close. So, she ran inside the home. This strange activity would carry on for months, in addition to hearing someone or something walking around the home. One night in particular, they thought they heard something like a truck idling. The strange part, though, was the sound was coming from the roof and disappeared after about 10 minutes. Finally, Jackie was determined to figure out what was stalking them, so she bought a flashlight and kept it with her at dark. And one night, when she was outside smoking around 9 p.m., she heard the walking. She quickly grabbed the light and saw a creature in the tree, and she called for her niece to come out and look. They described it as being black and hairy and about the size of a chimpanzee. It looked like a monkey though, and turned its head to reveal that it was oblong and had white glowing eyes. It remained in the tree with its arms wrapped around it, and it had its head turned almost all the way around, just looking at them. But that wasn't all. They also seen 2 other sets of glowing eyes, one above the creature on the other side of the tree, and then one in the background. The one above crawled around in the tree, stood straight up, and looked at them. Jackie was able to tell that these 2 were mother and a baby, and that the baby was about 6 foot tall itself. But the freakiest part was to come, because in the background, about 50 feet away, behind the tree, was this other set of eyes. This one was about 10 feet high and did not move. It just watched. The being didn't have a neck, and his brown skin was covered in hair. His head was also oblong, and he walked in a bent over position while his arms hung down. She was able to see that the female and baby both had short necks, while the male was so hairy she couldn't really see its neck, but she was able to tell it was built much bigger. The mother and baby then got off the tree, began walking away with long strides, looking back as they did. Of course, Jackie ran in, grabbed a knife, and locked the door, and then alerted her kids. They then listened to the mother and baby making humming noises outside, and the big one was just walking around the home. But soon, they all left, to the relief of the family. This story was originally sent in to the YowieHunters.com website, and is strange enough within itself, but it would get stranger, because as you could probably tell, the creatures were supposed to be the famous Yowie, the Australian version of Bigfoot. And that wouldn't really be that odd for this iceberg. But what comes next is, because after the story made headlines in Australia, there would be a follow-up article in which Jackie would claim this family of Yowies were not alone. They had another creature with them. This one she described as a strange-looking pale white guy, like the one all over the internet, which of course she was referring to the hoaxed demon or crawler image that went viral in 2010. She claimed this other creature with them had sunken and hollow cheekbones, but they never glowed, instead completely black. After all these strange encounters, the family would move out, and who can blame them? And that's our mystery, not the Yowies or any of that. But what was this creature that was accompanying them? Well, I'll start with a theory that came directly from the property's owner and tenant, Paul Russell, who said they were looking at nothing more than possums and insisted he had never seen anything unusual on the property, although it's worth pointing out he had only just bought it himself before he started renting it out. But the most likely theory is Jackie was having some kind of hallucinations, maybe due to anxiety caused by moving to such a rural, isolated area, and her mind was playing tricks on her, so much so that some animal she seen and could not identify made her think of the pale crawler, which was exaggerated from all the stress that she had been going through for months, especially the stress from thinking she was being watched. And then her hallucinations started influencing her family, who also thought they seen these creatures. Of course, the other theory is the family really did see some kind of cryptid, or maybe a pale crawler. When European explorers first started their voyages out into the sea, they would return with stories of some of the more fanciful things that they had seen on their journey, maybe none more popular than the mermaid. Heck, even Christopher Columbus would later record seeing mermaids off the coast of Haiti in 1493, where he described them as not so beautiful and said they were more masculine looking. But these stories go much further back than Columbus. It's hard to track down its original origin point, since so much of the mermaid story has been taken from various legends. But the first account of anything that even resembles a mermaid goes back about 3,000 years ago, and it can be traced to a Syrian goddess called Atar goddess. But this segment isn't a history lesson of the mermaid, or even about ancient sightings. No, we're going to talk about mermaid sightings in our time. Yes, they still occur. We'll start with the early modern day sighting, which occurred in 1967. It all began with a ferry filled with tourists making its way along the main islands of British Columbia. As they were floating along, soon everyone on board noticed a blonde-haired mermaid sitting topless on the beach, with flowing hair and the lower half of a porpoise. She was apparently eating a salmon she had caught. According to the local paper which covered the story, they stated that a man from Sioux City, Iowa, was even able to snap off a picture, which they printed, and you can see here, while another man flying over the area allegedly got an aerial photo of the creature. The story spread quick, and one local man even put up a $25,000 reward for anyone who could capture the mermaid and prove that it was the real thing. However, in this first account, it came out as debunked, because decades later, in 2016, the full story was told. A journalist named Dave Obey tracked down several people who he believed knew the secret of the mermaid story, and they all pointed to a woman named Judy Allred, and Dave actually found her living in Idaho. And long story short, it was a publicity stunt pulled off to promote a fishing tournament coming up. So Judy wore the mermaid suit and even took a half-eaten salmon with her, and of course, the rest is history. As far as the photo taken from the airplane, yeah, that guy was involved with the hoax, but the photo taken from the guy on board of the ferry really thought it was a mermaid. But although this first one is ruled out, it would become the starting point for the modern day sightings of mermaids, and we are going to take a look at some of the more famous ones. It would be a full 20 years after this that we would get our next big sighting, when in August of 1986, a man named Victor Tannigan was sailing on his way to Xinoehpoel when he returned from watch to lie on his cot, when he all of a sudden got the strange feeling that someone was staring at him. He turned to look out the round porthole and see a strange-looking female staring at him. She had dark hair, tan skin, and big blue eyes, bigger than human eyes. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Victor got scared and ran out and called for his colleagues. But when they got back, the mermaid had vanished. This story has a lot of details missing, like, was the mermaid on deck and that's where he seen her? If so, why was she there? Even though it lacked in details, this story would be followed by others that came out in the 80s involving mermaid encounters, like the one in 1988 when scuba diver Robert Foster was below the waters off the coast of Florida, and he saw a vague, shadowy figure slashing through the waters towards him. The water then began to churn wildly, causing clouds of sediment to swirl. When the figure got about 20 yards away, he noticed arms reaching out towards him, and each arm has sharp talon hands. That's when he saw her breast, along with smooth skin, flowing hair, and a scaled tail from the waist down. This half-woman, half-fish, as he described it, looked like she had hate in her eyes. Foster was obviously terrified and quickly swam to the top and crawled back onto the safety of his craft. But it's not all mermaids. Sometimes it's mermen, as a Mr. Anibal Perez and his nephew of Puerto Rico explained. They were out on the beach one day with their grandmother when a young man emerged from the waves. He was about 12 years old and apparently had a handful of sand, which he asked the two if they would like to eat, and of course they declined. So the boy ate it himself. He was completely human with thin long black hair and was wearing light-colored yellow shorts. He seemed to copy the two's movements in the water as they had been swimming. At some point, he would dive down and return with algae, which he once again offered to the boys, which they declined again. But after they talked to him for a few minutes, he began imitating their speech. Finally, he said he was from the bottom of the sea, and a few minutes later said goodbye, humans, before he descended back down, never to be seen again. Then we fast forward to 1998, when Jeff Liker and 6 other divers exploring the ocean bottom off of the coast of Hawaii, which was an area that already had many legends of mermaids. Anyways, Liker not only seen one, he took a photograph, as you can see here. She apparently had been swimming with dolphins before this, and leapt out of the water and disappeared beneath the surface. He described her as beautiful, nude from the waist up, but it would be about an hour later, as he was diving, that she would swim overhead and he snapped off the photo before she quickly darted off. Supposedly, This was corroborated by 10 other tourists who all seen it, but considering the photo ended up in a bunch of tabloids, it's considered very dubious. There was also one spotted off the coast of Israel in 2009, and this soon brought in a $1 million offer to anyone who could provide conclusive proof of a real mermaid. And surprisingly, Josh Gates with Destination Truth would take this challenge, and after a week of filming, they did come up with some weird footage of something that they thought could be the mermaid, but the footage was too blurry to really draw anything from. This is only a few of the numerous modern day sightings, but there are many more. So what are people seeing? Well, you get the obvious, that it's nothing more than misidentified ocean animals, like seals or manatees, which, from a distance, may resemble human-like forms. And since mermaid folklore is so prevalent, well, that's the first thing that leaps to your mind. Not to mention, if you have been at the sea for hours, days, or even months, you can become fatigued and be way more apt to hallucinate. Of course, there's other plausible explanations as well, like optical illusions from the waves and light reflections, and then of course another theory is hoaxes, especially any that involve photographs. And finally, well, maybe mermaids do exist, or some cryptid that does look like them, and that explains all the sightings. June 1936, a woman named Rachel Mussolini, yes, the one married to Italian dictator Benito Mussolini, was planning a drive to Ostia, just a few minutes outside of Rome. As she sat at the breakfast table with her husband, Benito would wink at her and state, "I wouldn't be surprised if you had a very unusual experience today." This, of course, would puzzle anyone, but Rachel went on about her day, not knowing what to really expect. But it would be something she did not want, because as she got in her limousine and rode off out the city limits, the chauffeur came up on an unexpected traffic jam, and cars were backed up for miles. Outside the vehicles were local drivers, walking around cussing, while many of them opened up the hoods to their vehicle to try and figure out what the problem was. Rachel would demand to know what was going on, and the driver replied that everyone had seemingly broke down at the same time. While they were there discussing that, the limousine's own motor would abruptly die, and the chauffeur coasted it to the side of the road. Now, they were both perplexed. As they were sitting there trying to make sense of the situation, all at once, everyone's automobiles came back to life. It was a weird occasion, but people have things to do and places to be, so it was quickly forgotten about, and everyone jumped into their cars and left. However, while this was indeed a strange incident, it was actually one of the few that had been going on that crazy year, because earlier that spring, farmers outside of Rome had begun to complain to local authorities about something, or somebody, killing their sheep, which was made only more odd by the fact that, in these muddy fields, there were no footprints or other clues ever found. They were often scattered all over the hills, and, upon closer inspection, showed no killing blows or marks. They seemed to have simply fallen over and died without a struggle. When authorities suspected disease, they began to perform autopsies, which they refused to disclose the findings. So as you may imagine, the locals were already on edge, and now rumors began to circle, and many began to speculate that these were not weird coincidences, and instead were related, and potentially caused by someone. Actually, the news became big and spread around the country and the Italian press, and before long, the general consensus on who was behind it fell on one man, that of Guglielmo Marconi. Some of you may be familiar with that name. He was one of the most famous inventors of the early 20th century, whose claim to fame is the invention of the radio, the king of audio until digital streaming came out over a century later. But why in the world would he be connected to the deaths of sheep and cars breaking down on the road? Well, that's because he had been testing out a death ray, or at least, that's what the rumors were. The story actually began in the 1920s, when Marconi, being the genius he was, actually predicted radar being invented almost 2 decades before it became a reality. He stated at a speech in 1922 that after studying these waves, he began to notice that sometimes they would reflect off metal objects miles away, and he speculated that it should be possible to design a machine which would send out these rays in any direction and hit something, say a ship, and then reflect back to the receiver, letting that person know of a ship in the nearby sea. even if it was in foggy weather or at night, thereby making it much safer. Marconi, though, was too wrapped up in his own pursuits of shortwave radio to bother pursuing it. It wasn't until the mid-1930s, after he had basically finished with the radio project, that he put all of his focus into creating a radar. Little did he know that British scientists had already been working on it for a few years and were making great strides. Marconi, however, was starting from scratch, and he soon got the attention of Benito Mussolini, and although Marconi was appreciative, he was cautious of accepting or endorsing Mussolini for obvious reasons. Not to mention, Marconi was apolitical. He actually put off several invitations to meet him for 3 years, but as Marconi's fame grew, and after Mussolini heard he was working on a radar, he told his aides that Marconi should get anything he wanted, and one of his requests was to fly planes back and forth over his laboratory while he tried to bounce microwave beams off of them. It was at points of this experiment that Marconi made a horrifying discovery. Local farmers were really upset because these microwaves, coming from Marconi's lab, were killing many of the livestock in the area. This, of course, spread around the city, and soon Mussolini heard the rumors as well, and he immediately got the idea that a death ray had been invented. Of course, Marconi would just tell him that it was an unfortunate side effect of using microwaves. Mussolini didn't care and told him to stay hard at work. But Marconi, realizing that the microwaves were too dangerous, started using very low frequency waves, or VLF waves for short. And this is when he discovered aiming VLF waves at targets caused a variety of reactions, such as overloading circuits, which caused machines like generators and electronic motors to completely stop. Of course, Marconi told Mussolini about this failure too, and not only did Mussolini have a death ray, but now he had a ray gun that could stop vehicles. Well, other than diesel engines, which did not depend on electrical ignition. After this, Mussolini now wanted him to focus on weapon making and not inventions that could help humanity. And before long, maybe due to stress from a crisis of conscience, Marconi's health began to suffer, and progress on his experiments stalled. He would ask the Pope for a private meeting, which he agreed to on July 17th, and what he discussed at that meeting is left up to conjecture. Allegedly, he wanted to give the Pope updates to his recent developments in wireless, but many aren't convinced, as he had already told family members he intended to immigrate to England alone and take his work with him. Despite loving Italy, he knew it was time to leave. So did he tell the church that he was done with his obligations to create weapons for Mussolini? Some rumors say that Pope Pius XI urged him to stop developments. We're not sure about that, but we do know that he had another meeting set up with Mussolini just 3 days later, and it never happened because Marconi suffered a massive heart attack and died. Actually, ever since beginning to work on the microwaves, Marconi experienced 9 heart attacks in just 3 years. And just like in the story of Tesla's death, all of Marconi's notes vanished, and no one is sure who got them, assuming Marconi didn't destroy them himself, which has left a conjecture open for this bizarre conspiracy that Marconi did in fact create a death ray, which he then purposely stalled on its development to keep Mussolini from getting his hands on it, and for the betterment of mankind. And then perhaps someone out there recovered these notes, or maybe even a working prototype. But is there any truth to this wild story? The answer is most likely not. Actually, the death ray was a common trope that was tossed around a lot in the 1920s and 30s. Not only was Marconi supposed to have created one, but so did Tesla, Harry Grandale Matthews, Edwin R. Scott, and Eric Greichen. So it was almost certain that it was nothing more than fiction. The Hedgehog Bear is one of the more obscure cryptids, known from a single account by legendary frontiersman John Grizzly Adams, a seasoned mountain man with an intimate knowledge of the North American wildlife. Adams allegedly encountered the creature in southern Oregon, near Upper Klamath Lake. The sighting was recorded by his biographer, Theodore H. Hiddle, and has basically remained a cryptid mystery ever since. According to Adams, the animal bore a striking resemblance to a hedgehog, except for its head and its feet, which were unmistakably those of a bear. Unfortunately, the description ends there, and we don't know why that is. It might just be that it was such a brief encounter that he didn't get a great look at it, or it could be one of the few animals he wasn't able to capture, which didn't allow him to study it well. All he said for sure was it was one of the nondescript wonders of the Pacific coast, his quote. Considering his extensive experience with wildlife, the claim, of course, has a lot of credibility. He was not prone to mistaking known species for something extraordinary, making this account difficult to dismiss outright. However, it's the only recorded sighting. Cryptozoologist Matthew A. Ball has suggested that the hedgehog bear may have been a bear suffering from a severe skin condition like mange. If patches of fur had fallen out while coarse tufts remain, the result could have resembled the spiny coat of a hedgehog. Other possibilities include a misidentified porcupine seen at an odd angle, or perhaps even an unknown species of rodent, or something like a weasel or badger. However, other cryptid enthusiasts like to point out that Adams's account did not come with a sensational description. There are no embellishments, no claims of a monstrous size, or any supernatural traits, just a strange encounter that defied easy classification, which, again, lends to credibility. One evening, young Sylvia Mackenzie sat alone in the drawing room of her family home, and the silence would soon be broken by an abrupt, unnatural tap on the window. The house overlooked a small garden, and there was no ledge or easy access for anyone to be standing there. Yet, when she turned, something was staring back at her. The face was unsettling. It was too long, too narrow, entirely absent of a nose. Its pale eyes slanted at an inhuman angle, set far apart, filled with something both knowing and cruel. It held her gaze. The stare grew more sinister with each second. Then, without warning, it began to fade, dissolving into nothing. When her parents returned home, Sylvia could barely speak. She began to tell her parents what happened, and partially thought they would think she was crazy and not believe her. But instead, they got scared. Because there was a family secret. For generations, an apparition had haunted their bloodline, always appearing before tragedy. And by morning, the meaning of Sylvia's vision became clear. A telegram arrived from the Western Front. Her brother, Robert Mackenzie, had been killed in action. That's pretty much it to this one. So, what are the theories? Well, of course, a lot of it can be chalked up to maybe a stretch of the truth. The story was actually collected by a man named Elliot O'Donnell, who recorded a ton of ghost encounters. In fact, he documented 2 other instances with the Mackenzie family alone. But if we take a closer look at the Mackenzie family, well, they lived in Edinburgh, Scotland. And this story about the ghostly curse, well, it fits into a wider tradition of Scottish folklore, where ancient families were often tied to supernatural harbingers like banshees, ghosts, or other messengers of doom. Sometimes it was linked to a vengeful spirit, or perhaps a warning from an ancestor, or just some strange anomaly. But the stories are always the same. It appears before a disaster, and it never appears without reason. And since it is such a common tale in Scotland, the whole story might be nothing more than folklore. And if it wasn't, it could be that Sylvia's experience was nothing more than fear and anxiety which caused her to see this spirit. And then her brother dying at the Western Front was just unrelated, and it actually wouldn't be a surprise. But some still think that it could have been a real paranormal encounter. We have all heard one of the most famous mysteries of all time, that of the vanishing of Roanoke. And on this channel, we have even discussed the Angikuni Lake Mystery, a legend that alleges a whole Inuit village simply vanished within a short period of time, only to be found by a trapper who claimed food was cooking when he arrived. But are there any modern-day versions of this type of story? Maybe so. This mystery begins in a village in the Qingling Mountains in China, where around 1,000 residents lived. The year was 1987, and although details are scarce because of censorship in China, the basic story survives, and what we basically have is this village simply vanished overnight. And it wasn't just the 1,000 residents, it included their pets and livestock. In addition, witnesses were even said to have seen UFOs in the area before the village vanished. According to the original report by New Tang Dynasty TV, the villagers were transferred in the middle of the night as part of a top-secret operation linked to a secret project, most likely military. A large number of troops were dispatched to the area and moved the whole village overnight. The mission was even given the code name, Operation Nightcat. Chinese officials over the years have obviously denied such claims as nothing more than a rumor. There's not much on this one, again, due to China's secrecy, but a theory that has been proposed is China allegedly had a nuclear facility in the mountains and some kind of accident occurred, and they quickly, under the cover of night, relocated the entire village. In a more supernatural take, some suggest that the UFOs in the area the night before forced China to react and remove the village, for some reason. Interestingly, 23 years later, a report would go online in 2010 citing that this very same area had a village disappear overnight after UFOs were spotted in the area. This one is most likely an urban legend. In fact, New Tang Dynasty TV, where the original story came out so many years ago, has a reputation for publishing fabricated stories. July 14th, 1960, Alden, Illinois. A farmer named Charlie Whistle was out cultivating his corn that had only been placed 2 weeks before, and it's here on this 25-acre field that Charlie made an incredible discovery. Actually, it was impossible to miss. There in the field was a giant rock. It was way too big to just pick up and toss out of the way. It was a little over 2 feet long and a little over a foot thick, and it weighed about 280 pounds. Charlie was stumped. He had just been in this area plowing between the rows 2 weeks ago, and he didn't see it. So, how did it get here? Once the day's work was finished up, he went in for the evening and told his wife. They began talking and soon came to the conclusion that it had to be a meteorite, but it was driving Charlie crazy and he had to know more. And luckily for him, an astronomer, Dr. Gerard Kuiper, the man the Kuiper Belt is named after, was actually working about 10 miles from his farm at Yorkey's observatory. So he called up Dr. Kuiper and told him what he found and asked if he could come take a look. Kuiper agreed and went over. He at first assumed, yeah, this was a meteorite, but after he studied it more, he was unsure too. First of all, it was not deeply embedded in the soft soil, and there was no impact crater at all. It looked like it had been dropped from a small height. But that brought up another question. Why was there no tire marks? If someone had hauled the stone over this soft-tilled earth, they couldn't have hidden the tracks. There was just no way. And that doesn't even take into consideration that the nearest road was about 100 feet away. Kuiper then decided to see if it had any trace of radioactivity which would indicate that it had traveled through outer space, and to no one's surprise, it did not have any. Now, he tried to forget the meteorite diagnosis and instead had the stone picked up and sent to the Enrico Fermi Institute at the University of Chicago. They did tests for radioactivity and found nothing. They did, however, find that the stone was a mass of dolomite, which as far as we know, is only found on Earth. So at least now they knew that we're working with a rock that didn't come from outer space. But it still left the question, how did it get there? So they went back to the field and looked, and they did notice that the condition of the corn stalks on one side of the stone's location had been affected, and from that they concluded that the stone had reached the spot about a week after Charlie had planted the corn. Perplexed, Kuiper and his team went back to the meteorite theory and suggested maybe it had broken off when the meteorite entered the atmosphere and shattered. But when they searched the wider area and could not find any impact marks, they finally completely gave up on the meteorite theory. They were left with 2 other theories, and one is pretty crazy. The first one was easily ruled out. That was, someone used a crane. First of all, we have to go back to those vehicle tracks. There were none. And over this freshly plowed dirt, it just wasn't possible to not leave tracks, especially when the road was 100 feet away. But there was another reason. They would do experiments which showed that the stone had been dropped from a height of at least 200 feet, which would have taken a special crane and quite a bit of maneuvering to pull that off, not to mention all the time that it would have taken, when another crane could have simply picked it up and dumped it off the side of the road. The final theory was the crazy one. It was dropped off by an aircraft flying overhead. Why it would do this, or why it was even carrying it, I have no idea. But no one else had one either, nor did they have a better theory for why this stone was dropped off in Charlie Whistle's field. In the Natural History Museum of London, England, is where we go for this next odd fringe theory, because it's in this museum that one particular item really stands out. The skull of a Neanderthal, estimated to be around 300,024 years old to 274,000 years old. It was first found back in 1921 in a limestone cave by a Swiss miner in the country now known as Zambia, and is went on to become known as the Broken Hill Skull. Now, finding a skull this old is already a magnificent find to archaeologists, but it's one key thing about this artifact that makes it really unique. On the left side of the skull is a small 8mm circular hole, which you would think would be a fatal blow. But what's odd here is there are no radial split lines surrounding that hole. For example, if this individual had been killed by a spear or a rock or something like that, there would be fracturing around the impact of the small hole. On the right side of the skull, though, it gets even more perplexing. On that side, it is shattered and makes it look like it was blown up from the inside. And according to fringe theorists, this can only happen because of one of two things. Either the skull was found much earlier than 1921, but sometime after the invention of guns, and then someone found the skull and possibly used it for target practice, or the crazier alternative, there were rifles in Paleolithic Africa. Now, as you may imagine, this theory was heavily disputed by numerous scholars. First of all, more research over the years has shown that the so-called bullet wound did not kill this individual. Scientists were able to arrive at this conclusion after noticing the edges of the lesion had started to heal, meaning it was not a death blow. They instead suggested that the hole was caused by an infection, perhaps from an abscess or ulcer that became septic. But what about the other side of the skull, which is fractured? Yeah, about that. Contrary to the fringe theorist, it is not shattered. It's actually mostly intact, but part of it did break off after death due to natural decay. And that's, of course, the most widely believed theory. But you still have those people who believe the more fringe variety. First, there's conjecture that this skull actually belongs to a modern human who suffered from acromegaly, which is a condition that causes abnormal bone thickening. Maybe the most famous person with this condition was Andre the Giant, and this person had the same disorder, and that skull is supposed to be evidence of some real murder committed on this individual via gunshot wound. There's even crazier theories, though, that there was an advanced ancient technology in this time that we do not know about yet, and this Neanderthal was indeed killed by a gun. Others suggest that time travelers from the distant future traveled back in time and then killed the individual, maybe as a form of time-traveling hunters. When it comes to cryptids, we tend to focus on modern-day ones like Sasquatch, Dogmen, or Chupacabra, things like that. But we often forget cryptozoology runs back many centuries, actually, probably to early man. The difference is, back then, they called these sightings monsters instead of cryptids. One of the earliest documented ones is that of the sea serpent. They are basically described across every culture, and one eyewitness account was given by Aristotle in the 4th century BC. So with this many sightings that have been documented for millennia, there has to be something to it, right? Well, the skeptical point of view has always been that it's simply misidentification, usually of large animals like whales, maybe one that got entangled in fishing gear or have a harpoon in them, something like that. But what if there is a crazier explanation? That brings us to the 1930 Dutch scientific expedition led by a man named Dr. Anton Bruun, an oceanographer and ichthyologist, someone who studies fish. And it's on his research ship in the South Atlantic, where a sea monster had been sighted a century before, that the ship's nets pulled up a 6-foot-long creature into the ship. This really surprised Dr. Bruun, and he took it back to the shore and studied it carefully, and later on would even dissect it. It's what he found then that really shocked him. From his analysis, he determined that the creature was some kind of giant eel. But the crazy part was that this 6-foot-long eel was in the larva stage. Dr. Bruun was perplexed at how this could be, because the giant moray, which is the largest eel in the world, only gets up to a little over 10 feet long, with the biggest ever recorded at 16 feet. And that type of eel in the larva stage is only 3 to 4 inches long, which of course means the larva eventually grows to 30 times its size. And that brings us back to Dr. Brune's theory. If he really discovered a 6-foot long eel in the larva stage, then it must stand to reason that this baby eel would at one day reach 180 feet in length, or at the bare minimum, 50 feet. And because of that, Dr. Brune believed he had finally solved the age-old question of the mythical sea serpent. It was really just a giant undiscovered eel. A super eel, if you like. Dr. Brune did believe that a full-grown specimen would eventually be found or spotted in the future, but that is yet to happen. It's worth pointing out again that Dr. Brune was a legit biologist who specialized in the study of fish, so his findings are very important in this, which leads us directly to the first theory that the larva was a true eel and it would have most likely grown somewhere between 110 feet and 180 feet, and this giant eel just hasn't been discovered yet. There's never been a carcass washed ashore, nor had they been caught on camera, and that's most likely because these eels, if real, are living way down in the very low depths of the ocean, which have not been explored. Others suggest, however, that the specimen was actually a spiny eel, and if that is the case, much of their growth occurs before the larva stage, which will mean that the 6-foot larva he found was actually close to the same size it would be once it was fully mature. In 1922, the publication, Adventure Magazine, would present a fascinating story written by a traveler named William Thompson. Thompson had just 2 years prior made his way through Mongolia when he stopped at a location known as the Turin Monastery, and it's here he would run into someone you wouldn't at first expect. He was a man named John Spencer, who was actually a gun and drug dealer. Spencer, it turns out, was actually on a run then from Manchuria to Tibet, and Spencer would share an incredible story with Thompson. He would relay that while on one of his drug or weapon runs, he became ill and developed a high fever, which eventually led him to fainting. It was then that some lamas found him. These Tibetan priests had seen him collapse on the path to their monastery, so they took him in. After nursing him back to health, Spencer got to his feet and began showing an interest for the monastery and its surroundings. He one day decided to go for a walk near it just to see what was all outside. It was here he found a rotten staircase that seemed to lead underground. He reached down to grab the door handle, and the little metal door opened pretty easily. He walked down to find an unusual shaped room that had about a dozen or so walls, and on each wall was the paintings of the signs of the zodiac. Spencer remembered vividly the sign of the Taurus, which was his sign. Wondering what he had came across, he began running his fingers over the shapes, and when he touched the Taurus symbol, he felt a wall begin to move. Behind it lay the entrance to a corridor, and just like that, in Dungeons & Dragons fashion, he discovered the secret passage. Spencer stepped into the hall and found it illuminated by a weak green light coming out of the walls and ceiling. As he walked through, he saw paths splitting off into different directions, but he decided to stay on the main path, and after a while of walking, he came to a room with a brighter light. It's in this room that things got really strange. On one wall in the room, there were 13 coffins floating above the ground about 1.5 feet high. He walked over and lifted some of the lids, and inside, he discovered bodies of monks. Lifting more lids revealed bodies of men and women in well-preserved clothing, but it was the last coffin that was very odd. In it was the body of an unknown being dressed in something silver, and instead of having a normal head, it had this silver ball with round holes for eyes, and an unidentified thing sticking out in the place where the nose should be, which had 2 little holes for nostrils. But strangely, the being had no mouth. Spencer was in awe, and he wanted so badly to touch this thing, but when he reached out, the eyes on the being opened widely and green light shot out of them. Spencer was terrified and dropped the lid and ran outside as quickly as he could. He hurried back until he found one of the lamas, and he excitedly began telling him about what he had seen. The priest simply said that due to Spencer's fever, he was just imagining the whole thing. Spencer wouldn't believe that though. He begged the lama to go back with him, and he eventually did. They soon made the walk into the corridor which ended in a room with an altar, which Spencer had previously not seen. Mysteriously, the coffins on the wall were not there. However, on a bookshelf by one of the walls were 13 little coffins. These things, though, were only about 4.5 inches long, and inside them were little figures. They were the exact copies of what Spencer had seen the first time he was in there. The llama looked and smiled and said, "This is what you really seen." He went on to explain they were models of personalities that enriched their country with wisdom, and now they worship them. The one with the silver head was the great master who came from the stars. He then pointed to a painting on the altar, and Spencer noticed that it was the symbol of the Taurus. Spencer then went on to tell Thompson he had not seen a hallucination, and distinctively remembered walking through the underground tunnel, and he knew everything he seen was real, and he believed the llama had purposely took him to a different chamber just to confuse him, because the llama opened a wall to the right opposite to the entrance, while the wall that Spencer had opened was to the left. As the article by Thompson continued, he stated that after meeting Spencer and hearing his story, he disappeared shortly after, and no one ever seen him again. And that's pretty much it to the original story. We still don't know exactly what it was that Spencer allegedly seen, but there has been speculation over the decades. Czech cryptozoologist, author, and explorer Ivan Mackerel took 3 separate trips to Mongolia between 1990 and 2004, and had a rather unique take on the whole story. He pointed out that when this first appeared in a travel magazine in 1922, aliens were not really a thing. That would come about 2 decades later. Likewise, Eric von Daniken's theory on ancient aliens visiting Earth was decades away. And that's what makes this story so much more interesting. Was this an alien being that Spencer seen some 20 plus years before the Roswell crash? While Ivan elaborated further, he pointed to an old Buddha legend which told the story of a peaceful nation of people called Agarshans. There were some descriptions of these people that, according to the legend, that stated that the people were visitors from outer space who hid underground after a disaster thousands of years ago. They supposedly wore silver suits and traveled through these tunnels on flying machines, and the tunnels were lit up by green light. They apparently did come above ground occasionally to keep contact with humans, and it was right around the same time that Thompson was telling his story in 1922 that other stories of alleged sightings of UFOs in Mongolia began popping up. In one book from 1923 called Beast, Men, and Gods by Ferdinand Ozendowski would tell accounts of unknown vehicles flying above the mountain peaks and then descending into the depths of the earth. 5 years later, Nicholas Roerich would write a book simply called Heart of Asia, in which he detailed, quote, objects of a round shape with shiny surface appearing over Mongolia. Anyways, back to Ivan. He was curious about these stories and the story that Spencer had told Thompson, so he would document his search for this underground temple. Although Turin Monastery was already officially lost by the time he got there in the early 90s, just like a lot of the old monasteries there. But going by some old maps and digging through some old travel books that he found, the monastery supposedly was on the trade route going from Ulaanbaatar to Beijing and was supposed to set near a telegraph station at the bottom of some rocky mountains about 80 miles from Ulaanbaatar. So Ivan began asking locals about it, and they relayed that at one time, all the locals worshipped statuettes of strangers in silver suits with round heads, and apparently they even made little figurines of these statues that were traded on the black market to foreign travelers, like Ivan, because allegedly they had been stolen from some of the local monasteries, so it had to be kept on the down low. These little 4-inch figures were created in the exact description that Spencer gave of the silver humanoid being, and the figures did look like they were wearing spacesuits. Ivan would state that he did not buy one because he did not have the funds on him at the time. The group eventually did find a local, though, that said that the monastery they were looking for had long been destroyed, apparently by the Russian communists. This man did end up taking them to show them the ruins. He went on to tell them that he had at once served here, but he had never seen any of the underground crypts that they described in the story. In fact, this man stated that it would have been impossible to hide because this area was not isolated. In fact, it was surrounded by many houses and many people. Regardless, Ivan and his crew would search and search and never found a mysterious staircase. However, The story would take a weird turn when one of the men began using a dowser to find underground spaces. The rod finally moved over a spot covered in grass, and the crew slung a shovel in the dirt, and that's when the driver that brought them began waving his arms anxiously, telling them to stop. Ivan and his men turned around to see several riders on horses on top of a hill behind them, just staring. It was then that the driver told them this was holy ground and digging was absolutely out of the question. And since many foreign researchers had already disappeared in the area looking for underground monasteries, Ivan and his team backed off and soon left the area. So this one is a pretty crazy story, but what to make of it? Was there really some type of alien humanoid stored in this underground passage? Well, obviously, the most plausible theory was this was nothing more than a work of fiction. Actually, the adventure magazine that it was found in was actually a pulp fiction publication, and there's never been any proof that John Spencer or William Thompson even existed. The problem was when later writers repeated the story, or cited it as a source in their publications without ever actually checking to see if the story was true. This was especially the case when it came to authors of UFO books. Others believe the story may actually be based on folklore from the area, and the main characters John Spencer and William Thompson were just thrown in to tell the story. So basically, like a loose adaptation of the legend. However, for a few ufologists, the story is used as proof of ancient alien visitors. The gelatinous cube of London Bridge is a cryptid sighting by two brothers walking along London Bridge looking down into the waters of the River Thames. I could not find a date on this one, but from the cell phones that come up later, I assume that it was in the past few years. As the boys stared down at the water, they noticed something odd moving against the tide. It appeared to be slowly swimming along the murky water to the left of the bridge. They stated it had a slightly elongated head, square in shape, and grayish in color. It lacked easily recognizable features on what they assumed was its head. There were also numerous green tentacles on the lower portion of the creature, which they estimated to be about 5 foot long and as thick as the average man's body. One of the brothers even noted that he thought that the entity looked mechanical, in spite of the fact that he was certain what he was looking at was biological. They watched and watched as this thing submerged and resurfaced a few times for about a minute before it completely disappeared. Apparently one of the brothers, named Lowe's, had tried to get a good photo or video of this creature, but because of the distance and quality of the cell phone cameras, the pictures didn't show anything. Also of note was the small crowd of people who had all stopped to watch this thing. They all then hung around and talked afterwards about the sighting. That would be it until the following year, when Lowe's and his son were beneath the same bridge, this time looking for old coins and other old historical items, when his son became hysterical with fear and asked Lowe's to take him back from the area as something was watching them. Interestingly, Lowe's had never told his son about the sighting from the year before, and he cannot be sure if the incidents are related. So what did Lowe's and his brother see? Coincidentally, in 2014, a giant bell jellyfish was photographed, and while this was highly unusual in the area, it goes to show it can happen, which also means that it could be what Lowe's seen, or it might have even been a giant squid. But Lowe's description does vary a little bit from both of these. Others suggest that the two brothers actually witnessed nothing more than a floating tree stump, or some kind of other debris, while others suggest it was an undocumented animal sighting, aka a cryptid. The Burned House Horizon is one of the most perplexing archaeological enigmas of Neolithic Europe. Found primarily in the southeastern part of the continent, the phenomenon refers to entire settlements that appear to have been deliberately set ablaze, a practice that persisted for millennia, from as early as 6500 BC to around 2000 BC, before the dawn of the Bronze Age. At first glance, accidental fires or enemy raids seem like the obvious culprits, but the evidence says otherwise. These weren't chaotic, one-time disasters. The burnings were systematic, repeated across generations. Some settlements were incinerated and rebuilt every 75 to 80 years, while others were abandoned entirely after the flames died down. The scale of the destruction and the fact that it was intentional raises the question, why would entire communities repeatedly destroy their own homes? Over the years, researchers have proposed a number of explanations. First one, some archaeologists suggest that burning structures strengthen the clay and other materials for reuse. That makes sense for individual buildings, but does it explain why the entire villages would be wiped out in the process? Or why this practice continued for thousands of years? That's debatable. Another thought is pest control. Fire has long been used as a tool for sanitation. Perhaps these settlements were burned to clear out infestations, prevent disease, or simply make room for new construction. It's a practical theory, but it doesn't explain why some of the sites were never rebuilt. Finally, it could have been a ritualistic or symbolic practice. It's maybe the most compelling possibility that these fires had some sort of spiritual significance. It's a force of destruction, but also renewal. So were these settlements sacrificed as part of some kind of religious rite, a way to mark the end of the home's life cycle? Despite all the research, no single theory fully explains the burned house horizon. What's clear was this wasn't an accident, nor was it an isolated event. The sheer consistency across time and geography suggests a deliberate, organized effort, one woven deep into social or spiritual structure of these early civilizations. And yet, despite all these theories, I can't help but feel some of the scholars overlook the most compelling possibility: dragons. Our next story, we go to the web archive to visit the now defunct website, UFOfreeparanormal.com, and it's here that lurkers of the site would email in their accounts of their paranormal experiences, which would in turn be posted to the website for others to read. This one came in from a woman known as Harvest Mom, way back in 1999, and she relayed a story from her teenage years when her and her friends used to explore abandoned properties. One of these properties she had long wanted to go see, and it sat out of town about a half a mile off the highway. After years of wondering about it, she, along with two of her friends, finally decided this afternoon was the time to do it. So they loaded up and went. When they finally arrived, they found the typical creepy old farmhouse that you would picture in your head. They noticed that the wood had begun to rot decades ago. Now it was dirty with a bunch of broken windows and a rickety porch. The home did sit 2 stories high though, plus an attic. They walked in easily enough, since the doors were already gone, and began their exploration. It didn't take long for them to find evidence that they were not the first explorers here, as they made it into the living room and seen empty beer cans and potato chip bags. They kept on walking, making their way through the kitchen, and although it was bright outside, the home was dark, which made it creepy. After walking around a little bit more, they seen their first set of stairs, and they decided to go up them. But before doing so, Harvest Mom would set her soda on the 3rd step up so they could remember where they had came up. They would make it to the 2nd floor, where there was much more light and it was much more warmer, due to the tree branches not being this high up. She would go on to say that it was a little bit creepy, but they weren't that scared. That is, until they made it to the large room on the east side of the home, where she had this overwhelming urge to cry. This room felt like someone inside was very sad, and whoever it was had not been ready to die when they did, and they were not able to say goodbye and let go. Her friend Chris stated it was getting difficult for him to breathe. Maybe it was the dust, while her friend Megan started to get pale and started shaking. And of course, they all decided it was time to leave this room. That is when it got really strange. They made their way around the upper floor, looking for the steps to the attic, but could not find them. They did, however, find another set going back down to the living room. They then walked around there looking, but found no door out, only doors to closets. So they had to go back upstairs and walk around more. That's when they finally spotted the soda can that she had left at the bottom of the stairs, and so they went back down to the dining room. And it's here they walked back to the living room where they had came down a few minutes prior, and those stairs were no longer there. And if you're thinking she was simply confused, she noted that the same junk that had been laying on the living room floor was still there, but the stairs had vanished. So one of them, Megan, went back to the upper floor to look for the stairs, while the other 2 remained downstairs, and the 3 tried to find them together, but never could. And that's when they heard something coming from that room that they felt the sadness in, and that was the sound of a soft cry. Of course, they all left after that. As Harvest Mom would note, she felt like they intruded on someone's afterlife, and although they revisited several of the abandoned homes in the area, they never went back to this one. Although a year later on Easter, Harvest Mom decided to go leave a fresh bouquet of daffodils on the porch, and when she got there, she found Chris and Megan had also brought flowers. She closed by stating, they all felt like they had made a connection in the home that day. So what in the world happened? The most obvious answer is these old houses, which sometimes were built in multiple phases, were often left with secret rooms and hidden staircases. Or you could even have an unusual layout, and the mystery stairs was simply hard to locate because of the decay of the home, not to mention the poor lighting downstairs. As far as the noise goes, they may have already been expecting a ghostly encounter, which led to the misinterpretation of a noise they thought was crying. Or maybe it was a paranormal encounter, and some strong emotional event occurred in that room. We have discussed Charles Fort many times in this series, as he was one of the biggest collectors of supernatural incidents, and his name has even led to the term Fortean phenomena. And it's in this collection we find his wild men reports, which Fort claimed there were many. In fact, there were more than 10 alone in England in 1904 and 1905, and we are going to take a look at one of those. The book that this is found in is called The Rough Guide to Unexplained Phenomena 2, and cites an article from the East Anglian Daily Times on January 12, 1905, which tells the story of a wild man who came into the village of Cheadle in the Greater Manchester area. But this wild man was not so much wild in the civilized sort of way. He was just very out of place. With him, he carried a book of unknown writings, drawings, and symbols. In addition, when authorities talked to him, he spoke in an unknown language. Where this man came from is unclear, and where he went is also unclear. Although, going by other wild man encounters from the time, the man most likely ended up in a mental asylum. I tried finding this exact article in the newspaper archive, but I was only able to view a couple of pages before I needed a subscription to view more. I did, however, do a search of keywords from this case on that particular edition of the newspaper, and I could never find a match, so I'm unsure that it's really there. Regardless, there's precious little in the way of details on this one, but we'll go back to Charles Fort for a second, because it's in his collection of these wild men sightings that he would speculate his own theory. Fort believed that these wild men showed up via teleportation. He did not think they were mentally unwell men. Instead, he believed they were plucked up from another location, perhaps in another dimension altogether, and they were transported somewhere they had never been or never heard of, which could explain why the men were reportedly confused, detached, and out of place. He further elaborated that upon having these strange appearances of wild men, more than likely, somewhere else in the world, or that other dimension, would also be researching an equally baffling disappearance. However, many still believe that this mystery man of Cheadle was just an ordinary man, maybe a vagrant, suffering from a mental illness, or was simply disoriented. February 24th, 2022 is one of the most pivotal times in modern history because it marks the start date of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which has led to the chaotic world we live in today. But buried in the craziness of all that is a creepy YouTube mystery. It all started when a channel called Kevin Wesley, whose account joined on New Year's Eve in 2006, would post an incredible, yet unsettling video. This was never-before-seen footage of the second plane hitting the World Trade Center on 9/11, and it was from an insane vantage point on a boat, as the cameraman, I assume Kevin Wesley, was standing and recording the smoke from the first plane crash when the second one would roar overhead and slam into the second building. Now the footage is haunting in itself, but it's brought up an interesting question. Why wait so long to post it? Of course, YouTube was not a thing until 2005, so I get that part, although I'm not sure how it didn't get uploaded somewhere else in that time frame. Regardless, we also know that by 2007, Kevin Wesley had a YouTube account, so why didn't he upload it? Well, Kevin had a weird explanation for that. He would explain, I posted this video in the 2000s, but accidentally left it private for until now. I gave a Sunday service on a scout trip to Shiloh Battlefield about one of my religious journeys and showed this video. I noticed the video was private and made it public. And there's two weird things about that description. First of all, it sounds like whoever typed this had English as a second language. Secondly, although he claimed he uploaded it in the 2000s, you can see the upload date is clearly February 24th, 2022. Regardless, after this explanation, he would go into a long religious sermon that is just too much to unpack here. The video, though, went viral, racking up 9 million views at this point. But it's really only the beginning of this one, because since that video, he would post a 9/11 compilation of low-quality images mixed in with his clip, and a song from the Fellowship of the Ring soundtrack, whose lyrics are kinda dark considering the occasion, which reads, "The earth shakes, cracks, splits, will no one save us? Fire, fire in the deep, flames lick our skin." So as you can see, at the very least, it's distasteful. He would then follow this up with a compilation video of his time in Iraq, and he entitled it Horned Owl, which is also the name of a military spy drone project, as well as an occult symbol of the Freemasons. The case would get stranger yet when someone searched Kevin's name and easily found his LinkedIn account, which showed he had worked at the Pentagon and then other defense departments, as well as Boeing. And that's pretty much it. I mean, there's not much in the way of theories. Maybe he really forgot to upload it after that long. Or maybe somehow he did leave it private and it used the published update as the date of the upload. Others think, with his military background, he was somehow involved. Have you ever wondered why the Pope's hat, which is called a mitre, has such a unique look? The tall folded hat with a top that looks like a fish's mouth dates back to around the 11th century and is typically worn by the Pope, bishops, and cardinals, and is supposed to symbolize dignity, authority, holiness, and the role of caring for Christians. According to the traditional history, the Western Church took the idea from various head coverings worn by Roman officials, and it slowly evolved over time, although the church narrative is that it was created to represent the flames that appeared above the disciples' heads on Pentecost when God sent the Holy Spirit to the church. But what if there was a much different inspiration for the mitre? Well, according to some, there is. Dagon was an ancient Philistine and Babylonian god that was worshipped in the 13th century BC, and he was kind of the father of some of the lesser gods of this culture. His main role to these peoples was guaranteeing they would have an abundant harvest of grain, because he was the source of prosperity. He was also said to be the one who made men kings on earth, and Dagon is actually mentioned in the Bible 3 times. Maybe the most important verse comes from 1 Samuel chapter 5 verses 1 through 8, which mentions the Philistines putting the Ark of the Covenant in the temple of Dagon in front of an image of the said god. But what does this have to do with the Pope's hat? Well, see, Dagon was depicted as a half man and half fish, and what makes this interesting is during the worship of Dagon, the high priest would actually put on a garment that had been created from a huge fish, and of course its head was placed on top of the priest's head, leaving that wide mouth shape at the top. The Pope's hat is similar to that, but there's also the scaly fan-like tail which falls behind as a cloak with the priest of Dagon. Likewise, the priests of the Catholic Church also have a long cloak that falls behind them. Now this is only one part of a bigger theory, which suggests that a lot of the traditions within the Catholic faith were just copied from several other ancient religions, but we won't get into all those because the mystery here is basically, is the Pope's hat based on the hat worn by the Dagon priest? This next one, we go back to our favorite website, the paranormal section of about.com, of course, archived on the Wayback Machine. It's here that lurkers from the site would email in their accounts of strange unexplained phenomena. This story begins in May of 2003, when the author of the email would state him and his younger brother were attending a wedding reception of a friend who was set to marry in Remember the Main Park located in Vernal, Utah. The canyon in this rural area has sort of a checkered past, and the writer of the account would even note that 2 men had ended their lives by jumping off the cliff earlier that year. So going by that, I think the checkered past is a reference to jumpers. Anyways, these 2 men had strangely taken their clothes off and folded them in a neat stack and jumped off the cliff. Even stranger is that they had both dated the same woman at different times, with both of their deaths coming 6 months apart. And as you may imagine, the police found this awfully weird, especially since the woman was known as a meth dealer. However, they did investigate her and didn't find anything. Regardless, the author, his brother, and their friends would hang out at the reception afterwards, having a good time, just eating and cutting up, when a few of them, including his brother, suggested they go to the nearby woods to explore beyond the park's boundaries, since it was known to have freaky occurrences, as one of his friends described it. So he, along with his friends, Cassidy, Brian, David, and his brother, Tony, took off into the forest around 5 p.m. After going about 15 minutes, they came to a wide clearing, and in spite of the mid-spring sunny warm weather they had previously enjoyed, the temperature dropped dramatically, and soon they got an unsettling feeling in the pit of their stomach. Cassidy would soon break the silence. "This is the entrance." The young men just stood there at first, as they got a feeling that they were not supposed to be here. It probably didn't help that for the next few hundred yards, the ground was littered with the bones of cattle. But after regaining their composure, they continued to walk on about 10 more minutes. It's then they would come to an area of the woods that was thick and very dark, considering it was daytime. Soon, his brother would tap on his shoulder and say, "Do you see that?" Looking up about 15 yards away, they would see a huge dark shape that sorta looked like a gorilla sitting on its knuckles, but completely black. It was about 7 foot tall, just in the crouching position, rolling out a black bear. Then, everyone noticed it, and quietly, they all began to walk away from this thing. But it only got worse when they began to hear the trees swaying back and forth, in spite of the fact the wind was not blowing. Soon, his friend Tony was too scared to stay any longer, so his brother and Cassidy took him back to the park, leaving our author and 2 friends, Brian and David, to wait on them to come back. But by this time, it was beginning to get dark. This was made worse by the fact that they'd only left at 5 and had not been gone over an hour yet. But it got worse because they began to hear hooting sounds from the trees, and at first, they thought it had to be an owl, until these sounds began to intensify, and they were coming from all over, like a few feet away, then above their head, and next on the ground. They could not isolate it. It was only getting worse because David began to have a panic attack. He could barely talk, only murmuring about demons, like some kind of entity was keeping him from speaking. He was so scared. The other 2 tried to calm him down, which didn't work. Then our author would see red eyes start flashing out of the darkness. By the time he pointed it out to his friends, they disappeared. But they would reappear about 30 feet away, and this time, his friend Brian seen it too. The red eyes would then flash again, a good distance away. They all got the feeling that if they didn't flee soon, something really bad was going to happen. About that time, Cassidy returned and the light came back on, as the full moon was now out and shining down on them, even though they hadn't been gone that long. As they made their way out, the trees began swaying again, even though there was no wind, so they went from a walk to a run, when our author would turn back one last time, and he would see a bunch of grayish-white humanoid figures running, blinking, and freaking out. The beings would pursue them all the way back to the park, where they finally reached safety and our author no longer seen them. To his amazement, 6 hours had passed. It was 11:15 p.m., and some of the friends had stayed at the park waiting on them to return. And that was basically it. So what to make of this crazy story? First, let's go to the obvious one. With the sudden drop in temperature, unexplained red eyes, and the humanoid figures, along with the park's dark history, the forest is haunted by a spirit or possibly even a demon, since his scared friend started rambling on about them. Sticking with the supernatural theories, maybe they entered a time warp or some kind of portal, which took them to another dimension, or at least allowed them to see into it, which explains the strangeness, while also taking into account the lost time. Now let's take a look at the more plausible theories, like our author suffered from a psychological hallucination, or maybe the group had a collective one. With the thick forest playing a role on dampening their senses, they began to see things that were not there, and in such a high-stress situation, they began to misinterpret ordinary sounds and sights as paranormal things. And finally, we have to acknowledge the whole thing may have been a fictional account. Alright guys, it's that time again, the Small Mystery Roundup. It's been a while since we've done one of these, so I'm anxious to get back to it. First, we start with the New Zealand Phantom Submarine. This is one we have already covered on the Mega series, and it's fairly small, so I'll just sum it up again. September 13th, 2012, Auckland, New Zealand. A harbor worker named Brad Watson would spot something that got him kinda curious. He would quickly reach for his phone and snap the tail end of what looked like a long sleek craft ghosting along the waterfront at around 11:30 a.m. This photo, believed to be a submarine, was looked at by the New Zealand Coast Guard, who had no idea what it was. It was only made odder by the fact that it took place in front of the Viaduct Harbour, the busiest neighborhood in Auckland, and no one else reported seeing it. 360 Discover Cruises, which runs through the area, looked at the picture and could not identify it. Neither could the people who worked on the harbour every day. One employee, who spent most of the day on the harbour bridge, would say she had not seen anything unusual, and insisted she would have heard about it if something like this really had occurred. Leaving the question, what did Bill Watson really snap a photograph of? And if it was a submarine, who did it come from? Russia? China? Or is this just some elaborate hoax and Brad fell for it? Or was Brad behind it himself? Cat hair on Mars. February 18th, 2021, the Mars rover, Perseverance, would touch down on the neighboring red planet, with one of the main stated objectives being the search for past life on Mars. And in 2022, they found something that might just indicate that. In a NASA blog post, they would explain how they often take photos of all the tools after completion of a task to make sure everything is in working order. And on this occasion, actually, it was on the 12th sample taken by the rover, the team would take images of a drill and, to their surprise, found something on it that resembled a cat hair. That's right, 2 small pieces of unidentifiable debris were found. One, a small object on the coring bit, and then the other was this little cat hair-like object, which was on the drill chuck. To this day, nobody knows what the debris was. FWD-7, an internet meme essentially. FWD-7 pops up on various mystery icebergs, and no one seems to know what it is. Some YouTubers say it is a story relating to an email and a potential dead body, but really, I think it was just some iceberg creators' attempt to troll some YouTubers, and then other iceberg creators just put it on there, not knowing what it is. The Tin Man Mystery. The Tin Man Mystery is an elaborate alternate reality game built around a series of cryptic videos, hidden messages, and coded clues. It centers on a figure, called Tin Man, obviously, who delivers puzzles via YouTube videos, featuring manipulated audio, numerical codes, and ciphers. Early clues hinted at themes of sacrifice, deception, and control, with later videos escalating in complexity. One of these was a hidden video called The Pin, which showed a distressed woman behind bars with the spectrogram message, "My Sacrifice," suggesting the outcome of the game may have real consequences within the narrative. From what I can find, it got its start on X, the paranormal board of 4chan. Odd Goggy, a cryptid, or more like a Scottish folklore, that is supposed to be a giant hairy caterpillar, said to live in orchards and forests protecting ripe fruit. They target disobedient children, and they are often able to swallow them whole. It was more or less a boogeyman type story used to get children to behave, or to keep them from wandering alone into the forest. History before the French Revolution is fake. This one is a common pseudo-historical conspiracy, which suggests that all history, or at least some of the history, before the French Revolution is entirely fake. Depending on where you read this one, it could be something like the ancient Egyptian empire was exaggerated or fabricated by later historians. Others suggest that certain kings, emperors, or religious leaders were altered to create an illusion of continuity and divine right. That way, they would appear to be more legitimate and could set the stage for revolutionary changes that came in the late 18th century. And then there's the Dark Ages, that weren't so dark after all, but allegedly was this period of political upheaval that was later misrepresented by historians to justify the Age of Enlightenment, while possibly suppressing certain types of ancient knowledge. All in all, I think it's more of a meme theory than anything else. Numbers on esophagus. This is a small medical mystery found on the subreddit Ask a Doctor, and there's not a lot of info or follow-up on it. Even the original poster only gives 3 sentences about the mystery, which is basically, this person had a friend that had a GI scope procedure, or gastrointestinal endoscopy, after a number of years of bad acid reflux. And on this person's esophagus was apparently numbers, and his doctor could not explain it. The theories presented in the thread, since I cannot find them anywhere else, speculated the most likely scenario was that a pill or capsule the person took left an imprint on the esophageal lining, which was then reflected as numbers and letters due to taking the medicine without enough water during the pre-procedure fast. Another person suggested that the numbers were not on the esophagus at all, but instead were inadvertently transferred from the procedure chart onto the image of the esophagus, although the original poster would comment in the replies that the doctor had ruled that out. Finally, in some procedures, like removing a cancerous polyp, tattooing can be used to make a spot in case a surgeon ever has to operate in that area again. It can also be used just for future reference. The problem with this theory was that the original poster claimed his friend, a 42-year-old male, had never had a procedure done before. And that's pretty much it. Toad King, 1979, in the Bryansk region of Russia. Several eyewitnesses would come across an unbelievable cryptid sighting. Apparently, these people would claim to have come upon huge toads, which stood on their hind legs, propping themselves up on trees. There were 3 of them, with the smallest being over 2 feet in size, while the largest was about 3.5 feet in size. They also had these growths on their head, which apparently records note that some peasants would take them as fossils way back in the old days. These appendages were more like a bony plate you would see on a turtle's back, and that the creatures also had scales on their body. They also possessed thin fangs in their mouths, 2 on top and 2 on bottom, and their webbed feet also possessed claws. Surprisingly, their eyes were more snake-like than toad, with the pupil located vertically. One of the witnesses, for some reason, decided to throw a stick at the creature, but this animal, whatever it was, smashed it away with a sharp movement. Then the 3 toads moved back towards the swamp, moving on their hind legs, but when they sped up, it appeared like they weren't using their legs. Interestingly, around this time, a woman reported seeing a huge snake in the area, sorta like a boa constrictor. This was apparently the only sighting of this cryptid that would become known as Toad King. None of the witnesses who originally reported it in 1979 could be found for a follow-up. The theories are, it's just folklore, and no real witness accounts of an alleged Toad King actually exist. Another theory is just misidentification of another animal or some kind of toad that had a rare genetic mutation. Alright guys, that's it. Before we get back to the program, I'd just like to remind you, if you would like to support the channel, in the description below you can find my Patreon link, the YouTube members link, and the Buy Me a Coffee link. For now, let's get back to the program. March 9th, 1913, Kittanning, Pennsylvania. 300 miners at the local Chickasaw mine would undergo an experience that would receive much ridicule and skepticism. Apparently, according to these frightened men, they encountered a ghost moving through the tunnels, one that was accompanied by the sounds of hoofbeats. They would describe the eerie figure as one of ghostly light, with the body of an emaciated man and the lower half of the hindquarters of a horse, basically a centaur. It carried what strangely appeared to be a lunch pail, but instead of food, it emitted an ominous glowing light. This being would move from room to room, speaking in a hollow voice and commanding them to drop their tools and leave. One of the miners, a John Martell, was at his station when this thing appeared out of nowhere and pointed its bony finger at him and uttered the word, "Go." John was frozen in place at first, just from his fear. Then he screamed and took off running towards the entrance, and crazily enough, when he turned back to look, he seen the mine motor moving towards him, and it was being driven by this ghost, which chased him all the way to the surface before coming to a stop. Before John reportedly heard one last eerie laugh echoing through the cave. Of course, Like any sane individual, the rest of the men had ran too, and reportedly, they even refused to go to work the next day. And that's pretty much it to this crazy story. The only follow-up that would come after this would be in a coal miners magazine a couple of weeks later, and that article was comedic in nature. So what exactly happened in this mine? Was this an example of a true paranormal encounter? If so, it's certainly an odd sighting. I mean, one would think the guardian spirit of a mine would be something like a kobold, fictional beings that lived in caves and mines. A centaur, not so much. But considering that it had the eerie light, and somehow controlled that mine motor, it seems to be supernatural. But what if there's a more plausible theory? What if toxic gases in the mine, or heck, even low oxygen levels, triggered hallucinations? This could explain why a single misinterpreted event could be witnessed by 300 people. Likewise, another plausible theory was the miners simply made up the story as an excuse to walk off the job, especially considering the dangerous work in mines at that time. March 8th, 1934, at the Pirano Hospital in Italy, or what is now Slovenia, a woman named Maria Gherardi was laying on her bed sick, tossing and turning trying to fall asleep, which she did not have much success with. And after a while of tossing and turning, something would catch her eye. In the bed next to her, she caught the shine of an intense bright light. She studied closer and realized it was not the bedside lamp, nor was it a flashlight. Focusing more, she couldn't believe her eyes, because that light seemed to be coming directly from the person who was sleeping in the bed next to her. Maria was stunned and quickly called a nurse, who came in and was equally as perplexed, and called for other nurses. They all looked over this woman, but had no idea what to do. So they called the head of the hospital, Dr. Domenico Sambo. The good doctor, upon receiving this call, did not believe the nurses at first, but gave in and decided to walk to the room to see for himself exactly what was going on. But when he got there and viewed the patient, a 42-year-old Anna Monero, he had no answers. Coming from the woman's chest was a bright bluish light. Dr. Sambo would reach out and touch Anna, who awoke to see all the nurses had surrounded her, which must have been alarming. The doctor then let her know why they were all there, and she just got more confused, although she settled down and seemed not to care that her body was glowing. When they asked her about it, she had no answers, other than suggesting it might be some kind of divine intervention, which you have to admit is a bizarre start to this story. But just who was Anna? Well, that's just it. She was exceedingly ordinary. She was married to a fisherman, she had 12 children, which was typical back then. She was small and quiet, but extremely religious. And she was in the hospital because she had a serious flare-up of chronic asthma, made worse by the fact she had been fasting for Lent. In spite of Anna's willingness to accept this oddity so easily, Dr. Sambo did not, and began to call influential people from the area to come view the weird light and see if they could make sense of it. This included other doctors, a local high school headmaster, a magistrate, and a nobleman. Over the next 10 days, every one of them would witness the appearance of the light, which usually manifested itself as a luminous globe hovering over Anna's breast, although sometimes it took the shape of a cone that came from her heart. Even crazier would be when several beams of light would shoot from her chest, lasting for just a few seconds. It was also intense enough that the witnesses could see it through the blanket. Anna, for her part, was always asleep when the light showed. Doctors began to observe closer and realized that her breathing and heart rate would double for a short time, and she would also sweat a lot and groan, and appear exhausted. This, of course, elicited a much stronger response. Now doctors from all over began to come see her, even bringing an X-ray machine, a galvanoscope used to detect electrical current, an electroscope to detect the presence of an electric charge on the body, and of course, a camera. They then began to do numerous tests on Anna, which all proved nothing was wrong with her. She was completely normal. Soon the story went national and brought in several of the nation's best research institutes. Even Marconi, whom we discussed previously in his attempts to create a death ray, was rumored to have went to Anna's bedside to study the phenomenon. There was also Enrico Fermi, the world-famous physicist, who would also go visit her. All of these researchers would prod her for more information, asking about her life, and Anna, amazingly, only remembered one other instance in which her body emitted light, and she was 7 or 8 years old and remembered her parents discussing taking her to see a doctor because her skin was glowing. However, there was another oddity that she described which would shock her doctors. Apparently, she had given birth to a stillborn child, and she claimed the human heart inside it glowed like an open flame, and that the doctor in that case was a man named Perkelt, who took it to be preserved. But Anna's story would become even more crazy, as she started to claim that sometimes she's seen the spirits of dead people, as well as having visions of battles being fought thousands of miles away. As you may imagine, now the doctor started to suspect that Anna may have some kind of mental illness, which still didn't explain the light. But after her psychiatric evaluation, they concluded she was not insane, although she did seem to go into some kind of self-hypnotic or hallucinative state. But if we fast forward a bit, Anna would make a full recovery of her asthma flare-up, and strangely enough, the glowing stopped. She was released from the hospital, and the doctors would release a 52-page long report of all the exams performed, and the story was featured in a medical magazine, which offered their own conclusions, like mitogenetic radiation, which is a weak ultraviolet radiation that is emitted by dividing cells, while others suggested electromagnetism or just some kind of compound in her skin, or maybe a bioluminescent bacteria, or even something like sulfides in her sweat. Other less reliable non-medical publications suggested something of a supernatural origin, like some kind of spiritual energy connected to Anna, while others simply suggested the whole thing was a hoax. Interestingly, this is not the only time that this occurred. In 1911, the book Death, Its Causes and Phenomena detailed the account of a child who died from acute indigestion, and the corpse emitted a faint blue light. While in 1937, a book called Anomalies and Curiosities of Medicine would document a cancerous sore on a woman's breast which glowed blue, and the light was so bright that it could reach the faces of people several feet away. Chris McKinstry is a name most of you will have never heard of, which is a shame because he was really ahead of his time. The Canadian researcher was one of the earliest in the field of AI, starting sometime in the 1990s, where he often logged results of work on various message board type systems, like news groups or Google groups, etc. So not only was Chris one of the early AI researchers, but he left a trail on the internet that has been thankfully archived. But AI was not the only field he seemed to be ahead of his time in. In 1996, he created and began to produce an internet soap opera, one of the earliest web shows, if not the earliest. However, in the creation of this show, which some claim was a scam from the get-go, he supposedly lost over $1 million and fled North America, ending up in Chile, where he spent the better part of the next decade, before ending his own life in 2006, stemming from years of dealing with bipolar disorder and bouts of depression, only worsened by the fact that numerous people, including the actors, writers, and director from his failed show, along with several businesses, would constantly claim they were never paid by Chris, which he always disputed. That's the very basic story, but the reason he is remembered by some today is because of the mystery that he left, his internet soap opera, CR6, which has become one of the more famous lost media mysteries, with numerous people trying to run down as much info about it as they can find. The only thing 100% they could confirm, though, is that it did exist. However, this is the Obscure series, and you know by now, we don't do normal mysteries. Instead of looking at that lost film part of the mystery, we're going to look at Chris's death, because apparently, some people believe he actually did not end his life and faked it instead. The reasoning for this is a bit conspiratorial, but it has some solid reasoning for it. Before we get to that part though, it's important to note that Chris did battle numerous mental health issues his whole life, and it's not unreasonable to think he chose to end it, as he had attempted to do it before. Now I don't want to go in too deep on his actions, because I don't want to get flagged for it again, but it was not a violent death, and instead, he allegedly used gas, and Chilean authorities even found a note. However, the reason there is a conspiracy suggesting that he faked it comes from Redditors doing some good old internet sleuthing. Apparently, after a video by YouTuber, Blame It on George, who documented the lost media portion of the mystery, an interest around Chris's latter days began to take hold online, and some armchair detectives really wanted to find out, and were soon greeted by something pretty intriguing. See, Chris had lived in Chile for longer than 5 years, and thus had been given the right to vote, and he apparently did register. And according to their laws, sometime before every election, the voter registry must be made public and is available online. It's here you can find his national ID number, known as RUN. If you search his name, you can find his info, implying that he's still alive to vote. But if you're thinking this is some elaborate voting fraud scheme, there's something else. You can also take that same ID and go to the website of the Civil Registry Service, which has documents of the deceased, including their death certificate, and you can put in that same ID and it returns no hits on Chris McKinstry. Actually, it delivers the same exact auto-reply one would get when entering a living person's ID in. Likewise, it is not the same error message one would get when entering an invalid ID. Lastly, you may think this is just a glitch coming from the fact that he was a foreigner who just happened to die there. But looking up other famous foreigners who immigrated to the country and were registered voters reveals that these people's death certificates are there. It's only McKinstry's that is missing. This has basically fueled the conspiracy. But there's also the fact that he was already having so many financial struggles that it would kinda make sense. He had actually left North America for that same reason. However, there were articles about his death that came out at the time, although the links are no longer working and do not seem to be archived. There's also a page for him on the findagrave.com website, as well as an online eulogy given by one of his friends, which seems to rule out the conspiracy. Even if you are not the most devout Christian, or if you have no faith altogether, chances are you know the basic summary of Jesus Christ, coming from his divine birth in Bethlehem to his crucifixion and miraculous rise from the dead. But often forgotten is the years between, nearly 18 to be exact, from the age of 12 to 29. We have no idea what he was up to, and more specifically, where he was at, which you can probably guess has left the door open to lots of conjecture and some interesting conspiracy theories. Actually, there's quite a few countries who have since claimed that Jesus was really hanging out there for a period of years before returning to Jerusalem to start his ministry. One of these early theories was that Jesus actually went all the way to Britain, which seems incredibly difficult to believe considering the Romans hadn't even started their conquest of the island yet, although Julius Caesar had invaded about 50 years prior and had made several allies with some of the village chiefs there, so it's not totally impossible. A lot of this comes from the legend of King Arthur though, which in the 12th century started to suggest that one of the disciples of Jesus, Joseph of Arimathea, brought them the Holy Grail, which he had used to catch the blood of Jesus when he was crucified. Not being happy with just the thought that he had the Holy Grail, soon it was suggested that Jesus actually traveled to Britain, where he lived in a small village in the Mendip Hills in Somerset. He was also supposed to have used his skills as a carpenter to build the very first wattle cabin in Glastonbury, while others believe he built an early church there. Now why he was even here to begin with is left open to conjecture. Some accounts suggest that Joseph, the disciple, and the one who was a rich tin merchant, took Jesus to Britain on a commercial venture, after his mother Mary had become widowed, while an even crazier theory suggests he went to Britain to study with the Druids. But it wasn't just Jesus chilling in Britain. He may have actually went to India and or Tibet. This theory came from a man known as Nicholas Notovich, who was a Russian war correspondent and explorer. He would claim in 1887 that while at a monastery in India, he learned of a document called Life of Saint Issa, Best of the Sons of Men, and Saint Issa is the Arabic name of Jesus in Islam. Nicholas would begin his research into the topic and then released his own document of the events. According to him, Jesus left Jerusalem at 13 and went towards India, quote, intending to improve and perfect himself in the divine understanding and to study the laws of the great Buddha. He would then cross the country, reaching a coastal city on the east coast, where, under the tutelage of Brahmin priest, he studied the Veda, a set of 4 ancient Hindu texts considered sacred. After spending 6 years there, he went to the Himalayas and spent time in Tibetan monasteries studying Buddhism, then cut through Persia and returned home at 29. As you might imagine, this was not received well, and soon many scholars at the time stated that the monks either lied to Nicholas, maybe just to troll him, or that Nicholas himself made the whole thing up. In fact, some of the head lamas from these places that Nicholas supposedly visited were found and questioned, and they claimed there were no Western visitors there in the past 15 years. Furthermore, there were no such documents that fit his claims, and considering that they have never been seen by anyone else, it does seem like Nicholas probably made the whole thing up. However, in 1922, Swami Abhedananda, the president of the Vedanta Society of New York, went to the Himalayas on foot and reached Tibet, where he would study for years. According to him, he would go to the same monastery Nicholas had went and found the original translated script by Nicholas, which was based on the original document. According to the Lama there, though, his translation was based on a copy of the original, which was located at another monastery. However, the Swami died in 1939, and all of these documents disappeared. Regardless, the story is further elaborated on by another Russian, Nicholas Roerich, who would travel to India in 1925, and in his journal, claimed the people known as Ladakhi told him that Jesus traveled to India from Judea with merchants and upon getting there, would minister to the people. Roerich would remark how similar their accounts were to those of Notovich, in spite of never reading or hearing of him. And again, as you might imagine, this theory has been heavily criticized. Let's finish with maybe the craziest one, and we've kind of discussed it before in the historical series. Some people believe that Jesus actually made it as far away as Japan, where he visited during the lost years. Some even believe he came back after the crucifixion, which was really his brother that was crucified in his place. He then escaped to Japan, but not before going across Siberia and visiting Alaska. He then married a farmer's daughter, had 3 children, and lived to 106 years old. And to this day, his alleged burial spot is in the small village of Shingo in Aomori. The source for this claim comes from the discovery of a scripture in 1936 that was allegedly the last will and testament of Jesus before dying in that village. However, the most likely theory is he remained in Galilee the entire time. Roswell has been discussed in the paranormal world for decades, which is not a surprise when you consider all the allegations of a crashed saucer, aliens, and government cover-up. Heck, we have taken a look at it here many times as well, so it's no wonder that numerous conspiracies and mysteries surrounding Roswell itself has also popped up. One of the most popular ones is about a woman known as Miriam Bush. Miriam, in various sources online, has been labeled as a nurse at a hospital field in Roswell Army Airfield, but that's actually incorrect, as she was actually an executive secretary, meaning she was an assistant to one of the higher-ranking officers on the entire base, and thus would have knew way more about the Roswell crash than you might imagine. Actually, she was the secretary for a lieutenant colonel named Harold Warren, who was said to have played a pivotal role in the autopsies of the dead people, or dead beings, found in the Roswell crash. And since Miriam was so close to the lieutenant colonel, she was in a good position to see all the mangled bodies which were snuck onto the base. And it's because of that reason that Miriam's life would take a bad turn, because according to her sister-in-law, a lady named Pat Bush, Miriam would come home from work one day extremely anxious about something that had occurred. And during dinner, she told the family that her boss took her aside to show her something. When he opened the door, she seen the bodies of what she first thought were children lying out on tables. But that's when she noticed that these were not children. They had grayish to brown skin covered with linens and had large heads with staring eyes, which of course, these later on would become known as the Roswell aliens. But she would state that they all looked deceased when all of a sudden one of them moved its hand, before she quickly left the room. But the following day it got creepier, because according to Pat, when Miriam arrived, her whole mood completely changed. She was frightened and told her family that they could never discuss what she had told them the day before. And after this, the whole Roswell affair took control of her life. She'd become increasingly paranoid. Her marriage would start to suffer, and it'd end up being a toxic relationship. And before long, she began to drink. And in what might not surprise you, she became an alcoholic. She would continually believe she was being watched, and maybe she had a good reason to think so. On 2 separate occasions, once in 1969 and 1982, rumors began to circulate that listening devices were placed on her home phone. And by December 1989, things would take a sad turn, as Miriam would check into a hotel in San Jose under her sister's name, suggesting that she believed she was being followed. And within 24 hours of checking in, she was found deceased in the room with a plastic bag around her neck, one which had been tied tightly. Of course, detectives arrived and quickly concluded she had taken her own life, although this ignored the very obvious marks on her arm, which indicated a struggle had taken place. And that's pretty much the mystery. What about Miriam's death? Was this some kind of assassination ordered by the government? Or did the police get it right and she took her own life? One thing that nobody debates is Miriam's mental health, as this suffered the rest of her life after this incident. She spiraled into alcoholism and was extremely paranoid, and only got more so as the decades wore on. Now you can question, was this some kind of mental illness that she just unfortunately got? Or did something really happen at Roswell that gave her PTSD? Maybe there was a crash which had these alien beings on it. Or maybe it was simply test pilots who were involved in some secret project which went badly and the government covered it up. Whatever the case, Miriam had a steep decline, which leads to our first theory that the detectives got it right. Her mental well-being got so bad that she ended up taking her own life. It's even possible it was an accidental death, and the marks on her body, which seemed to indicate a struggle, actually came from her falling due to being very drunk. And the police, out of respect to the family, just chose not to divulge that information. And obviously, the final theory is, she really did see something that was highly classified, and the government, either using their own intelligence assets, took Miriam out and made it look like she ended her own life, or they used some kind of mercenary to do it. Although, you have to question why it took 40 years for them to do so. Regardless, I'd love to hear your opinion on it. March 1st, 1882, the SS Jasmine, a British merchant ship, was making the voyage from France to New Orleans, where it was to drop off cargo of dried fruit, something it did often. And so far the journey seemed to be going normal, but it would be the next morning when something odd would happen. About 200 miles southwest of the island of Madeira, the captain of the SS Jasmine, a David Amory Robson, would spot something that he truly had not expected. He seen a large island, one that was very mountainous with a smoldering volcano, and was about 30 miles in length north to south. And the island looked like it had just came up from the sea, and it showed up on no charts or maps. Now what made this stranger, at around the same time, underwater volcanic activity was being picked up by monitoring stations in the Azores and the Canaries. And there was even a section of the ocean about 7,500 square miles that had become very muddy and was carpeted by dead fish. A lot of dead fish. An estimated 500,000 tons over this section of the ocean. Captain Robson was on one of these ships that had seen the huge deposit of dead fish, but he was more focused on the island that he had seen smoke bellowing from. He at first actually believed it was another ship in the area, until he got closer. Robson would then decide to take a small landing party to this new island and investigate. And it's here he found that it was largely made up of black basalt and a fine ooze, and there were dead fish covering basically anywhere you stepped. The island was completely barren other than this though, no wildlife or plants, which of course is how he reasoned that it had came up from the bottom of the sea. However, they did note numerous fissures all over, from which steam poured out of constantly. But it was after walking around a bit that the men discovered something even more odd. One of the sailors found a flint arrowhead. This excited them, and they began to search more, and they would notice in this area was some dirt in which they could dig, and so they did. And they had barely got the shovel in when they found more arrowheads and a few small knives. After these crazy discoveries, they would go back to the ship where they would wait until the following day and took some tools and about 15 volunteers to go back. This time, they would search the island and eventually would dig up a spot where they found a stone statue of a woman. It was a bas-relief sculpted into one side of an oblong rock and slightly larger than life-size. The piece had been encrusted with marine growth, and the men continued to search. It would be further inland that they would find 2 walls of unmortared stone. Now the excitement was really building up as they continued to find precious treasures. First was a sword, which was made of a yellow metal that they did not recognize. Then a number of spearheads, axe heads, and metal rings, before finally coming across pottery figures of birds and other animals. They would even find 2 large jars containing bone fragments and a nearly intact human skull, and some sources would even claim a sarcophagus with a mummy inside was taken aboard. However, the weather began to get bad, so Robson ordered them to take the haul back onto the ship so they could depart to their intended destination, that of New Orleans. Before going, however, he noted down the coordinates. They would then leave and reach the city's harbor at noon on March 31st. And it's here he would tell the story, and it would reach the local papers before it slowly spread out across the US. One reporter actually went to look at the artifacts and would get to personally inspect them. He would state, after handling many of the items, he believed them to be the real thing. He would also note that the captain, while in town, would let anyone come by to study them if they chose, which makes this next part that much stranger, because when he would go back to his home in London 2 months later, he left without all these artifacts, and no one is sure where they are today, although Robson had announced his intent to take them back to London to give to the British Museum. This case, now known as the Jesmond Incident, was looked into closely by one researcher, a Lawrence D. Hills, who has put together the most thorough in-depth look into the case. He would eventually conclude that all the metal objects found by Captain Robson and his crew were made of tambaga, an alloy of 80% gold and 20% copper, one that was primarily used by pre-Columbian Mesoamerica and South American natives, and that term originated with the Spaniards who first made contact with them. But could it have a name that went back even further? Maybe that word was known as orichalcum, which is what Plato used to describe an alloy technique metalsmiths used in Atlantis. But how much, if any of this, is true? Well, we do have some data that might back it, because it wasn't long after this, another steamer rode through the area, that of the Westbourne, and it was captained by James Newdick. He was sailing from Marseille to New York, and as soon as he arrived, he would tell of seeing an island at the same exact coordinates of Captain Robson. In addition was the seismic event, which was recorded near the Azores and Canaries, and the miles and miles of dead fish, which was reported by numerous other ship captains, which even found their way to many papers at the time. Some of these fish were even taken aboard and eaten, and that might have been because they were already cooked by the heat generated from this volcano at the bottom of the ocean. There's also the fact that as we entered the 20th century and flight became an option, there have been a few incidents of pilots flying over this area who have claimed to have seen what looks like clusters of buildings under the water. And islands popping up in the ocean is not a fanciful tale either. It actually happened just as recently as 2023, right off the coast of Japan, although they usually disappear quickly after being swallowed by the waves. The difference in the story of Captain Robson and the SS Jesmond is this island seemed to have the signs of an ancient city that many speculate was Atlantis. However, there are also many reasons to doubt this story. For one, the British Museum cites they have no records that indicate any shipment of Atlantean artifacts that were en route by the SS Jesmond or a Captain Robson. Likewise, there was a SS Jesmond, but the problem is there were multiple SS Jesmonds, making it impossible to verify which one the story took place on. Same thing can be said with the SS Westbourne, which was supposed to have spotted the island a few days after the SS Jesmond and its crew. There are records, though, of a Captain Robson and a Captain Newdick on an Ancestry website, but did these two men captain these two ships? there's no records to indicate that. There's other things too, like the island has not been seen since, and the New Orleans paper retracted the story sometime after publishing it. And maybe most interestingly was, the SS Jasmine landed in New Orleans on March 31st, and the story was printed April 1st. But maybe the most important part in all this is the competitive merchant shipping game at the time. Considering how lucrative it was, it's extremely unlikely that a ship captain would waste 2 days exploring some random island. It just wouldn't be worth it. However, let's pretend like Captain Robson's account was legit, and all of this is true. Even then, the most likely scenario is they spotted volcanic rock that appeared briefly above sea level before being sunk down below the sea again. The muddy water, dead fish, and steam vents was nothing more than uplifted volcanic mound, and then everything else about the account was faked, like the artifacts. But even if there were artifacts found, it could have simply been debris washed out of the Mediterranean and swept up into the current, making it seem like they had found Atlantean relics. Likewise, if they really did find them, they were probably melted down for the gold, or they had just been misplaced in the back room of a museum somewhere. April 27th, 1983, in Pavgada, a town in Karnataka, India. A 5-year-old girl was outside playing when she mysteriously vanished. The time this happened is a bit confusing, maybe because some of the translation issues, but allegedly this occurred just after midnight, although I can't see many 5-year-olds outside playing at that time. Regardless, the disappearance would end up playing out tragically, because the next day, family and volunteers began to search for her, and her remains were found in the woods, her ribs being about a mile from where she was last seen. No explanation was given by the authorities, or not one I could find. However, it would just be 10 days later when another 3-year-old girl would fall asleep next to her mother in bed, only for her mom to wake up and realize the little girl was gone, with no clue as to what had happened. Her mother quickly reported the child missing and began searching the woods. At some point during the search, her grandfather would tell them he had seen a pair of glowing eyes staring at them before vanishing into the woods. This will be important later on. In this case, the girl was never seen again, nor were her remains ever recovered. However, a lead would soon emerge, because the next day, a woman came forward and claimed an hour before the 3-year-old disappeared, she was in her backyard with her own daughter when a wolf hopped the fence and tried to snatch up her kid, which she then began to fight. The wolf ran away into the direction of where the 3-year-old would then vanish. The woman's story was then confirmed by investigators who found paw prints that led around the house. If it was a wolf, he sure wasn't done, because 4 days later, a 2-year-old girl was asleep next to her mom and dad, and they would wake up to discover their little girl was missing. A massive search was launched again, and about a quarter of a mile away, particles of clothing were found, and sadly, one of her legs. It had been neatly cut off. Terror would strike again just 8 days later, when another 3-year-old girl was snatched out of bed from her mother. When she awoke and discovered this, she reported it and another search began, but it would be a week before anything was found. This time, it was just clothes and a pool of blood. Things would quieten for a bit after this. It would actually be 2 months later when on July 26th, a family of 5 were sleeping in the same room, 2 parents, 2 boys, and a daughter who was 3. When the parents awoke later, they found their 2 sons were still cuddled up in the room. However, the little girl was gone. This was the odd one, because the family had 3 pet dogs, and strangely, none of them made a peep, which was certainly odd. Regardless, another search started, and it would be a couple of days before anything was found. This time, about 300 feet from the home, her clothes and a skull were found. Next to the skull was a single set of paw prints that led into the woods. Police dogs were used to track down the scent, which led to a large cave. For some bizarre reason, the police refused to go in, and eventually were like, oh well, mystery solved, and just kinda let it go. However, residents, as you might imagine, had a different response. They began hunting down and killing as many wolves as they could possibly find. Some even killed other random animals. After this, there were no more murders, and police simply closed the case. However, as you might be thinking, a lot of this doesn't seem to make sense. How many wolves simply waltz into a family home in the middle of the night, snatch up a baby without making a sound, and walk back out? In spite of the fact that in some cases remains were found, some people believe that this was one lone serial killer committing these crimes, and once he saw the public freak out and go into the woods killing anything that moved, he knew the best course of action was to get out of town. And considering the detective work may not have been the best anyways, it's possible that the police just didn't know how or didn't want to fool with investigating it further. There's also the strange fact that it was always little girls that were taken, even in the case when there were 2 boys in the room, which makes it sound like it was more of a human motive. There was even some suggestions later on that the kidnappings were used as part of ritual sacrifices for some type of cult or practitioners of black magic in the area. Likewise, there were not one of these cases where drag marks were found, and it's not likely a wolf just put a 3-year-old in its mouth and carried it away, and more likely, it would have had to drag its victim, unless it was like a really huge wolf. There also should have been blood trails and scattered remains, and then you had that one case of the neatly severed leg. That doesn't really match wolf kills either. Others suggest it might have been hyena attacks, which explain why only skulls and partial remains were left behind, and no drag marks, as they have been known to carry their prey. However, human-hyena conflicts are even more rare than wolf attacks. A serial killer is the second most likely theory. It does away with drag marks, and it also implies a distinct pattern and victim profile. And in one source, there is a claim that rocks were thrown at a parent who was searching for their child, and even more sources claim that the entrance to this cave was actually bricked up by stone, suggesting that the culprit was actually using it as a hideout. And once you bring in a cult or black magic, it might make even more sense. However, there was no evidence of this ever found. In 2012, the residents of Kampung Laksamana in Gombak, Malaysia were under a mysterious and disturbing threat of attack, one that kept residents up all night long, leading to groups patrolling the neighborhood with spotlights and sticks searching for something evil, something you have probably never heard of, known as Orang Minya, or translated to Oli Man. It started when rumors began circulating the village of not one, but 2 of these beings spotted within a 10 days' time. They are described as being clad in their underwear only, but also drenched in a black shiny oil, and they jump from roof to roof with ease and vanish into the night. One resident that spotted the 2 recorded that one of them was tall, stocky, and bald, while the other had curly hair, and he heard it breathing really loudly, sounding sorta like a cow. After shining his light on it, he noticed it reflected off the shiny black skin, but before he could say anything, it quickly shot up the roof and disappeared. Meanwhile, at another point, him and a few residents chased the other one into the bushes, only to find out it was the spot where it was known to recite its mantra and have an oil bath, as a large oil patch was still sitting there. Next to the oil was rice and noodles. They would leave and come back with other residents an hour later, only to discover the food was gone. But what is the oily man's goal? What is it that scares these people this much? Well, see, the oily man is actually a person who has began the study of black magic, but for them to meet the rite of passage, they have to, violate a number of virgin girls. So, you can see why so many of the townsfolk were greatly worried, with some of the townsgirls reporting feeling something or someone caressing them or calling for them to come outside. And in at least one occasion, a family was supposedly locked outside their home, forcing them to break in and finding a black heap under the table, a black heap with bloodstains, which resulted in patrols which lasted from midnight to dawn. At its height, it involved over 200 people, many whom carried weapons, and in spite of these patrols, and in spite of multiple sightings, the beings were never captured. And while this sounds completely ludicrous, the townsfolk were pretty shaken up. This was largely started as folklore, and took hold in some of the rural areas, where it may have just been more of a mass hysteria than anything else, although others suggest it's just another way to enforce social control, by trying to keep women in line, discouraging them from going out at night, or any other behaviors that their society deems improper. And sadly, there have been guys take advantage of the myth and paint themselves in the oil or grease and pull off assaults. Finally, is the theory that it really exists, and it might even be some kind of cryptid. Hey guys, it's that time again. It's the Small Mystery Roundup. This is the part of the video where I take mysteries where there's not much information available, or mysteries that are just not interesting, and wrap them up into one segment. We start with the discipline of a psychic warrior. What do the following topics have in common? The Panama Canal, wife beating, bank robbery defense, and prison farms. If you guessed topics in a strange obscure book whose author is unknown, then you are a genius, because that's exactly what it is. The mysterious book is known as The Discipline of a Psychic Warrior, and although it came to prominence on the obscure media scene in 2021 after being rediscovered, it was actually published in 1978, and I already went over just a few of the topics, but it is actually more bizarre than you think. There's chapters dedicated to the do's and don'ts of professional boxing, teen boxing, carpooling, and modern revisions of the Lord's Prayer. Opening the book to the first page also reveals the copyright, which says all rights reserved by the Foundation. And following the table of contents is the message which reads, "This book is dedicated to those who will suffer and die in the struggle to save our planet." And the book, as you might imagine, is not one of the traditional variety. Instead, it's just a collection of letters the writer has saved up over the years. Letters that he sent to various newspapers, specifically the Boston Globe, but also journalists, TV networks, politicians, sports organizations, and doctors. Furthermore, although the book does not have an author listed, the lost media community was quickly able to find the man, and his name was Ralph Paulson, who wrote another bizarre survivalist text known as The Rebuilding of God. Ralph had apparently spent years sending letters about anti-capitalist themes and survivalism to various media, where he suggested some of the craziest ideas, like injecting whales with radioactive material to save them, or having basic sexual training and IQ enhancement achieved by hypnosis. But who was Ralph? Well, the lost media community has worked on that too. He was most likely from Massachusetts, or maybe New Hampshire, and he had been a swimmer at Tufts University. He also went to Brockton High School in the late 60s, and most likely wrote the letters in his late 20s during the time of Vietnam and Watergate. This one is not really much of a mystery anymore, as we now know who wrote it. Why is the only mystery. Maybe it was out of some moral cause he believed he was fighting for, or maybe he was just a little off in the head. Imagine you're driving down the road when all of a sudden you hear a noise that every traveler hates, the smack of the windshield. You quickly look over and discover that long crack running down, or that huge dot where something penetrated the glass, maybe something like a gravel from a truck. But what if you were 100% sure nothing struck you while driving? Or what if you just came out to your car one morning to discover the window now had a small indenture on it? Or even that the whole windshield had been shattered completely? Strangely, there have been periods of time where this happened frequently with no clear explanation, specifically between 1952 and 1954. Numerous reports of this phenomenon were recorded in Canada and the US alike. But it wasn't just cars that suffered these weird shatterings. Glass windows in houses were also broken apart or started pitting. Now, as mentioned, if this was a one-off or just an isolated location, that would be one thing. But this happened in waves from 1954 all the way up to 1974, with thousands of automobiles randomly getting hit by this. There's not much to theories on this one, but the mystery is found in John Keel's book called The Cosmic Question, and he sort of tried to connect it to pollution that may or may not have been caused by human beings. He also suggested a similar outbreak of busted windshields in the 1920s that he believed could be tied to skyquakes. However, if you do a Google search today on spontaneous windshield shattering, you'll quickly see that this happens all the time, and it can be attributed to different factors, such as defects, thermal shock, or extreme temperature fluctuation. The chromal ray Facco ray, was an early 20th century medical device which involved a 100-watt lamp used for color therapy, or now known as chromotherapy, as a way to project rays of cool sunshine. The lamp worked by focusing light through colored lenses which simulated the sun and was recommended to use in dreary weather or cold climates. It was just one of a long line of quack medical inventions in the early 20th century, but this one at least had origins going way back in time, with the ancient Egyptians using colored crystals and sunlight for healing, because according to believers of chromotherapy, the light can be used to promote mental and physical wellness. In fact, you can still use the chromo ray today, or numerous different types of mood lamps on Amazon. I'm not sure what the mystery is on this one. I think it's supposed to be, does it really work? I know times are hard right now, and it's quite possible you have applied for multiple jobs, never getting an interview. But what if I told you there is a research associate / personal assistant job posted right now that could pay you up to $100,000 a year? Well, you might think this sounds like a scam, but this one is actually a mystery, because in 2004, an ad would run in the classifieds of the New York Republic, a magazine, which read, "Ideal candidate would be highly intelligent, resourceful, and have exceptional communication skill, and would undertake special research projects and various administrative tasks on behalf of a busy executive." The ad goes on to further state that they welcome applications from writers, musicians, artists, and other candidates pursuing professional goals in their free time. They also state you would be working in a casual atmosphere in a beautiful space with gifted individuals. If interested, apply at mtgen2@gmail.com. Now this ad already sounds vague enough and a little bit sketchy, but what makes it odd is this ad has now ran for over 20 years straight. In that time, it's barely changed. Although it used to be mtgen2@gmail.com in the original ads, it is now gen8@spfine.com. Other than that, there have only been minor alterations. The ad has also popped up on Craigslist under different variations. However, this is another one that has been partially solved, because the author seems to have been discovered. On the Craigslist ad, the email address was revealed to be craig-gen@career.deshaw.com, an investment management firm known as D.E. Shaw, started by David E. Shaw in 1988. Why they are seeking talented individuals with such a vague ad in a magazine is still a mystery, however. The United States is Conscious is a conspiracy/philosophical thought experiment which tries to show that the US matches all of the materialist hallmarks of consciousness. For example, materialists argue that since rabbits are made of matter, have brains, nervous systems, and behave in ways which show awareness, then they must be conscious. And since they are conscious, it's natural to assume that if aliens exist, even though they are different than us, they too would be conscious beings. And since that is the case, then why can groups not be conscious? Even large groups, like a company or a country. Could the US, or any other nation, be like one big slow brain, using its communication networks, decision-making structures, memory, which might be its archives and records, as well as using its senses, like polls and surveillance tools, could be indicative that the US is a conscious entity. The theory goes on, but you get it. It's basically just an experiment to gauge if groups of people could serve as one consciousness. Over the 14th and 15th centuries, a war was waged which has since went down as one of the more important of all of Europe. I am of course talking about the 100 Years' War waged between the Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of France. And it's in this war that one of France's national heroes would come to prominence, Joan of Arc. At 17 years old, she convinced Charles VII that she was receiving visions and messages from saints, urging her to support the king in his attempt to drive the English out. She did such a good job that he would even let her lead an army at the Siege of Orleans in 1429, turning the tide of the war. Unfortunately, she would be captured the following year by Burgundian allies of the English, where she was put on trial and burned at the stake at just 19 years old in 1431. That is all basic history, and you probably already knew. But is it possible that was all a lie, and Joan really survived? That's what this next conspiracy theory alleges, and for good reason. It seems several young women would come forward after Joan's execution and claim to be her. The most famous example was that of Jeanne d'Armoise. She would come forward 5 years after, in 1436, claiming she was the real Joan and had miraculously escaped the execution. She was so convincing that even Joan's brother believed it was her. She would exploit her newfound fame to gain gifts and money over the next 4 years until 1440, when her charade was finally discovered. Or at least, that's what the accepted history states. Some modern-day authors have speculated on this account by suggesting that Joan really did take on the identity of Jeanne d'Armoise and married a French knight named Robert d'Armoise and lived a fairly normal life, even having a family. Alright guys, that's the end of the Small Mystery Roundup. Before we get back to the video, I would like to remind you, if you're enjoying it, please give me a like and a subscribe. And if you're interested in supporting the channel, there's a link down below for YouTube membership or the Patreon. As of now, the members are able to enjoy over 5 hours of exclusive content. I also have a link for a Buy Me a Coffee if you're interested in that. But now, let's get back to the video. For this next one, we go back in time through the web archive and visit a site known as UFOFreeParanormal.com. It was a website where readers would send in emails about their paranormal experiences that would in turn be posted to the stories section. This one would come in 1997 from someone going by the name Normal. And Normal was in his 50s when he sent this and would tell a story recalling his childhood way back in 1944 or 1945. As a young boy around 4 to 5 years old, he would write that in Kissimmee, Florida, he and his mother were standing on the side of the road waiting to be picked up by his father and grandmother. The area where they were waiting had very little traffic, and from here, they would see the family vehicle, a black Ford, start driving towards them. Soon, he spotted his grandmother and father inside driving, and strangely, neither occupant would look at him or his mother. Instead, they just drove on by, even in spite of the fact that him and his mom were sitting there waving at them to get their attention. Regardless, the car kept going and went on around the corner. He would then turn to his mother, and they were both surprised. And then his mom began rambling and saying bad stuff about her husband and mother-in-law, as she was pretty upset that he was making her stand there and wait. However, the car would return several minutes later, and this time it slowed down and stopped. They would get into the car, and they asked, "Why did you refuse to slow down and let us in the first time?" And strangely, his father said, "We just got here." He then told them they must have seen another couple that looked just like them, because they had not been passed by. His father and mother then began to argue before they dropped the discussion and proceeded on with the drive. Fast forward to 12 years later, and Normal would bring up the weird experience to his father again, asking if he had remembered that occasion and the ensuing argument with his mother after they got into the car. He replied he remembered, but then he told Normal something else. That had actually happened to him one other time, in the early 1940s, and this weird phenomenon seemed to run in the family. Normal would close his account by stating that although he clearly seen the car and his father and grandmother, it made no sound, nor was there any smoke coming from the tailpipe. He also noted that his mother would sometimes remember the incident and other times was not able to recall it. He would also note after this, he would be seen in places before he arrived. Now interestingly, this phenomenon is not known well here, but it's actually a big part of Scandinavian folklore, and it's known as Vardagar, and basically, it's this weird occurrence of a spirit predecessor who precedes a person in a location or activity. They do this by mimicking their footsteps, voice, scent, and or appearance. It's often described as a warning spirit or phantom double. So did Normal see a family Vardagar? Well, unsurprisingly, the skeptical take is it was all mistaken identity or coincidence. The two just saw the same model and color car with two strangers who looked vaguely familiar to his dad and grandmother. But it's also possible that his memory was just distorted over time, along with his father's, and considering that his mother didn't remember the story at all sometimes, it could also suggest the same. But maybe he really did see a Vartigar. Take a look at this photo. What is it you see? If you said an older man looking out at a bear crawling ahead of his path, you would be correct. Maybe. See, while this looks like a bear, there's one problem. This photo comes from Australia, and there are no bears native to Australia, so what gives? The mystery begins in 2000, when the small town of Gayndah, located in Queensland, would begin to receive press coverage over sightings of a bear in the area. Of course, brought on by the aforementioned fact that there shouldn't be any bears there. However, what really got the story receiving headlines across the world was when this bear, now known as the Gayndah bear, would be photographed by a Peter Raffles and a Julian Knott, the man you see in the photograph. According to them, they had been hearing of sightings for several weeks leading up to their own encounter. Apparently, this bear liked to come into town and snatch cantaloupes, where it was then sometimes spotted under the houses of residents, chewing away. There were also reports that it was spotted standing on its hind feet, taking mandarins out of trees, but maybe most curiously, there were even instances of it stealing tin cans filled with cookies, which it would then open and snack on. But on the day they encountered it, Peter was helping Julian find rocks for his aquarium when their dog spooked the creature, and thankfully, Peter just happened to have his camera on him and snapped this photo. The men were ridiculed in the press for being dumb country bumpkins, although, in their defense, they never claimed it was a bear. In fact, Julian would later state he believed it was a wombat, which is native to the area. However, as mentioned, this sighting was only one of several. In fact, a month prior, around Christmas, a man working in his orange orchard, Alan Buckles, spotted an animal walking bipedally that he was sure was not a wallaby, and noted its most curious characteristic as being its long snout. Later in the day, his sister was working in the same orchard about 200 feet away from where Alan sighted the creature, and she, Shirley Humphreys, seen the same creature, but she got a better description, describing its short arms and dark hair. But she took it a step further and stated that the animal was straight up a bear. It also left unusual tracks that she compared to looking like large dog prints. The two then put together the fact that they had also had some food come missing up lately, specifically eggs, along with tools from the shed several weeks prior to this, and they now believe this creature was responsible. Then we have an account from the man who ran the local pound, a John Bowen, who had received several calls over a 9-month period about a bear-like animal peering through residents' windows. These were the most famous sightings, but there were more, and in general, the creature was always described as being around 3 foot tall and moved at a slow pace. It had black or dark brown hair about 2 inches long. He was most often described as bear-shaped, but curiously, was never seen as aggressive and would flee on all fours if approached by a human. And that's pretty much it. So what were people seeing? Well, for starters, it's most likely too small to be a bear. However, it could be that Julian's theory is correct. He was nothing more than a wombat. They fit the description and have been known to raid food, as well as sitting or standing up. Others suggest that it could have just been a misidentified animal, such as a large feral dog or dingo. Of course, you also got the theory that the whole thing was a hoax by these two men, then it just kinda spiraled out of control. While the cryptid variant of this theory suggests it was a juvenile yowie, basically the Australian version of Bigfoot. Our next mystery takes us to the confines of the National UFO Reporting Center website, where users can go and file reports on their own weird sightings. The following comes from May 2003 in Illinois. The letter would open by stating he was writing this on behalf of his sister and her friends who had just told him a crazy story. As he had began researching what they had described to him, he came across the website, and he was now searching for an explanation. According to them, his sister and her friend were attending a bonfire out in the country with about 15 to 20 other kids. It would go on until around 2:45 a.m. when everyone started winding down and going home. His 17-year-old sister and her 17-year-old friend, whom he simply called E, was with her 19-year-old sister, A, and these three remained behind to clean up. They had drove their mom's van to the fire and started loading in the chairs to take back to the shed. After unloading them, they went back in the van when the author's sister would notice something standing off in the driveway in the distance. She motioned to E to come look at it. They at first thought it was someone who had attended the party, but they soon realized that everyone had already left, so they jumped into the van. They would then take a look back at the driveway and the house, and that figure was no longer standing there. His sister claimed that it looked like a man, except lighter colored, or like he was wearing white clothing. Regardless, they started the van after convincing each other that it was safe and that it was probably just E's dad who had walked out to check on them. They then went back towards the fire to finish picking up. It was around 3:20 a.m. by this point, and they headed up the driveway and into the grass, and down the hill towards the fire. The van had its brights on, and his sister would suddenly spot what she described as frozen things, some kind of figures or creatures in two separate rows, about 15 in each row. These beings were 3 to 4 feet tall and were standing about 15 feet directly in front of this van. Their heads sort of looked like a Christmas light, and they were connected to the body, but she couldn't see how. They held up their arms, but the girls were not able to see hands. In fact, his sister described them as looking like stick people, dark gray or brown in color. These beings stood there, not even moving, but it scared his sister enough that she began to cry. Then the girls screamed for E to get the van going, which she did by pulling out and leaving town. They then drove around a bit, trying to calm down, and rationalizing what they had just seen. Was it a deer, trees, or something as simple as bushes? Well, deep down, they knew that none of those were the answer. They would eventually calm down about 2 hours later and went back, and by this time, the sun was out. They would even go to the spot where they had seen them, and nothing was there. After this, his sister would come home and tell the family. The event had shook her up enough that she couldn't sleep nor eat. He would close the report by stating he hoped someone had similar accounts, and he was simply looking for an answer. So, let's give him one. More than likely, the headlights from the van were cutting through the darkness and making ordinary objects like a fence post or tree branches look like frozen humanoid stick figures. Our brains are wired to recognize shapes and patterns anyways, and it could be quite easy to do at 3 a.m. in the morning. It's also possible they simply saw chairs stacked up, left from the bonfire. Regardless, once one of them began to panic, they all got scared and group panic took over, and they all began to believe they were looking at stick figures. Of course, it's also possible someone was out there trying to play a prank on them. July 3rd, 1884, the Daily British Colonist, a newspaper in Canada, would tell of a strange account of railroad workers digging a tunnel outside of Yale, British Columbia, when they came upon a man sleeping on the tracks. As they got closer to investigate, they soon discovered that he was more like a hairy half-man, half-beast, which promptly tried to run away. But after a short 5-minute chase, he was captured. The strange man only stood about 4 foot 7 inches tall and weighed about 127 pounds. And soon, he earned the name Jacko. He was described as having long black strong hair and resembled a human except for his hands, or maybe more accurately described as paws, which were covered with a glossy hair 1 inch long, along with his feet, which were the same. They also noted his forearm was much longer than that of a regular man. Now, whatever happened to Jacko is not recorded or followed up on, and he is really not our mystery here anyways. It's about something bigger, because it wasn't just this one report of Jacko. Actually, there were reports of similar encounters made by the Hudson Bay Company going back to 1864. But what exactly are these creatures? They sound too human to be a Sasquatch, yet they clearly exhibit animal characteristics. Well, that brings us to the topic of human Bigfoot interbreeding. Yes, this is a real theory, but it's not something new. In fact, several old Indian legends told stories about their women being abducted by Sasquatch or Sasquatch-type cryptids and taken away, and having children by them. Some take the claims back even further to the book of Genesis, which describes Esau being born as a red baby with skin like a hairy robe. Then there's the fact that some of the earliest European literature makes references to wild men living deep in the woods, often described as being tall, hair-covered, and having remarkable agility, with the ability to leap vast distances and outrun men. And in some Irish chronicles, they were even said to be impossible to civilize. But it's in some of these accounts that would state that these wild men had a lustful desire for human females, any that might wander alone out into the forest, where they would then force them into intercourse. There's even some speculation that this might be the origin of the satyr legend, the part man, part goat. Similar legends come from South American tribes that were isolated from each other for centuries. These legends told of the intermixing of humans and the hairy ones. And it's important to note here, in almost all these accounts, it is the human female, Sasquatch male pairings. There's no accounts of human male, female Sasquatch pairings. Since this one is such a taboo, strange subject, I'm going to wrap it up here and let you make your own theories. You can let me know down below. Have there been cases of Sasquatch human interbreeding? 1984. A strange story would pop up in 2 Minnesota newspapers that came off as kind of an April Fool's joke at first, until you realize the stories were both published late in the year. The first mention would come in the Pioneer Press from St. Paul, and it was entitled, "Truckers Duck a Convoy of Aliens," while a publication called The Examiner would entitle it, "UFO Alien Birds Attack Truck." And with a headline like that, you knew it would find its way into the Obscure series. The story would tell of a married couple, a Robert Blair, 45 years old, and his wife, 21-year-old Jackie, who had become professional truck drivers for a company called Davis Transport. According to the articles, the office managers at the Truckers Inn in the city of Sauk Center said the Blairs came into the station all upset and excited, and that they wouldn't go any further because a UFO was shooting at them. They said the whole thing began in Billings, Montana, and that they were bird-like creatures that came from a spaceship, and that they were 8 inches tall with human legs and V-shaped heads. They had originally started following the truck before surrounding them. The Blairs then told this office manager they needed to use the phone. Now, interestingly, while this was going on, the manager of the station, suspecting something was up, called the police chief, asking him to come talk to them, but she would refuse to say why over the phone, other than saying they had been employed for months, and she would just like for him to come talk to them. The police chief, a George Trierweiler, would agree and make his way over to the truck station where he found the couple clearly startled. He would talk to them and see what exactly it was that was going on. It's here that the Blairs began telling him about a bubble-shaped spaceship that crashed down on the road next to them and released a peanut-shaped cylinder. Then, the creatures, which we had previously described, followed them all the way from Billings to Sauk Center, about a 10.5-hour drive, all the while shooting these metal filings at them. They then told the police chief that the filings were embedded in the windshield, so he walked over to look, and there were none, at least not on the windshield. He did find some inside the truck, which he thought probably came from work on the vehicle. Surprisingly, the police chief would leave and come back with the state police, and an officer named Fred Cordy would inspect the truck. Meanwhile, the Blairs would tell the officers the creatures were still sitting on the nearby lamppost watching them. Of course, the officers didn't see anything. While they stared on, Robert would point and exclaim, "Here comes another one now," before ducking out of the way. The officers, in spite of not seeing anything, did think the Blairs believed they had seen it. Part of this was due to the Blairs looking normal. I guess that's the best way to put it. They were quiet, clean, and dressed neatly, which I guess means they weren't crazy. Regardless, the story would get crazier. because one of the reporters of these articles would actually go talk to the Blairs, who end up staying in a local motel that night. It's here that metal shavings were found in their room, and writing just appeared on Jackie's leg, although it was never divulged what that writing said. The story would end with the Davis Transport Company flying out another driver from Washington State to Minnesota, where he could then finish the route. Meanwhile, the flight would take the Blairs back home to Washington. The only other thing of note from this night was, according to the National UFO Reporting Center, there was an account of a large bright object over South Dakota that night. Interestingly, although it was only reported in these 2 papers and never even followed up on, the publications did treat it like it was a legitimate story, and they did not make a joke out of it. So what are the theories? Well, believe it or not, there's actually some pretty reasonable ones. The first being the oh-so-rare folie à deux, or in English, madness of two, which is a scenario where one person's misperceptions, or anxiety, become so strong that the other person with them starts seeing the same thing, and experiencing the same fear. The Blairs would be particularly vulnerable, since they were long-haul truckers and would have been physically and mentally exhausted anyways, which can cause visual distortions and sometimes even brief hallucinations. That would go along with the account that they truly believed they were seeing something. Others suggest they just misidentified normal wildlife like large birds, or the so-called metal filings on the windshield could have just been road grit or something like that. Of course, we can't leave out the whole thing, could have just been a hoax to get attention. When it comes to cryptids, among the heavy hitters like Sasquatch and Mothman lies a much smaller, if not as famous one, the Chupacabra. And while it doesn't have a most iconic photo or video like Sasquatch, it has a few over the couple of decades since making its appearance in the 90s. But there's probably one you don't know about, as it's pretty obscure, and it's called the Rafard case, Rafard being the town in Brazil where this takes place. In May 1997, 3 residents, who wish to remain anonymous, came forward with the photograph of an unknown animal taken on the banks of the San Jose Dam. Apparently, this group had been out fishing around 8 p.m. when they were gathering up their fishing tackle and heard a strange sound coming from around the cattails, right where they had been fishing. Then, they heard the noise of brush breaking. They thought it was a wild animal, and they were unarmed, so they were pretty scared. But it was at that point that this animal burst out onto the shore between the brush and cattails to where they could see it. And they didn't know what it was, but it just sat there quietly, and the men were relieved, thinking it must be a capybara. That's when one of them reached into his bag and pulled out a small camera that he was carrying around and snapped this photo. It remained in the camera's storage for about a week until the fisherman could review it, and that's when he realized this was no capybara. Actually, he didn't know what it was, and it was very dark, making it more difficult to see. He would, however, eventually use the computer to bring out the light more, but that didn't really help. It would eventually reach the veterinary clinic, where the vet there would study the photograph. His conclusion was it was some kind of monkey, but its teeth were unusual in the fact that it matched no species of ape or monkey that he knew of. He also thought it was strange that the area that it was found in had been the same area where a bunch of dead sheep had been found. Dead sheep that had its ears ripped off. The vet finished, though, by stating the photo was not good enough quality to draw any real conclusions, but he didn't think it was any unknown animal. The photo would then make its way to a local zoo, where it was looked at by a biologist there. This man, too, believed it was a monkey, probably a capuchin. But after he used his magnifying glass, he concluded that the teeth ruled out a monkey, or any primate, and stated that its shape was reptilian, even comparing it to a T-Rex. He also noted its mouth was very large in relation to the size of its head, while the white parts of the fangs did not appear to be teeth, due to the spacing found between one and the other. And after further study, he believed it was just a hoax, and that this creature was a stuffed animal that had vampire dentures attached. He also believed that it was weird that these people just ran across it at the right time and had a camera on top of that, since it was the 90s and most people didn't do that. Not to mention, this was at the top of the Chupacabra hype. But the study wasn't done, and it was taken to image analysts that focused on computer manipulation, and they found that it had not been photoshopped in any way. Next, they went to the spot the photo was taken and found that an average-sized man would have had to walk into the pond where the mud would have reached up to his belly, then make his way through all that where he would reach the bank and set the stuffed animal up, meaning it would have been a whole lot of effort for something that doesn't seem worth it. Kenny Veach, better known by his YouTube handle, Snakebite McGee, was a long-distance hiker/explorer. He would post videos of his hiking trips to his channel and prided himself on the physical toll he could put himself through on his hikes. While he was barely active on his own channel, with just 5 videos uploaded, he was well known for being active in the comment sections of other hiking channels. In late 2014, he would post the following in a comment section for the video entitled, "Son of an Area 51 Technician." Quote, "This ain't nothing. I am a long-distance hiker. One time during one of my hikes, out by Nellis Air Force Base, I found a hidden cave. The entrance to the cave was shaped like a perfect capital M. I always enter every cave I find, but as I began to enter this particular cave, my whole body began to vibrate. The closer I got to the cave entrance, the worse the vibrating became. Suddenly, I became very scared and hightailed it out of there. That was one of the strangest things that ever happened to me." In response to this comment, numerous YouTube commenters encouraged Veach to find the cave and enter again, this time documenting it on his channel, and Veach would do just that. Yet, he would not find this supposed M cave, and many commenters would criticize him for not being able to find evidence of it, while others suggested searching a second time. While one commenter, named Lemmy Killmeister, would say, "No, don't go back to that cave. If you find that cave entrance, don't go in. You won't get out." But Veach set out on November 10th, 2014 to find the cave once more. Only this time, Veach would fail to return home and a search for him would begin. They would discover his cell phone at the mouth of the abandoned mine shaft, seen during the M Cave hike video, but after that, the trail went cold. Later on, a woman would pop up in the comment section claiming to be Kenny's girlfriend, and she stated he still hadn't been found and didn't expect him to be found for many months. She would go on to basically say she thought Kenny had ended his life, that he had battled depression for many years and would not see a doctor or take medication. She added that he told her if he ever decided to do it, no one will find his body. Furthermore, he didn't even take his video camera to record this hike, which was odd to say the least. But if he didn't end his own life, what are the other possibilities? Some say Kenny may have stumbled into a drug deal, or perhaps someone disposing of a body, and they had to silence him. There's also the theory that the nearby Nellis Air Force Base had something to do with it, as well as the theory that Kenny never existed and this was created as an art project and Kenny was the actor. However, my favorite theory has to do with Kenny's videos. He only has 5. Outside the one hiking video looking for the M Cave, all the rest were basically advertisements for products he had invented, including one of a pitch to get on the TV show Shark Tank. The theory is Kenny faked the entire thing to get people to notice his inventions, and then he would come back and cash out later on, or hopefully the Shark Tank would at least contact him. But when those things didn't come to pass, he just decided to leave the whole thing up as an urban legend. Do you ever wonder just how many satellites are in space? Well, the number might surprise you, as it's around 9,500, but that's just counting the active ones alone. There are at least 5,500 more that are now inactive or just stopped functioning, leaving them as nothing more than floating debris. And speaking of, that's another issue. There's over 36,000 pieces and parts of satellites floating around our solar system, and that's not even counting the fragments too small to track. But how did we arrive at such a number? Interestingly, that goes back to something known as the Registration Convention, which was an international agreement adopted by the United Nations in 1974, where basically every country agreed to register all their space objects, and every country had their own way of doing it. But it's Britain's that we're going to take a look at, because they would create the UK Registry of Outer Space Objects, which has catalogued everything they have put into space chronologically. And it's the first one of these that we find our mystery, because that object was the Skynet 1A, an early military communication satellite going to space in 1969, and it's left a perplexing space enigma. It would be monitored by a team on the ground in Farnborough, where between the years of 1970 and 73, a series of 6 reports was completed which documented its position and performance. At the end of 1973, Skynet 1A was still oscillating near the gravitational well centered around 75 degrees east, a low point in the Earth's irregular gravitational field that naturally tugs on satellites. So far, everything was by the book, but here's where things start to get strange. According to the UK Space Agency's registry, Skynet 1A isn't anywhere near 75 east. After it was decommissioned, it should have drifted eastward over the Indian Ocean, yet it somehow moved close to the other gravitational well, 105 degrees west, on the complete opposite side of the planet over the Americas. And it's not just passing through, it's settled in and oscillating gently, just a few degrees back and forth, right at the bottom of the second well. Now that shouldn't be possible, not without someone on the ground using the controls to move it there. Satellites in geostationary orbit don't just pick up and leave their parking spot due to the Earth's bulge and the tug of the moon and sun. They do drift a little east and west, but always around one of the 2 stable longitudes, 75 east or 105 west. Physics tells us this satellite was moved. Someone sent commands to push it across half the planet. Now, that would be a lot easier to explain if we had a continuous tracking record, but we don't. According to the UK Ministry of Defence, there are 2 major gaps in the US Space Command's orbital tracking data, one of them during the critical period in the mid-1970s, right when the satellite seemed to have changed its location. There are 2 ways to interpret that. 1, the satellite was tracked continuously, and those records have since been lost. Or 2, the tracking simply didn't happen, because back in the early days, small targets 35,000 kilometers away were often missed or ignored. Either way, there's nothing in the archives. No paperwork, no deorbit plan, no notes. Even the British operators who worked on the mission back then don't recall doing any maneuver. And yet, the satellite is clearly there. Over 5 decades later, it's right where it shouldn't be, sitting in a position that requires intentional intervention. So, how in the world did it get there? The most likely theory is, during the mid-70s, when control was temporarily passed to the United States, someone there ordered it to be moved to the west, and for whatever reason, never logged the maneuver. Or it's even possible the British moved it, and just forgot to document it. Then, there's the most interesting theory, that it was hacked and moved by someone else. Now, was this an enemy nation, or some private skilled amateur? That is unknown, but there's never been any evidence of an uplink breach, so it doesn't seem likely. Hey guys, you know what time it is? Small Mystery Roundup, where we take a look at those mysteries that just don't have a lot of data available, or just don't really fit in. Starting with Greys at the Casino. If you know anything about aliens or UFOs, you have no doubt heard of the Greys, which is the most popular type of extraterrestrial being. They are often depicted with gray skin or gray clothing. For whatever reason, in most abduction cases, it's these humanoids that the abductee meets. But that's what adds the irony. Considering there's been so many claims, why isn't there any real documentable proof of them? Well, maybe there is, at least according to this little mystery, which strangely comes from a Las Vegas security guard. Apparently, sometime in 1994, this guard was monitoring the cameras when he noticed something odd. There were these 3 strange beings who wore robes and had these huge bald heads, just sitting at one of the tables gambling. He at first thought these people were wearing costumes, but that's when he noticed that no one else in the casino was even paying any attention to them despite their weird appearance. At some point, one of these beings would stare straight into the camera, even though it was hidden. The guard would go on to later claim that a man in black confiscated the original copies, but he had managed to take 2 photos of the video before it was taken. This one, there's not much in the way of theories on. Maybe it was the Greys, or maybe it was just a couple of dudes. Struve's Lost Nebula. Struve's Lost Nebula is a celestial object reported by famed astronomer Otto Wilhelm von Struve in 1868 and was later confirmed by astronomer Heinrich Louis de Rest. It was described as a magnificent or otherwise interesting object, variable, small, round nucleus north of a star of the 13th magnitude. Why is this a mystery exactly? Well, it's never been seen again, or at least no other astronomer since has been able to find it, leaving the question, where did it go? The theories vary, but it could have just been a transient object like a temporary gas cloud, or maybe a mistake by both men, or even something wrong with the instruments they were using, or they could have just recorded the coordinates inaccurately. Smiling Sister on the Roof. This one comes from personalghoststories.com and is rather short, but comes from a nurse documenting an experience she had as a young child around the age of 10. She would state that one day she had stayed home from school because she was feeling ill. Luckily, her 20-year-old sister, who was her best friend and was in college at the time, happened to be home, and even though she had been sick, our would-be nurse must have felt better by 2 p.m. because she would ask her older sister to play hide-and-seek with her, and she agreed, and the older sister went to hide. So the little girl begins counting and then goes to look for her older sister, when suddenly she looked up and seen her, standing on top of the roof of the garage. Now obviously, this little girl was not prepared for this and had no idea how to get up there, and just looked at her and smiled and said, "Come down." About the time she said that, she heard a voice behind her saying, "Who are you talking to?" And obviously, it was her sister behind her. So, who was the person on the garage? The person who submitted this account did state that the house was pretty old, and someone in the past had died in a fire in the garage. She even noted the burn marks were still on some of the wood, but other than that, she didn't give any theories. So, I will. The most logical one was a fever-induced hallucination, which would make sense since she was sick. Then you get the theories like pareidolia, seeing random patterns where they don't actually exist. Of course, there's the supernatural theories too, like doppelganger phenomenon, or a haunting, which goes along with the fire. Limb of the unknown child. Cemeteries, love them or hate them, are a cultural pillar of mankind. Even in countries like Japan, where the highest percentage of cremation takes place, cemeteries are still common. But it's at this one cemetery in Davenport, Iowa, known as the Oakdale Memorial Gardens, that a strange and unsettling mystery lives. On a nondescript tombstone with the epitaph that simply reads, "Limb of unknown child." This, of course, has led to a lot of questions, a lot of disturbing questions. A tombstone with an unknown child is depressing enough, but one with a child's leg? Very strange. Making it more odd is the fact that there's not even a date listed on the stone. But it gets stranger yet. The interment records for this burial and actual location of the arm don't even match. The limb is located in the section of TE of the orphan's lot, but the interment records show that the burial location is actually TF. The leg is also listed as Grave 001, and the two closest headstones to that belong to a Jesse Rodecker, who died in 1883 with the location of TE 001, while Dorothy Birch, who died in 1949, is in TE 001A, and neither of these people lost a limb. Actually, a local newspaper has done a lot of research on this, trying to find out who the limb belonged to, and basically, no orphans from there were missing a limb. So, whose was it? And why is it even here? Square-windowed boxcar. The next one has almost zero information about it. Basically, it involves a sighting from a couple driving in Berwickshire, Scotland in February 1977. Their names were Stan and Edith, and a last name was never divulged. Regardless, as they went along the road in this cold winter night, they passed what was essentially a boxcar made completely of square windows. I'm sure they found it odd, but the account does not mention if they could see anyone on the inside of this weird craft. But it was only made stranger by the fact that they had seen weird lights in the sky in the past few months leading up to this. And that's pretty much it. Like I said, not a lot of info. But it was more than likely they just misidentified a vehicle, maybe even a flatbed truck carrying a glass structure. Pinos Altos, New Mexico photo. In this series, we have taken a look at some of the oldest UFO reports in history. But reports are one thing. What is the actual oldest photograph that documents a UFO? That actually goes back to March 7th, 1901, in the town of Pinos Altos, New Mexico, where a man named S.H. Milliken would see an airship and quickly grab his camera and take a photo of it, which couldn't have been too quick back then. Its description is quite strange, as it's really 3 cigar-shaped objects that seem to be lashed together. Now interestingly, after the original photo was taken, it disappeared for over 70 years, only to reappear and quickly be denounced as nothing more than kites. Others, however, believe S.H. Milliken was most likely standing behind a window screen and the UFO was just debris or grain stuck to the screen. Of course, this was just a few years after the whole 1897 airship sightings phenomenon that took place all over the US, so it's quite possible this was some kind of secret experimental aircraft. Winslow cow carcass. Imagine walking outside going about your everyday business and you just happen to look up in the sky and see one of the most bizarre sightings ever. And no, I'm not talking about a UFO. Instead, there is a dead cow hanging from the wires of a telephone pole. That's actually what would happen to the residents of Winslow, New Jersey in the 1960s. The photo you see here is really unexplained, although many point to the legendary cryptid/beast, Jersey Devil, as being the reason for this poor cow being hung from the line. Of course, the Jersey Devil had not been seen much since the early 1900s, so it's hard to believe it could be responsible, which has led many to report seeing Bigfoot in the area as being the culprit. However, it was most likely just a prank by some locals. Matt's head. Matt's head is one of those strange internet relics from the early days of photo sharing and basically shows a man sitting on a sofa with a bookshelf behind him. And, tucked neatly into the shelf, almost unnoticeable at first, is a head. Yes, on the shelf. According to the description, Matt was on a road trip in Canada with a digital camera and some other people, including his nephew, who was taking some pictures along the way, and at some point, after going through the pictures, they discovered this man's head randomly sitting in the background. However, it's most likely just a cutout mask or printout, and actually has a flat appearance. Cooper Street Snake. What do you get when you mix a cryptid mystery with an anomaly and, just for good measure, lost media? Well, you get the Cooper Street Snake mystery, of course. The story began sometime around 1910, when the first reports of this tourist attraction in Manhattan began popping up in newspapers. And it was basically this giant fossilized snake that had been embedded into the rock. The story got popular enough that geologists came from all over just to study it. This, along with the tourists coming to see it, made it one of the most visited attractions in the area. The snake fossil was about 25 foot in size, and the papers at the time stated that geologists suggested that the snake was probably caught in rocks during an upheaval of the earth over 2,000 years ago. The head and body of the snake are pretty clear, and its shape suggests he was very surprised or startled from the earthquake which led to its demise. One article would close by stating that there was an intent to have the rock preserved by the Museum of Natural History, but that never happened, and the snake has been lost. How does one lose a rock outcropping that size? Well, that's the tricky part. First of all, not everyone agreed that what was seen was a snake. Some people believe it was nothing more than random weathering, but it still leaves the mystery. What happened to the rock? And if it was a snake, what kind was it? Well, considering it was over 2,000 years ago, there would have been no invasive species like pythons that would have been released yet, so the biggest snake would have been about 9 feet, which is the anomaly portion of the mystery. But let's say it wasn't a snake and just a natural pattern. Still, what happened to the rock? Alright guys, I think that's good enough to wrap it up right here for the small mystery segment, although it was pretty long. Before we get back to the video, if you want to support the channel, consider becoming a member or patron by using one of the links in the description. I would be much obliged for anyone who does. Now, let's get back to it. If you follow the paranormal world, then I really don't even need to tell you about Skinwalker Ranch. It's probably one of the most iconic spots in the history of the supernatural, with the reports popularizing the strange phenomena starting around 1996. These included UFOs and orbs seen moving around the ranch, along with cattle mutilations, cryptid encounters, like Bigfoot, that are said to be impervious to bullets, but maybe the most interesting is these weird glitches that have occurred with various types of technology, or like in our mystery, cameras. The origin of this one actually goes back to the forum at the AboveTopSecret.com website, in which a user, CTJ83, discussed security camera footage that was shot in 2004. The video was made up of 80 frames and was shot at 8:52 p.m. And this one is really strange. It doesn't show a spooky ghost or a skinwalker moving around. Instead, it's like these two towers just form out of nowhere and disappear. Although, what is actually happening is hard to discern, as you can see here. What we do know for a fact is, the footage is genuine, and was shot on a security camera at the ranch and was not edited in any ways. We also know that most likely the footage is standard def, considering the year was 2004. Next, CTJ83 would go on to deduce more information, pointing out that in all likelihood, it was recorded onto a VHS tape originally, citing the reduced quality. However, the next part is also strange, because this footage did not come from the original tape itself, but instead, someone recorded it from a monitor, which means whoever recorded it was never given access to the original tape, or the person at the time just had no way to digitize the analog footage. But there's other oddities with this so-called security footage. Like, in this footage, we see the standard HHMMSS time format. But, in the other frames from the same source, the seconds part of the format has been removed. Of course, maybe someone could have intentionally done that in the settings, but it seems a little sketchy. But it could also be the tape was set to record in long play mode, which would make it skip seconds for more compression, something like 30 frames per minute. But there's a problem with that. As mentioned, this is just 80 frames total, 90 if you count the 10 frames where it fades in. So if you're recording 30 frames per minute, then 90 frames would take 3 minutes. But that is not what's reflected on this video. Then you got the other oddities on the film, or should I say, the oddities that are missing from the film. VHS tapes, if you are old enough to remember, often begin to deteriorate over time, leaving you with that bouncing or weaving movement when watching the film. But this scene looks perfect. No jittering or instability at all. Of course, maybe it was digitally stabilized, but that seems odd for 2004. In spite of all that, the fact still stands that the towers appear naturally on the footage and have not been digitally laid over as an after effect. Before we get to the theories, it is worth pointing out that this footage got its fame thanks to Jeremy Corbell, the filmmaker who's become well known in the UFO community for his documentaries on the subject. But although Corbell brought it to the public, he is not the one that filmed the original monitor footage. That came from someone else, and Jeremy himself stated he was never even allowed to see or film the original footage, leaving more questions. Really, the technical aspects of the video footage is a little out of my wheelhouse, but I will share the theories that I found. The one mentioned most often is it's nothing more than an atmospheric mirage. Considering the towers pop up in that one spot without affecting the surrounding area, it's most likely heat haze. You know, that shimmering you see in the air near the ground that seems to bend terrain? It's often seen in movies, and it would totally explain the so-called towers, which seem to materialize out of nowhere. Another thought along that same line is there could be a hidden flame or even hot exhaust coming off a vehicle near the camera, right off frame, which could distort the video, given the appearance of towers way off in the distance, when in reality, there's a heat haze very close to the camera. Then you have the other weather elements, like a fog or a mist that is slowly evaporating around a silo, water tank, or some other normal ranch structure. After this, the theories are pretty much what you might guess. A camera malfunction, insect or debris on the lens, A hoax? Or maybe, just maybe, a real paranormal phenomenon. Bridgeport, Connecticut, November 1974. A lonely bungalow-style home located on Lindley Street would play host to one of the most well-documented cases of supernatural phenomenon ever recorded. The home was owned by a couple, Gerard and Laura Gooden, who first brought attention to the strangeness when they reported to their neighbors and friends that their house was having all kinds of weird things happening. And of course, according to the Goodens, this was being caused by paranormal forces. Now, if this was just going by their word, you could possibly just skip ahead. However, that's the important part in this one. It's the fact that this stuff that was happening would be witnessed by many. And it wasn't just neighbors. Witnesses consisted of reporters, priests, police, firefighters, and of course, paranormal investigators. Not to mention, 2,000 people from the city that came by just to look upon hearing the weird news, resulting in gridlock for the tiny neighborhood. And it's cause of this that this case is one of the most important in the study of the unexplained and unknown. Usually hauntings or poltergeists are witnessed by a single family or just a few friends, and the activity is never able to be successfully reproduced. In this case, however, there were a number of witnesses, and reputable ones at that. In fact, it was when the firefighters and police officers were on site that they would report seeing a 300+ pound refrigerator levitating, along with crucifixes which would just fall off the walls, and knives that would even fly across the room. But there was also the audio, like knocks coming from unknown locations, or even spookier, the disembodied voices. Those voices might have been the most strangest of all, as this poltergeist was said to have spoken in front of several witnesses and said things like jingle bells and bye-bye. Even the decorative swans on the front lawn would make spooky noises. In total, 77 people considered to be credible witnesses saw some kind of unexplained paranormal activity. Now, like cases we have covered in the past, you may not be surprised to learn that the poltergeist focused on one particular person, the adopted daughter, Marcia. In fact, the poltergeist activity only began when she had been adopted 3 years prior in 1968, and it was only increasing in intensity in 1971, which resulted in the police being called a year later in 1972, after not being able to locate the source of a pounding they heard all night, as well as the doors opening and closing themselves. But if we go back to 1974, this would be when the real investigation began, and it included the American Society for Psychical Research, the Psychical Research Foundation, and the police. And the house was staked out and the family was interviewed, especially Marcia. It was this time frame when several of these unexplained events were officially documented, and it was also around this point that it began growing from a local story to a national story, and the press showed up all the time, as well as curious onlookers who often drove out of state just to see it. It got so bad, the neighbors started to get upset, and at one point, one of them tried to burn the home down. But here's where things would get strange. One night a few weeks into the investigation, a police officer claimed to have seen Marcia tip over a TV with her foot, when she thought no one was looking. And soon, it all came crashing down. After the police interrogated her, Marcia confessed to being behind all the paranormal activity in the home, and she even explained how she done it. The police closed the case and stated the whole thing was a hoax and encouraged everyone to go about their business. But why would Marcia do this? That is unclear, but it is worth pointing out that she was a full-blooded Five Nations indigenous girl who was brutally bullied at school. She was once beaten so bad that she required a body brace. So could something like this have contributed to her wanting to make this stuff up? Maybe for attention? Or was it the fact that the subject of poltergeist were still high due to the critically acclaimed movie The Exorcist, which had just came out in 1973? Well, see, that's where the catch comes in. Even after the crowds went away, and after Marcia apologized, the strange happenings continued to occur for the next several weeks, although it did eventually end. Not only that, many of the officers and other credible witnesses continued to stand by their accounts and believe Marcia could have no way been responsible for what they had seen. And it should also be mentioned that the Goodens never tried to get any fame or any financial gain from the whole situation, which has led some to suggest that the town authorities just wanted the whole thing to go away and pressured Marcia into falsely confessing. Chances are, if you're watching this video, you're familiar with the infamous Mount Shasta, located in California, because it holds a special place among followers of the unexplained phenomena. For example, there's numerous UFO sightings, as well as strange lights, and spottings of cryptids like lizard people, or the rumors of various evil cults that hide there. And then there are the cases of things that are more dark and more real, like numerous disappearances that have never been fully explained. But having said all of that, you may not realize that it's only one of the spooky mountains in California. Actually, it might play second fiddle to the one known as Mount Diablo. Mount Diablo, which is located about 40 miles northeast of San Francisco, has its own interesting history. Although it is small compared to Mount Shasta, it at one point got more attention from riders than any other mountain in the entire state. And part of that's due to its origin of its Spanish name, which translates to Mountain of the Devil. The origin of that name is entangled in numerous legends, but it's one in particular we are going to take a look at. It was April 16th, 1850, when a General Mariano Vallejo was giving his report to the California legislature. It's there that he would begin discussing the name of Mount Diablo. He would tell a story that went back to 1806, when a small Spanish military force was dispatched from San Francisco to remove an Indian tribe that had camped out at the base of the mountain. However, these Indians were ready for them, and a fierce battle broke out in a large valley next to the mountain. The tribe who had been waiting on them had the upper hand, and were very close to winning. It was just then that the Spanish soldiers suddenly seen this figure near the battlefield. They were not sure, but maybe it was a man. Maybe it was better described as a being. But whatever it was adorned by incredibly elaborate feathers, and it began to move in strange ways. After this, the Spanish were routed. Later, the Spaniards would go back and tell their commanding officers about the whole thing, and they would describe it as a supernatural being that the Indians called Pui, which meant evil spirit. They also stated he had led the Indians to victory, and it was because of that the name Devil Mountain came about. But he wasn't done, because apparently after the battle, this figure kept appearing regularly at all hours of the day, seemingly haunting the Spaniards. It would, however, be later that year that another campaign was led against the same tribe. This time, the Spanish won and pushed them away, and this figure was never seen again. So what in the world was this being? Was it really the devil or some kind of demon that the Native American tribes in the area were able to summon? Obviously, not very likely. Actually, there's a very plausible simple explanation. It was nothing more than firefly swarms. In the lower slopes and around water, large clusters of fireflies can create a flickering glow. And in darkness, or mist, or even at a distance, it could look like a floating figure of light. Next is the trusty old reliable swamp gas. If there was decomposing organic matter in a nearby wetland area, then that's most likely what it was. 1952, Essex, England. It was a warm day when 9-year-old Bill Ramsey went outside to the garden and began to play around, never expecting something so innocent to become a lifelong strange mystery. Bill, despite the warm weather, all of a sudden felt an icy blast of frigid cold sweep over him, leaving his perspiration to freeze on his skin. But that was just the beginning, because he would next smell a foul odor, like garbage that had sat out in the summer heat for days. This caused him to vomit. The reaction was overpowering, and all he could do was stand and dream about running away to the beach, and strangely, wolves. Suddenly, his mom would call for him, and it snapped him out of the trance. But this was only the beginning for Bill. The child that had been known for being well-mannered soon began to have anger issues, sometimes to the point it completely overtook him, such as the day He ripped a fence post out of the ground with his bare hands and began to swing it at his parents when they tried to approach him. Then he began to let out aggressive growls and snarls, and of course, this shook his parents up, especially when he began to chew the fence. They eventually ran inside, and Bill had a chance to calm down. That is a bizarre moment, and it makes it strange because, over the next 15 years, Bill was completely normal. He even got married and had a family. He did have problems though, such as the recurring nightmares where he was often chasing, or sometimes stalking, his own wife, only for her to roll around and scream after seeing Bill's actions in his sleep. The dreams did slack off, thankfully, but it came back about 2 years later when Bill awoke one night to the sound of growling. He was certain he heard a vicious animal somewhere in the home, and it didn't take long for him to realize that animal was him. But stranger things were yet to come. By 1983, about 14 years after the growling incident, he would go out with some friends to a local pub where he spent the night drinking, and he began to feel the familiar chills that he had experienced as a child, and he excused himself to the bathroom where he tried to resist the anger inside, before finally looking into the mirror in an attempt to regain control. But when he looked, he realized he was staring straight at a wolf. Bill decided he needed to get home and tried to contain the beast during the car ride, but he began to growl and could not stop. His friend, who was sitting beside him in the back, must have been stunned to look over and see Bill twisting his hands into the shape of claws, and then bending over and trying to bite him on the leg. The driver was forced to pull over, and the friends ejected Bill from the vehicle, where he soon regained his composure and finished the ride home. But the attacks grew worse. Later that year, Bill started to suffer chest pains and thought he might be having a heart attack, so he went to the emergency room. But halfway through the blood pressure exam, he would bite the arm of the nurse, before jumping up, running down the hallway, and trying to escape. Strangely, his shoulders were hunched over and his fingers were bent in the shape of claws, and he had his lips curled like a rabid animal, knocking people down along the way. It would actually take several people to finally tackle him and drag him to the ground. Even after being handcuffed, a tranquilizer had to be used. The next morning, a doctor came to see him and listened to his story and recommended he stay in the hospital for observation, but Bill declined, and the feelings went away for a short while, until he visited his mother, and he felt the urge coming on. He rushed back to the hospital to try and stop the transformation. He was late though, and he tried to attack a nurse and lunged at an orderly. Officers were soon called, and he would snarl at the men, and a scuffle broke out, leaving one officer severely injured before the Bill, was subdued. Again, he was referred to a mental hospital, which he declined and walked away. It would happen again though, just a few years later in 1987, when Bill made a citizen's arrest on a local sex worker who solicited him. After getting to the police station, she ran inside, and a policeman came out to question Bill, and after lightly touching him on the shoulder, Bill snapped, and he went full werewolf, throwing the officer to the ground and began trying to choke him to death. It took around 6 officers and 2 injections just to subdue him. After this, he was held, and multiple tests were ran, including MRIs, X-rays, and psychiatric evaluations, but they could find nothing wrong with him. Soon the news spread, and it was picked up all over the world. Bill, meanwhile, would just voluntarily turn himself into the police every so often when he felt the urge coming on, and they would put him behind the jail cell to protect himself and others. But he was beginning to get desperate, and he eventually would reach out to a Father McKenna who offered to do an exorcism. So they would get together, and for the first 30 minutes, it seemed to not be working. But Bill began to change. His face contorted, and he even tried to attack the bishop. But suddenly, it all stopped, and Bill seemed relaxed and normal. The exorcism was successful. A photo was even taken after the event outside, and Bill never changed back to a werewolf again. Crazy story, but what are the theories? Well, it has to be pointed out. Clinical lycanthropy is a very real, very rare psychiatric syndrome in which the person genuinely believes they are transforming into an animal, usually a wolf. Although, this doesn't explain the cold sweats, stench, or Bill's strength, which was said to be superhuman. It's also possible he was suffering from a form of epilepsy where seizures in the temporal lobes produce intense hallucinations, fierce rage, or even smelling hallucinations, and it can also cause involuntary movements. Or he may have just had intermittent explosive disorder with dissociative features, a psychiatric condition marked by sudden impulsive aggressive outbursts with hardly any or no provocation. Or maybe he was really possessed by a demon.